Hello and welcome to the Skybound Games Expo, coming to you live for the very first time from the Skybound Studios here in North Hollywood. We have an exciting show for you guys today, from new comics to Eisner Award-winning panels, Wrestling Hall of Famers, game drops, merch drops, everything. We got it all. You don't want to move a minute. Janet, hello, how are you? I'm Andrew Ghai. This is Janet Garcia joining me today.
Yo.
And we got a lot of really cool stuff going on.
Yeah, what's good? Excited to be here. You mentioned first time live. I haven't been live in person in a really long time, so this is super exciting for me. Like, it's been great meeting you, hanging out with everybody, and there's just an energy, I think, that you can only really get live here. So I'm really excited to bring that energy to y'all today. We got a bunch of cool stuff going on.
Yeah.
During today's Expo, I do want to shout out that if you scan the QR code on the screen during each panel, you will see products featured in or associated with those panels. And after each segment, we will have a quick ad slide featuring the same QR code that you can check, scan, shop the products featured in the previous panel. And of course, you can also just check out store.skybound.com anytime to find all the items you'll see here today.
Yeah, and as you guys may have seen in our intro, we have a lot of really exclusive cool merch coming your way from some of your favorites like Invincible or Clementine, and also some of your soon-to-be favorites like I Hate This Place, or as you can see a little bit more candidly there on the top right-hand side of your screen, Fuck This Place. So that's a great way to start our morning as well. And also, what cool merch. I want that shirt. We're going to be talking more about the I Hate This Place merch a little bit later on. I'm really excited to talk about I Hate This Place, but what's some of the stuff that you're excited about?
Yeah, I'm really excited to check out, stuff with Attack Peter, Escape Academy, Before Your Eyes. Those are all things that, I'm really hyped to check out. And one thing that I want to shout out that I want to make sure y'all are hyped about as well is listening to Skybound's latest podcast, Impact Winter on Audible. You need to check it out. It is a post-apocalyptic vampire thriller, and you're going to love it. Since the release, Impact Winter has reached #1 on Audible Fiction, #1 on Audible Plus, #3 on Apple Podcast Fiction, and has been in the top 200 Apple Podcasts overall. So yeah, you're going to want to listen to it. We all got chores. We all got commutes. Toss it on. And you're going to love the new merch that we made for Impact Winter as well. We got tote bags. We got mugs. Of course, scan that QR code to check it all out. You can never have too many mugs. I'm gunning for the record here. I'm filling the cabinets. I'm leaving them on my desk. I'm doing it all. So go ahead and pick up that merch if you are interested. Again, just scan that code. You can do it with your camera. But what are you excited about?
I'm excited about walking out of here with a giant bag full of merch. I think that's what we were promised, right? We could just pick a little piece from every single panel that we saw. Our producers are shaking their heads.
I mean, honestly, this table, some things are going to be missing, right? It's a really cool setup that we got over here, highlighting all the awesome stuff that we're going to see today.
Yeah. You talked about Escape Academy a little bit. There's a demo available right now on Steam. We'll be talking about that some more a little bit later on. But I played it yesterday. Super, super fun. I loved it. You talked about Attack Peter. I listened to one of his interviews yesterday. So there's a lot of things that I'm really excited about and kind of learning about as we're going to move through the show today. But since we talked about Escape Academy, and we're going to talk about it in a little while from now, how cool is that? I've never had a game. Well, first of all, I've only done one escape room in my life. And if I had played this game beforehand, I think I would have done just a little bit better. It was in Bogota, so it was in Spanish. So that might have also hindered some of my success.
Did you get through it?
Yes, we did. I think we were a minute over, but it was with a good amount of help from our wonderful associate. I don't really know what to call.
The voice in the sky.
Yeah, the voice of God.
The voice of God is coming down.
But this was a great way to practice that, and it also made me feel really smart.
Yeah, did you get through it okay?
I did. I got an A+ rating.
That's the thing. I'm so excited for Escape Academy, but I'm how challenging is this going to be? And I know they have some kind of handholds baked in where if you need that extra help, you can get it, which is really fortunate. And it is available in co-op. So I'm okay, I'm going to lean heavy on my co-op partner. Because for me, I've never done in-person escape rooms, but I did do, there's a game called Exit where it's sort of like an at-home escape room. You get little pieces of paper and you can cut it up and do things like that. And I played that with my partner and he was having the time of his life and I was there. I was there what do we need to cut? I'll do that. So definitely a little bit more of an assist role, but I'm excited for that because it's in the video game sphere, which I'm very accustomed to. So I'm okay, I think this might be, like you said, a good onboarding before doing the real thing, having to make the people watch me fail over and over again,
right.
Makes it easier on them, I feel like.
Yeah, and since you're streaming on Twitch, they can watch you fail in an escape room.
It's just going to be layers and layers of content. Playing Escape Academy in an escape room, streaming it, doing it all. But But yeah, other things you're excited about for today?
Yeah, I mean, so if you guys don't know, I've been a big part of something that Skybound is a big partner of, which is the Movie Trivia Schmoedown for years now. It's like wrestling meets movie trivia. It's the world championship of movie trivia. So as much as I'm excited about so many other things that are going on today, that's like near and dear to my heart. You know, I've been with them for almost half a decade now, and Skybound's been a part of it for a couple years now. So I'm really excited. We're going to close out our day with a video game movie trivia match. So if you think you can flex your stuff, let us know, whether it's in the comments, in the live chat, how well you're doing. You guys can even play along. That's something that people love to do. That was actually my introduction to working with Skybound, other than obviously watching The Walking Dead, you know, starting like a decade ago. What about you? How did you, why are we here right now?
Why
How
are we
did
here
you,
today? What brought us here?
Yes.
This humble abode. I feel like I'm a little late to the game. You know, it hits, you know, the better late than never kind of thing. I found out about Skybound and really started to like become a fan through Before Your Eyes just last year, which we do have some content related to Before Your Eyes coming up later, which I'm very excited about. But I love that game. Like, I played it. It blew my mind. I streamed it, which I think it's so cool that it's a game that utilizes a webcam, but you can still like have a streamer mode. I think it's really cool they integrated that. And I was just like such a big fan that, you know, the team reached out. They're like, hey, we're doing some panels with Before Your Eyes. You know, we'd love to have you involved because we know that you're a really big fan of the game. So I worked with them there. I did some Skybound stuff at PAX with Blessing, just kind of virtually. So yeah, I've just kind of been like inundated in Skybound. So it's so exciting to like be here again. And then I live in LA right now. So being able to like come over and do something like gaming content in LA live with Skybound, it's just an exciting time.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and highlighting some of the creators here at Skybound is going to be a lot of fun, and a lot of the cool things that they're working on in the world. Since we have just a little bit more time, comics-wise, is there any of these comics that really stood out to you that we are going to be talking about today, whether it's Clementine, whether it's I Hate This Place, or maybe some of their old favorites?
Yeah, I do think I Hate This Place is like the one that feels the most up my alley. Like, I haven't spent any time with it yet, but I like the paranormal angle. There's like certain things in media that I'm automatically a fan of. Like, if it has paranormal stuff, if it has like weird time stuff, if it has like just these certain elements that sort of just draw me in. So that one seems really interesting. And then of course, I think everyone can relate to the sentiment of I hate this place or fuck this place. Like, I think it brings a certain, you know, bravado and energy to it. Right. Like, there's a mood there that I think is really compelling. And that's one that stood out to you. So hearing you be excited about it too, it got me more excited about it, where I'm like, okay, I feel like I have to pay attention to this.
Yeah, and I'm going to totally put myself on blast here because I haven't been a big comic guy. I honestly stopped kind of reading them when I was maybe in my early to late teens.
It's hard to keep up. It feels overwhelming.
So
like,
much.
What are you going to do, you know?
But, you know, our wonderful producer here, Brian, sent all the kind of copy our way some of the first issues, some of Murder Falcon, some of Clementine, and I was able to catch up, and I was like, wow, I've been missing out a lot over the last couple of years. So that's a little bit about myself and Janet. There's obviously a lot more of us coming your way today, but there is still more business to attend to, and we promised it. There's going to be sales, there's going to be deals, there's going to be merch drops all day, so let's start with our very first sale of the day. We've got a ton of items on sale to celebrate our 2022 Games Expo. You can scan the QR code once again on the top right-hand side of your screen at any time, or right there, right in the bullseye, the center. We have 20% off today through Monday, May 23rd, and I see products from The Walking Dead, Invincible, Saga, plus deals on all games that we've got, books, collectibles. There's always good stuff in the Expo sale, so don't sleep on them. And also, as usual, terms and conditions apply. We got to, take care of the business, the new orders, the new stuff, the pre-orders, etc., that kind of stuff. So just keep your eye out. There's a lot of great deals going on, and we're about to get into our very first panel. We didn't want to talk about it too much at the top, but Wrestle Quest. It's kind of like wrestling meets RPG. This is really exciting for me as a person that played Final Fantasy growing up and was also a huge wrestling fan. But this game looks awesome.
Yeah, it's kind of a blend of different things for me, where part of me is like, I have my wrestling background's like way when I was a kid. I used to like watch a bunch of WWE, but like not so much anymore, kind of like fell off of that. RPG's a little bit new, bringing back into the fold. So I think this turn-based angle is super cool. And what's interesting about this is actually Wrestle Quest Presents a history of wrestling in game. So it's really kind of laying the context and the foundation for some of these inspirations. We got Jeff Jarrett, Zach Monkow, Patrick Hickey Jr., Jake the Snake Roberts. It's going to be a great conversation. So let's go ahead and check in with them right now.
Here we go.
Introducing
the next great legend of wrestling.
from humble beginnings
To the electrifying figure, taking the world by storm.
bravely embarking on an epic quest.
From parts unknown, the journeyman traveling the world to take on the very best. He's here and ready to make his mark on history, facing legendary challenges. The biggest name in town, the man who draws a crowd wherever he goes, the rising star that everyone wants to know. An unstoppable, insurmountable, high-flying behemoth in the ring. Unbelievable! He's bringing out moves we've never seen before. Wow! Can you believe it? 1, 2, 3! Oh yeah! Grab your tights. It's time for Wrestle Class!
Thank you, everyone, for joining the panel today. We're going to be talking about the history of wrestling and video games. It's a topic we're particularly excited about. We here at MegaCat Studios have been working on a wrestling game for about 3.5 years now. And, I hope you come away from this panel with maybe a couple games to check out. And if anything, it should be the sweatiest roundtable you see today at the Skybound Expo. So,
Attaboy, Zach, get it going. Get it started.
The game we've been working on is WrestleQuest. It's the world's first pro wrestling RPG. A lot of us grew up with the 80s and 90s era of wrestling and also the 80s and 90s era of RPGs. And there's so much shared DNA there between wrestling and RPGs that it was really a natural fit. So when we were talking about making a Wrestle game, we really wanted to make something unique and that would stand out with fans. And, wrestling was a great fit. Joining us today to help talk about this topic are a couple of people you might recognize. For those who don't know, we have with us Patrick Hickey Jr., who is one of the world's best VO actors, video game historian. Anything else to add there, Pat?
Yeah, just video game historian, author of the Minds Behind the Games book series, video game geek, wrestling geek. I'm here.
Pat has done the majority of the VO in WrestleQuest. He's really the voice of WrestleQuest.
Oh yeah!
I'm the head of narrative at MegaCat Studios. I'm also something of a method writer, so as we've been making WrestleQuest, I've been practicing my suplexes and powerbombing my kids into bed every night. We also have Jake Roberts with us.
Good morning, boys. And I see that we have Jeff. Glad to see you, Jeff.
Yes, sir. Here we are.
Always-
The gang is back
always
together.
glad to see you.
The WrestleQuest
That's it.
gang is back together.
Time to make a buck.
So, jumping right into some of the headlines of this kind of shared foundation between wrestling and video games, we went back to 1983 as the beginning. This was really the beginning of the intersection of wrestling and video games. Pat, do you want to say something about tag team wrestling here?
Yeah, I mean, tag team wrestling at its core is considered the father of every wrestling game after. Simple grapples, simple attacks, but you had unique wrestlers that all looked and played different from one another. Without tag team wrestling, you don't have wrestling games the way we play them today. So, super important game.
Yeah. And there's also over 300 total wrestling games. So this is across platforms and across consoles, across eras too. So there's a lot out there. So like I said, there's probably something here that you haven't seen before. So there's plenty for you to dig into. Those 300 games span 20 different consoles, over 20 different consoles. And also there's 12 billion copies sold of wrestling games. And I think Pat is responsible for half of those.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
These games also appear in about 15 different genres. It's not just like a wrestling simulation game. There's tycoon games. There was a wrestling driving game, if I'm not Yeah, and
absolutely. It was a wrestling meets Twisted Metal vehicular attacking game.
Perfect.
WWE Crush Hour. People loved it.
And now with WrestleQuest, there's a wrestling RPG. Before we get into the meat of the presentation, we wanted to give a shout out to some of our source material. There's a book called Wrestling with Pixels that was kickstarted recently. It features bios in many of these games, and it's a great pickup. We also have some images here of old advertisements. Some of you may recognize these. I know many of us have memories of going through magazines or comic books and kind of getting stopped in our tracks, like seeing these larger-than-life characters, posing with a Game Boy or something along those lines. And it's really just kind of showing, again, this shared DNA between wrestling and video games and how close they really are. In that same vein, when we were talking about WrestleQuest and really kind of exploring the roots of our, early memories with wrestling, for many of us, it's not just the wrestling that happens on TV. It's not just the matches. For many of us, it's also memories of playing with action figures in video games. So we really took that idea of being a kid and playing with your wrestling action figures and applied that to WrestleQuest. So you'll see in the game what we're calling an action figure aesthetic, where a lot of the characters have articulated joints, and with that, we've created this toy world where everything's a toy, and it's allowed. It's been a lot of fun making, and we've had a lot of fun with it. I think a pivotal to both wrestling and RPGs in particular is the idea of storytelling. Jeff and Jake, I think you can speak to this, where wrestling is not just about the action in the ring. It's about, the promos and the stories and the build-up, the reveals, the betrayals, and all that is just as, if not more important than, the actual fighting that happens.
Oh, absolutely. No doubt about it. It's lots of times your work is pretty much done before you ever get in the ring, right, Jeff?
Yeah. From a very early age, I'm a third generation, Jake's multi-generation as well, that, it's all about that emotional connection. So whether it's a little 8-year-old boy playing with action figures that he's emotionally connected to and he's living vicariously through the figures or the video game, or actually watching content on television today, it's that emotional connection with the protagonist and the antagonist, and that's what always sucks it in. The actual in-ring action is, we use the term payoff, but it's all in the build of the promos, and in Jake's case, he made the people want to hate him, and so he did the work for what we call a babyface. So when the babyface stepped in the ring, Jake had already actually done the work because the heat was built and the emotion was there. And so it's all about whether it's an RPG game or an actual wrestling contest, it's the emotional connection that really drills down to everything.
Yeah, exactly. That type of storytelling and the characters and that connection is, the essence of an RPG, of what makes those games interesting and unique from other genres. It's also been said that wrestling is like Shakespeare plus suplexes, something along those lines, right?
I always called it the theater of the absurd.
Ooh.
Nice. My grandmother used to call it Shakespeare to the masses. Sporting games, hockey, football, basketball, may be a little sophisticated. In our case, we are good versus evil. It's that simple. Sometimes we are a little absurd, but at our very core, it's truly good versus evil, and everybody can relate to that from the time they wake up to the time they go to bed.
So we want to talk about more of the, the shared DNA between wrestling and video games and how they kind of intersect. We just talked about storytelling and sort of the engaging characters. I think it's also important to talk about how both are an interactive art. Obviously with video games, it's an art form that you play, that you have some, method of input or control over. But can you guys talk about how wrestling is sort of the same way? How it's sort of like there's like a give and take with the audience, things along those lines.
Sure. The going back to my sort of don't want to sound like a broken record, but that emotional connection is that when you connect with your audience, the lack of a better word, the energy that you can feed off of, and obviously the audience feeds off the performer's energy. So the give and take, whether it's through a TV screen, through an iPad, a telephone, or if it's a live situation, it's all about the give and take of the energy. Back to kind of what we just referenced as far as Shakespeare in the scripted entertainment. There is a real strong sense of I've often used the term vaudeville, that it's truly a vaudeville give or take, and that is kind of the magic recipe of, obviously we're not true sport and we're not just true entertainment. We're that blend of sports entertainment that it takes good versus evil, but like any great sporting event, you have a hometown team and an away team, and the rivalries continue to build through time, through characters, through storyline plots, and that's one of the cool things about WrestleQuest is that when you dive off into the story and the narrative begins, each progression, so to speak, it just sucks you in because you become emotionally attached to Muchacho Man or whatever your favorite character is. But there is the ebb and flow of literally starting at the bottom and building your way up, and that's very, very in line with professional wrestling. That it's the chase of your good guy or your baby face. It's the chase of attaining a mid-card belt and working your way up to semi-main event and finally winning that world title. Very, very, very apropos that WrestleQuest takes you on a journey through all kinds of whether it's hardcore or Luchaville and all that kind of stuff. So it's the chase, it's the journey, and through that chase and journey, going back to it ties into your emotions.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, with WrestleQuest, there's so much storytelling available with wrestling, not just in the ring, but also sort of like behind the scenes, and we try to capture all of that with the quest to be the best, but also we showcase guys kind of stuck at the mid card, or maybe there's someone above them holding them down in some way, and how they kind of navigate that, and also some of the dark side of the ring type things, like being away from your family for so often, for 360 days a year, and sort of the physical toll that wrestling takes on you. Again, we wanted to explore all of that and offer all of that up in the game because, again, this is the sport we all love, and we wanted to showcase all of it. So along with, again, another shared thing between gaming and wrestling is action and adrenaline. Pat, you had a thought about, being a video game historian, about the pause button in games.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the best things about watching pro wrestling is when you're watching it, well, now with DVR it's a little bit different, but when you're watching something live, you can't pause it. It's just like you've got to be invested the entire time. And in video games, that was a big thing for an extremely long time. The pause button wasn't invented until the early 80s because video game developers were like, well, we're trying to create an experience, and if we can let the gamer control everything by pausing the game, that's going to take away some of the adrenaline. The jury is out if they were actually correct or not, but they're absolutely correct in the fact that, like, when you can't pause a game, you become completely invested. Jake and Jeff couldn't pause in the middle of a match. They were completely invested during the match.
I think I could. I could have went and smoked a cigarette or something. I don't know, drink a beer.
That's great. But there's definitely that sense of adrenaline and immersion when you're watching pro wrestling. When you're playing a game, you become one with the characters. You root for them. You're totally invested. And I think that's a big thing that makes WrestleQuest so much fun. The time and energy under the hood with everyone that's involved. There's so many great stories and so many, at its core, huge wrestling fans making this game.
Another major thing shared between the two is the idea of spectacle. With video games, there's all kind of over-the-top moments and special attacks and, things you want to see. And then with wrestling, it's the same. Everything from the walk-on, the entrances down the ramp, and the promos, and these larger-than-life characters. It's definitely, this kind of like visual feast.
Absolutely.
Guitars and snakes.
That's it. That's it.
Let's bring some money in here.
We want to touch on briefly some instances of wrestling's influence into other games that maybe don't have a wrestling focus. You can see here we have a classic example of from an RPG of Sabin from Final Fantasy VI suplexing a train. We also have the Pokemon Machamp, Pokemon with a World Championship belt on. There's Kirby doing a suplex, probably right after he ate Brock Lesnar. And then there's also a ROM hack with Hulk Hogan replacing some of the characters. So, again, this shared foundation between wrestling and video games doesn't just apply to just wrestling video games. It applies to all manner.
Zach, I'll jump in on that just a little bit about, through the years and, going back before we'll say wrestling was mainstream, I always heard the term there's a little wrestling in everything in pop culture. And you can go back to the earliest of manias, Jake, Alice Cooper, Muhammad Ali, Liberace. You look modern day today, you see guys in the NFL maybe do a strut or it's in their touchdown dance. You see Bad Bunny, the hottest hip hop artist in the world. He wrestled. Pat McAfee. I mean, we could, Mike Tyson was on AEW. They just had, you name it, Johnny Knoxville at Mania. So wrestling has always touched. I don't want to get political here, but if you don't think that, I'll say this diplomatically, if you don't think Biden and Trump get in their wrestling promos when it's time, some are good or some are bad, and so I'm going to let you decide who that may be. But wrestling does permeate because we are such theater, and truly it's a little bit over the top. The whole world is over the top. Just look at social media for 5 minutes. That is something that at our very core, that wrestling was built out of fairs and festivals and going back way before TV was around, but it attracted people. They would walk by and just want to say, wow, that may be a train wreck over there, but I got to go watch it. We really haven't changed to that because that human emotion going back, I know it sounds like a broken record, but that's what we're about. And that's how video games, you get emotionally attached through the journey, and it's a real recipe for success.
It's simply bigger than life,
Absolutely.
It's 10 times bigger than life. They ask you about a wrestling character, and you say, well, basically it's you, but it's magnified 10 times, And some of us is pretty scary.
I was going to say that could be a good thing or a bad thing.
Sure
in my case, it's been a bad thing.
I live for that son of a bitch every day.
There you go.
Speaking of,
Yes, sir.
Speaking of wrestling characters, we want to talk about Suicide briefly, a video game character. He's actually the first wrestler that was created through a video game. And Jeff, I believe you're his kayfabe father, correct?
Well, let's not get into DNA testing, but no. And Mr. Hickey and me have had multiple conversations offline about this. But, at Midway, when we came out with the TNA game in the mid-2000s and in the creative process, they came up with a character called Suicide. And I'll never forget sitting around the table and having the conversation about Suicide. And it was sort of some give and take. And I tabled, hey, would it be possible if we took that character out of the game and made him a real life high-flying performer? And there was just kind of some magic made in the room, and that character in the 2000s was integrated into the storylines. And to this day, there's been multiple people who've been under the mask, but the Suicide character created specifically for a video game, was launched inside the ring, and to this day, he's a performer.
Yeah, many wrestlers have worn the mask, yeah. So we're going to jump now into some of the categories of wrestling games. We're going to go basically by platform, more or less, working from oldest to do, and we've named a champion to each. We spent a lot of time talking to friends and teammates, and on Facebook groups and in Reddit posts about which one should be the best in each. So there's a lot of discussions, and I'm sure there's going to be some hurt feelings out there for some of you seeing these. So if anyone has any disputes, just contact Pat and he will wrestle you to decide who the true champion is. Starting off with the arcade, Pat, anything to say about WrestleFest?
WrestleFest is one of those first games that just gets so much right, from the character models to the finishing moves to the sound to the multiplayer aspect. I mean, this is not the first licensed wrestling game, but it's probably the best first licensed game.
Moving on to the early PC era. Some of these, being early PC games, may be a bit more challenging to enjoy, but we got to make some call-outs here. One of which is Sergeant Slaughter's Mat Wars is something of a hidden gem. It's one of the first wrestling tycoon games. So again, wrestling games aren't just wrestling simulation games. You know, they're all genres. Pat, anything to say about Micro League, Pat?
Oh, so Micro League is one of those games that is essentially flat text, flat pictures and text. It's a wrestling game that's not necessarily a wrestling game, but it was the first ever WWF game. And it's on PC. A lot of people played it back in the day, but it's a wrestling game that's not really a wrestling game. It's more of a strategy game. So it's interesting. It's an interesting throwback title.
Entering the 8-bit era, hands down, pro wrestling is the winner here. Again, this is the NES era, so I think for many of us, this might be our first kind of touch with wrestling.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. This was the game, though, that not only set the standard for every game that followed, but it also influenced countless other wrestling games like Fire Pro Wrestling. So if you love wrestling games and you haven't played pro wrestling, you don't really love wrestling games that much.
On the handheld, we said Big Bang.
Super easy to play. Was just re-released on the Nintendo Switch. Great graphics for a handheld game. Super fun. Still enjoyable to this day.
I'm gonna mention some 8-bit imports. You mentioned Fire Pro. For maybe people out there that aren't aware of Fire Pro, you want to touch on that briefly?
Sure. Fire Pro, I like to tell people all the time, Fire Pro is like the manliest wrestling game ever. It is super impossible. It is the Dark Souls of professional wrestling games, meaning you are going to lose 9 out of 10 matches. It gets frustrating, but once you start to get your timing down, it's unbelievably fun, and it has a rich creative mode. It's one of the best wrestling series of all time.
Moving on to the 16-bit era, this is where a lot of my childhood went, with a Sega controller in my hands. Here we have WrestleMania, the arcade game, for the Genesis, no less.
The guys from Midway and Acclaim really knocked this one out of the park. This is more of a fighting game in the vein of like Mortal Kombat, but it's a ton of fun. And that goes back to what Zach was saying before, that many wrestling games have that shared DNA with video games where they become something different. So it's a fighting game that's actually based on a wrestling license. Pretty interesting stuff. Ton of fun.
PS1 era, we said WCW versus NWO. I know that's a big fan favorite.
If you love wrestling games... Yeah, absolutely. If you love wrestling games, this is where it all started. This is the first North American and Japanese game to use the Aki engine, which fueled the entire Nintendo 64 platform. Classic game. Still plays beautifully to this day.
We're running out of time, so I'm gonna breeze through some of these. Nintendo 64, we said WrestleMania 2000. It's probably not a big surprise. It has great 4-player, which is one of the things the N64 did the best. 5th generation imports, we said VPW2. On the Xbox, WWF Raw, which is hotly contested because there's several glitches with it. PlayStation 2 era, we said Here Comes the Pain. 7th generation champion, we said TNA Impact. Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were almost impossible to beat in this game. Was that by design? Did you have a hand in that?
Of course I did. Are you kidding me? No, I did hear that back.
First team.
The modern era, we left it scheduled for one fall because there's a lot happening right now. WWE 2K22 is out and it's pretty good, and there's the AEW games coming out, so there's a lot still happening in this space right now. So it's championship titles up for grabs.
Exciting time to be in the wrestling industry as well as the gaming industry, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And then in the indies, we have Retromania. Mike Herman and Retromania Wrestling. It's a massive passion project that he's put a lot of time, and it's definitely worth checking out. But that about does it for the panel, for the roundtable. If anyone has any final thoughts.
It was really interesting. I just want to say in closing, man, Jeff, good to see you again. And sobriety is the new high. Try it, guys. It works. Thanks for having me.
All right.
Thanks for being here, Mr. Roberts. It's been great.
Thanks, Zach. Hickey, you going to take us out with a little Muchacho Man, little Road Warriors? What do you got for us on the way out?
I could do some Road Warriors if you want. Is that okay?
What a rush.
Yeah.
Oh, what a rush.
Freak out.
Ooh, yeah. Freak out.
And that was the WrestleQuest History in Wrestling segment. Really interesting stuff that they touched on there. I loved the Shakespeare comparison. I thought that was such an interesting one to bring in, this idea of just the idea of moving through space and the sport. I'm also just a really big fan of sports sims in general, and I like their nods to sort of what differentiates wrestling from other sports simulators. I think the pop culture stuff is really cool too. The idea of, hey, wrestling in video games goes far beyond just wrestling games. There's also the different incorporations, like the Pokemon shout out I really appreciated. So yeah, I just thought it was cool thinking of the ways that these different genres can kind of seep into each other. And I think that really helps tie in with what WrestleQuest is, right? Because it is sort of that merging of genres and tastes and styles. So again, WrestleQuest coming from Mega Cat Studios, which that's also a studio that I got to talk to at an expo a long time ago when I first started my career. So it's so cool to be seeing what Mega Cat is up to again. Just him hearing about the storytelling, the emotional connection with wrestling. But what about you? You mentioned you're a really big wrestling fan. What did this panel do for you?
I mean, it's so cool to see Jeff Jarrett. I mean, the dude's won over 80 titles in his career. And then on the other side of it, Jake the Snake Roberts, who is probably the greatest wrestler. At least he used to be the greatest wrestler that never won a belt. He invented the DDT. So it's just cool to see these guys after so many years, watching them grow up and then seeing kind of how much wrestling has evolved. And I mean, since I was a kid, it was WrestleMania. You heard them talking about WrestleFest. I was a huge fan of WWF No Mercy and WCW versus NWO World Tour. That was how me and my friends settled debates. We're all right, let's try Wukwa versus Nuo. We used to call it that because we thought we were funny. Now that I'm in my 30s, I realize how unfunny it really is. But yeah, I think the kind of the marriage of those two worlds of wrestling and RPG is really awesome. You think about all the different moves you could have, specials, what clothing could do for your abilities, cool boots, cool masks, whatever shirt you're wearing, and plus whatever stats. I just think it's going to be a really great marriage between those two things. So, guys, if you want to catch up on all of our stuff, WrestleQuest, if you want to be involved in all these things, there's a great way to do it. You can wishlist WrestleQuest at WrestleQuest.com, Skybound Games, and Mega Cat Studios. It'll be out on PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, Steam. It's going to be everywhere. But how? How do you find out about cool new games and comics all year round? And not just here at the Expos, which is probably the best way to do it. You become a Skybound Insider. That's how. Sign up for our Insiders list on Skybound.com for all of those notifications about new launches, exclusive content, merch drops, deals, and instant access to over 20 comics right away. www.skybound.com/join is the best way to do it. So that's it for those guys at WrestleQuest. Once again, thank you so much to Mark, Pat, Jake, and Jeff. Now we're going to be moving over to someone that Skybound is a little bit more familiar with or a little bit more intimate with, and someone that you've been a big fan of for a very long time, Attack Peter.
Yeah, Attack Peter segment's coming up next. It's going to be really exciting. I think for me, I really love linoleum and print art in general. It's something that I got to do a bunch when I was in high school, just doing art class and just doing mixed medium stuff. And I just think it's such a cool form. And for him to have been doing this for so long and the whole kaiju stuff, it's funny because just the other day in my apartment, my partner had some friends over and they did a monster movie marathon and kind of, so I feel I'm very ready and in that vein and excited to, check that all out. Before we get to that, I do want to toss out to today through Monday, May 23rd, select Skybound books are 50% off. Wow. So don't miss out on this one. We've got books for everyone in the best sale that we've done. So stock up on gifts and pick up a few titles for yourself while you're at it. Again, be sure to check the screen, get your phone out. your camera app can go ahead and do this. That QR code is there right in the center. You don't want to miss out on these deals. But I know you are also a fan of Attack Peter. You checked out some stuff kind of prepping for getting into this. What are you most excited to see from him today?
Well, I'm excited, first of all, to see how long his prints are going to last. They always seem to sell out while the show is going on. I was watching him on Sideshow Collectibles show on YouTube, and it was basically the same thing. They're like, this print is really awesome. They already sold out, but, and I assume it'll probably be the exact same with what's going on with Peter today. You talked about the cutting of the linoleum to make his prints. I just find it fascinating, excuse me, people always are like, oh, how do you go and host things? How do you talk for a long time? And I look at artists and I'm like, well, this is actually incredible to me. This is something that I could never do. So when you talk about even just making the beautiful art that he does, but then the way that you do it, you pretty much, it's like drawing in a mirror, right? And whether it's the characters that you're looking at, like the kaiju, he was talking a lot about how he loves Hellboy, but even just the writing, right? He has Japanese characters on some of his artwork, and thinking of doing that all backwards, it kind of blows my mind. So to be able to see him talk about it and work through it a little bit, I'm just really excited about, because once again, I am not an artist at all, and when you get to watch a great artist like Peter, it's just cool.
I think something that's really cool too is that we're privy to sort of having this combination of art being stacked on top of other art, right? Because it's what, we do with live stuff, and the idea of going there, doing it live, kind of walking us through the process. It's just really cool to get kind of that behind the scenes insight into what it's like to go ahead and make this. And, he's been doing this for a number of years. So there's just such a wealth of experience and I think naturalness to that process. I actually was talking to him earlier about the showcase and how excited I am to see what he has going on and how he's excited for our involvement. And I think that's really what today's about, hyping up the different creators associated with Skybound and sort of really using all of our combined skills to show what we have to offer to all of y'all watching at home.
Yeah, and we'll be talking more about the email list that you can join to be caught up on all the things that Peter's doing. And of course, he's going to be dropping a Kickstarter, which I'll tell you the URL now. Maybe you can get ahead of everyone else, skybound.com/attack-peter-kickstarter. Once again, we'll be plugging this in just a little bit, and I'm sure he'll be talking about it. But just a kind of a great way to get ahead of it, because again, everything that he does seems to go right away.
We're really at a disadvantage for that reason,
I know, right?
We're here,
do we get
phones to the
place
side.
our
We're going to be out here slacking while everyone watching at home, y'all are already in the chat, we're there, we're reading your comments, we're checking out. You can just tab over and be ready to go, whether it's prints, whether it's, checking out the Skybound stuff with all the different gear that's dropping associated with the different panels, whether it's seeing, okay, what does Attack Peter have in store? What is this new project? Right. You're just there at the ready. So it's a really great time to be watching along live, hanging out, and checking out all the stuff that you want and getting it immediately, because we all know that feeling of wanting a product, wanting to be a part of something. Ooh, should I wait? You wait, now you're on a wait list, you're trying to get back in on it. So don't let that be you. If you're excited about something and you have the means, definitely get in on it now. It's a great time to do it, besides the sales of having these exclusive drops from stuff like what Attack Peter has going on.
Yeah, so it's going to be Peter Santamaria, and Gabby Cruz leading this next panel, talking to you about all things coming your way about Attack Peter. Some of your favorite art will be on there, and I'm hoping that maybe we could get some collectibles of our own down the line, and just like I'm sure you guys are hoping as well. And when you talk about these creators at Skybound and all the amazing things that they're doing, this is definitely going to be one of my favorite segments of the day. I think that I recently saw his Spider-Man cut, which was really, really beautiful, and I never know what he's going to do next, and I'm sure that you guys are hanging on bated breath to find out what that is as well. So once again, Peter Santamaria, Attack Peter, and Gabby Cruz coming your way for this next panel, talking all things about this incredible artist. We'll see you guys on the other side in just a little bit.
It's wild that's just live from Miami too, just doing
I
it
know,
there.
right?
Can you imagine, we're already live here and we have all this additional help, but him having to do that, and used to it, has done it a million times, but I feel each time it has that excitement, that newness, that freshness. Again, there's nothing like live, so I'm really excited to see what he has in store for us.
Here we go. Attack Peter coming your way right now.
don't know who this guy is. What are you doing here, dude? This is supposed to be Tech Peter Expo. Games and things. What are you doing, my guy?
Hold on a second, Abby. It's Peter.
Oh, thank
You
God
can't
you're
see
here.
me. I'm cloaked.
Oh, smart.
Okay. I speak this guy's language. Give me a second, okay?
All right. Take your time. He doesn't look like he's going anywhere.
How's it going, man? Yeah.
Oh, he's like blinking in and out. Really cool effect there.
Oh, look.
Maybe
alien
stop moving
technology.
so much, alien guy.
Alien technology, you know, they phase. He's not even really here physically. It's like a projection holographically.
Oh, is that what's happening?
He's trying to tell us right now that, look, we on Earth supposedly have very sensitive information that's fallen into our hands.
Gotcha.
He's concerned
Uh-huh.
that he needs it back. He's a doctor, as you can see. Yeah. He's a very special holographic doctor. Okay? He can be many places at once. You never have to wait in the waiting room for him. He sees everybody at the same time. It's fantastic. Yeah. So he wants these sensitive bits of information back. He says it's anatomy chart for an alien race. It's very important. And I got to tell you, I'd be inclined to believe him, except on my way into the studio today, I found this guy. Oh my God, he's like screaming.
You didn't think about that?
This guy. Oh, take the background. Take the background. Wait, okay, here we go. I found this guy. He's also facing. Why did I think about this?
There we go.
We're inside the studio now. Before we were outside.
Oh, yeah.
That's why. Okay. Yeah. I'm crying.
I think the alien's really concerned about what's happening with this little baby alien. Stay back, guys.
Buddy.
Stay back.
Okay. All right. Hold on. I don't trust you. This guy's tinkering in the back. I want to know what you're here for. Okay. Or I'm gonna blow your little son's head off. Okay. I'm gonna
He's scared.
project.
This is getting
Okay.
sad.
Okay. All right. So. No! Oh!
Oh no!
Oh my God! Jeez. Punch sound effect, quick!
Oh, there.
Punch sound effect.
I am. I'm trying. It's not very loud. Maybe use your gun some more so we can hear that sound. Oh, gross.
The crap out of him.
I don't like that at all.
A second.
This is a terrible segment.
I need to. Get
This is
more
very
information.
sad.
We need some more information. Look, you probably had nothing to do with this. You're a child, okay? But today you pay for sins to the Father.
Oh! There we go. They already did it. Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, no. They lost you. Aw. It's just me now. We lost Pete completely. Oh no, there he goes. There he is.
It was too much. Too much violence for Skybound Xpo.
We broke Expo.
Listen, it gets real up
It's
here in
just
Miami,
my show
okay?
now.
There's a reason they call this I don't know, what do they call it out here?
Live?
Yeah, there's a reason this is I don't know what's going on. Guys, welcome to Skybound Xpo Games. This is me, your buddy Peter Santa Maria, aka Attack Peter, with my beautiful wife Gabby. Still, apparently, we're in the echo zone of reality, but I'm happy because we have so much going on. As you heard the doctor say, the alien doctor say, we've got sensitive. Oh, can't see me?
I don't know why they can't see
I'm
you.
here.
I'm sorry.
What? Okay, hold on.
Guys, this is what doing things live is like. It's just, honestly, if you've watched
My
our show
camera's
for
on. I
any
see the
amount
feed
of
on
time.
Skype. Call me back. Call him back on Skype, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I'll keep talking and run the show from now on, I guess. Welcome to Skybound Expo.
Am I back?
I think you're back. There
Hey!
he is! Yay! Wait, where's my applause?
Did anybody?
Yay!
It's them! It's them!
Peter overloaded Ghai and Skybound Expo with his shitty alien skit. I tried to warn you.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, look, I don't know if you heard. Did they hear anything I said, Courtney, before? So I go through the rigmarole again. Either way, big day today, big print drop, big release, sick merch. We don't do a lot of merch, but when we do, I make sure Jeffrey's kiss. And
I'm taking off my headphones.
I want you guys to be privy to. If there's any way to echo, it'd be so good.
That's why I took off my headphones.
I'm taking my headphones
I don't
off.
need them anymore. That's fine.
Yeah. So either way, let's get into it. Let's get right into it. First off, okay, if you don't normally join us on YouTube, you should. And together a little clip to show you some of the shenanigans and hijinks we get into. If you could run the tape of that clip, you should be subscribed to Attack Peter on YouTube. There's a good reason why.
Any second now.
Live. I'm pre-taping this from now on.
Segment of some sort that we're supposed to show. I have no clue.
Hey,
Courtney, please help. Your audio is completely.
What a shit.
It's a complete shit show. Do you want to sit over here?
Okay, can you run tell them to run the YouTube tape?
Can you run the YouTube tape? I think. My God, this is great, guys. This is the best segment we've ever done. Just play with alien slime for a little longer until they can figure it out on their end. There you go. This is the type of primetime viewing that everybody was trying to see today. Oh my God.
Oh, we had a clip of our YouTube special greatest hits. I guess we don't have it.
I guess we don't have it. Never mind. Peter's gonna keep talking.
Just go to Attack Peter on YouTube. I guess if you don't have to show you, and subscribe to us. We do worse than this on our own channel.
Oh my God. Better. Actually, it's a little bit better than this.
Okay. I'm assuming they can hear me now. But until they tell us otherwise, I'm going to just keep talking. Let's show some merch then right off the bat. If you haven't followed us on YouTube, normally I'll do some live art on the channel. We carve and print things from scratch. This is one of the pieces we did recently. It was a gorilla head. I think it's going to focus. Nothing will work today. Anyway, so we carved it, we printed it. It was a super limited edition print that we made available to those watching the stream. And now we have put it together as a great print merch drop. So check out these shirts that we're putting out today. Super excited for these, the gorilla head shirts. Look at that. So if you're like me, you don't get enough Not King Kong merch in your life. That's what we call this print, by the way, the Not King Kong print. Please don't sue. But we're dropping this shirt today. Super stoked on it. Cannot wait to get mine. It's got the gorilla head giant on the back. Front over the heart, you got the banana that says Attack Peter on it. By the way, that was a stream suggestion, one of you guys on the live stream. So I'm super stoked that we were able to put that together. They're saying it's choppy, so hopefully you guys can hear what I'm saying. But other than that, let's move ahead. Those shirts are available today. Again, a result of the awesome live stream that we do on our YouTube channel.
Those shirts are awesome. I can't wait to get one.
Yes, I want one. We should get one of each, black and white. I think.
Why not?
Yeah, let's get it. Okay. And again, before we get into the big stuff, a quick reminder: a lot of people out there, they love Takuro. This is a Takuro related stream. There's a pin set that we put out recently that's super exciting. I love it. I gave a few of these out when we were in San Francisco for the Spoke Art Gallery show. It was a really fun exhibition. See a lot of you, meet you for the first time. So check out the pin set because we are so excited to make it available. I know a lot of you for the first time. We're also got the pin set up in the store. I think you guys have an image of that show.
I love these pins so much.
Yeah, these came out great. They're super high quality. They're like enamel. We did it as a collaboration with yesterday's. I'm not sure if you got it. There it is.
Nice.
Awesome. Yeah, so it's got Baby Takuro on it. Got Akukame's head, the demon turtle. Oh, a little further away. Tell me if that's better. Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. And those are now in shop. You can grab a set. All four of them come as a set. All right. That is the reason we're here. Okay. The reason we're here is a brand new print release to celebrate momentous. If you are hanging out with us on our YouTube streams, if you follow me on social media, you know we are planning a big Kickstarter in July. So that Kickstarter is going to launch the world of Takuro as a narrative So we're going to release a book, cementing and giving you an introduction to Takuro's home planet. And so today on the Kickstarter, not on the Kickstarter, today online, you can enter your email address for free, no charge, and be the first to be notified when the Kickstarter releases and all the details that go with that. So make sure, I'm sure the link will be in the chat at some point, but you can put your name in there, email in there, and be the first to find out. And you might scoff at, okay, an email notification. Listen very carefully. I get so many emails, so many messages that people didn't know what time something dropped. So I would strongly recommend that you put in there to get notified. I'll be talking all about it on my social media, just in case you don't want to miss it. This is the official first launch of Kickstarter campaign. So put your emails in there. The first to know. I'm so excited about this.
I'm so excited about this.
It's gonna be awesome.
I know we've been planning this for a while.
It's been like years of preparation. We're writing everything now. I'm creating so much artwork for the book that you haven't seen yet. I share a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff I'm holding back, so I really want to make sure you don't miss out on that. Now, one thing that's unusual about us releasing, right? Like if we were a comic book series, this wouldn't be possible. But us releasing a book with you guys, our community, a lot of the artwork I make, we've been releasing as prints along the way. In fact, some of it has been created with you guys on the live stream. Today, we're releasing, in my opinion, the best Takuro print yet. Okay? And it's a new iconic print. Those of you who always reach out to me and say, hey, I finished the first Takuro print. I wish I could get that one. Are you ever going to release any more? We release a few here and there, but that first edition is gone. The black and white edition is gone. We're never releasing it again. Today is new number one, in my opinion. The reason our stream was co-opted and chaotic attacked by foreign invaders from another planet, right? The Takuro print, the Takuro anatomy chart, the plans, bigger than the Death Star, okay?
Way bigger.
We're releasing that today. We have a cool video put together by our good friend Mike Aronson at Skybound. If we can throw to that video now, please.
Hopefully.
Yes. Okay, we switched. Apparently, my audio's good. Your audio's not from that mic.
Sorry?
Apparently, your audio should not be good, and mine should be echoing. We're about to find out. Okay, so let us know, Courtney or the chat or someone, let us know, and I'll do more talking from this side, and I'll just direct Gabby to show all the goods. So you saw it. There's the print. So excited about it. The Taco Anatomy print is live now in the shop. And yes, show off the print, my love. Oh. So each one of these is carved out of a piece of linoleum. As I normally do, I roll the ink on the carving and print them onto the paper one at a time. So if you grab one of these, you're getting a handmade item. And I think we have some awesome detail shots. There we go. We're going to throw to those. You did great. So yes, the new print, the Anatomy of Takuro. So for the first time ever, you see what makes the guy tick. We got a triple heart, a venom duct in his tentacles. You saw that. You know, you got the bone structure. You got close up on all the guts and what he's eating. This is, in my opinion, look at that woven muscle tissue. So it's like super strong toughness there. This is the type of thing that I think will be in demand for a long time going forward. Anybody who's a fan of what we're doing, if you're a fan of Takuro, this is going to be that new number one that people are really, really stoked on. So grab the print today. It's going to be in the book. So, you know, that's my way of telling you, like, you're getting a piece of artwork that's going to be published mainstream all over. You're going to have an original handmade piece of art from the book. So grab it while you can. It's a super limited edition. They're up in the shop right now. I'm so stoked on it, and I'm so happy that we're able to bring it to you today. Now, yeah, I
think you've ever made.
Once in a while, you make one, you're like, oh, dang, this is a really good one, and I'll give you a piece of behind-the-scenes info. This is also the design that was used to influence. Oh my God, the echo's killing me. This is also the design that was the influence for the Takuro figure that we're working on behind the scenes. So all this excitement, prints, the book, the pin set, the story of Takuro and his home planet, because there's a big story with lots of characters going on. All of that is going to be part of this Kickstarter campaign launching in July. So make sure that you get your email in that Kickstarter email sign-up page. Make sure you're following along with us. We kind of say that the slogan or the motto around here is garbage truck on fire. I think we proved it today with the technical difficulties. Yeah, I saw already a comment in the chat like, okay, now it's an Attack Peter stream.
If it had gone without like a hitch, it wouldn't have been worth it.
This is what we get. This is what we get for thinking that we're finally feeling ourselves, knowing what we're doing. Yeah. But yeah, super excited about it. And I hope you guys dig that stuff. I don't know how much time we have left. Are we good? Yeah. Oh, I finally don't hear echo. Oh, you don't have echo. Oh, okay. They fixed it. Start the whole stream over again.
Well, better. No, it's back. Never mind.
We spoke too soon. All right. So, So I have the linoleum there under the print, my love. If you would show that. So this is what I mean when I say we carve the linoleum. Well, I carved the linoleum from scratch. It's like a giant stamp. So for those of you who've never seen what I do, the work that I do before, we carve this image up. I keep saying we, like there's like 20 alien voices in my head. We carved this Takuro carving out of linoleum. I roll ink on it, and each one of them is printed by hand. They'll be signed, numbered, limited edition, and they'll be arriving real soon because I'll be printing them starting Monday. So big exciting news there. I hope you guys really dig it. Let us know in the chat. Can you see the chat there on the iPad? Is everybody just crying and covering their ears? I saw so many good emojis. People were so hyped.
Up.
Oh, who's got?
Got a lot of +1s in the chat.
Oh, nice. No, let's shout them out.
Yeah. Jason, thank you. Todd, one of the real ones. Chewy B, Rich Blutchers, Cameron Schuster, hello, another real one. Adam and Raph, of course.
Those are a lot of familiar names.
Raph got 3 of them.
Oh, 1, 2, 1 to exhibit, 1 to show, right? Oh, that's the same thing. 1 to keep sealed, and 1 to trade. Let's give a round of applause for the alien that helped us today. Bring him on the screen here. Yeah, bring him on. Yeah, come on in. Don't be shy. Yeah, exactly. We rushed through to make sure. There you go. Come on. Hey, thank you so much. Do you have anything to say? Let me see. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he was just really happy to be here, and he's hoping that he gets some merch on the way out. By the way, big
plate of his blood.
Yeah, it's like a petri dish of alien slime here.
Gross.
By the way, huge thanks to our host today. So Janet, Andrew, for hosting us. You guys are killing it over there. Thank you so much for all the love. I think we're about out of time. I think, Courtney. Oh, we have more stuff. I forgot. That's why I forgot. Oh, by the way, okay, this is big. I forgot about that. So those of you who message me all the time, like, hey, I love your artwork. Okay, love your artwork. We don't have wall space to hang it, especially those big prints, because this print's 20 by 30. You know what I mean? It's a large scale linoleum block print. You got to get it framed. It's big. They're like, can you please make some more shirts with some artwork? So this shirt that we're releasing simultaneously with the print is colored by our good friend Eric Denman here at Skybound. Killed it as a tribute to the kaiju anatomy designs that you'll see online if you look them up. In fact, the whole design is a tribute to that. You know, Takuro for me is a tribute to all the historic kaiju. Even his name, Takuro, it's like octopus, R-O. Gamera, it's turtle, Kame, R-A, Gamera. Godzilla, Gojira is like an animal, whale, R-A. So he's a tribute to my favorite giant monsters. And when I made this print, when I designed it, I really wanted it to be something that is a tribute to that lineage. So if you go online, and you should, because they're super fun, there's this old kaiju art book that you can it's impossible to get even if you try. I'm here twice now. If you it's impossible to find. It's like a super limited art book that I don't even know if it was licensed, but it's got all the classic kaiju cross sections to show all their anatomy in it. That's the influence for this book. But the t-shirt is colored specifically to look like those charts, that big bold red and all the Japanese text on it. It's got Takero's name in Japanese over the heart. So I'm super excited about that. So a lot of stuff. Let's recap. Beer, you still there?
Dumpster fire of a stream. We have released a lot of things.
Yes, exactly.
Very quickly.
Quickly, because I thought we were falling apart. You should just come back over here and we'll share the same microphone. Or no, stay there.
That's fine.
But yeah, so look, let's recap. Pin set.
I'm saying one.
One. Pin set. I got traumatized from like when I was a kid and my mom would hold up her finger like one. You gotta be quiet. Two.
One, shut up.
Okay. The pin set. The pin set we released recently, but a lot of people didn't know about it, so we're putting it back up in the shop. The gorilla head shirt. Okay, that is a design that we carved live on the stream. You could actually go back on the YouTube channel and watch the whole thing come to life from scratch. Smoother. Yes. You know what it was? The alien technology, the phasing, the holograms. It's throwing everything off.
It's all the alien technology floating around here today that's ruining things.
And there's so much. We have blood samples. Okay. The Takaro anatomy chart print. This is a handmade item. It's limited. I think we only made 50 available today. And those, when they're gone, they're gone. And they are a way to celebrate the announcement of the Kickstarter. You guys with us today, you guys who follow us online, you guys who are always on our streams, I wanted to make sure that the most iconic Takaro pose in the book is available to you first. I have a feeling, Say it again, Courtney. How many minutes? Let's break the fourth wall a little bit here. I think she said 7 minutes. Anyway, the point is, once this Kickstarter comes out, if it's not successful, Robert Kirkman himself is going to fire me. But if oh my God, he's like grabbing one of those like tension balls like this. Santa Maria. Oh, attack. I think it's 50. I'm pretty sure it's 50 for today. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's 50. But either way, I wanted to make sure, because after the Kickstarter comes out, things can, knock on wood, things can blow up on Kickstarter. We get a lot of new eyes on what we're doing. So suddenly your favorite kaiju Takaro is everybody's favorite kaiju, hopefully. I want you guys to have first dibs on the print, the shirt. The shirt's a celebration. By the way, I know some of you guys are going back out there to the convention circuit, whether you're exhibiting or attending, whatever you're doing, you're going to family events. It's, Father's Day. Wear the Takaro shirt. Let them know, okay? When your dad's like, hey, thank you for celebrating me today on Father's Day, it's like, Dad, shut up. I'm here for one reason alone, to tell you about the upcoming Attack Peter Kickstarter for the Takaro field guide. And he's like, son, what are you even talking about? I'm not aware of what you follow online or your fandom's. Like, Dad, you're showing your age. I need you to dial it down and listen to what your son has to say, okay? There's a reason I skip Mother's Day. You guys don't listen to me. Is this a good pitch?
No, it's a terrible pitch. This is how you make people around you cooler, by bringing them into the fold.
That's what That's what I was trying to say.
Thank God rebrand that message real quick.
Thank God for Gabby. Yeah, Gabby's in marketing now, so she knows better than I do. Okay, so, more inclusive. Hey, Dad, I got you this bottle of wine and shoe polish. That's what you get your dads, right? What? Shoe polish and wine?
Maybe if it was 1950.
Okay. 1950s dad. Here's a fishing pole. And with this fishing pole, there's a little note attached. Please open it. And it says, Dad, don't talk to me the rest of the day unless you want to talk about Takaro Kickstarter. Boom. There it is.
These shirts and pins and prints, they make amazing gifts. Seriously. We're not just saying that because obviously it's something that we that we put out there. But, we have, obviously we're very close to our fans and our community and our friends, and they always say, man, it's such a great gift. It looks great when it's framed up. The pins are really cool as like, even if you're getting, I don't know if you're as insane as me, getting a head start in your Christmas shopping, those pins make an amazing, like, little throw gift or a stocking stuffer for later. Like, they're so unique. They're so well made that it's worth picking them up if there's somebody that you can think of that would enjoy original art, that is a supporter of Peter. They're great price, and I think that they're awesome gifts. Biased opinion.
Yeah. No, it's true. And the other cool thing is, obviously, if you wear these shirts at a convention, people are going to recognize you. People are going to go, oh, hey. It's oh, crap. I'm getting some green screen. I don't know what that means, Courtney. But anyway, oh my God, now I'm super echo. Let me see. How about this? Now you hear no echo. I don't know, man. I just hope you can hear me today. But anyway, I think we're wrapping it up pretty soon. Guys, attack Peter on Instagram, on Facebook, on social media. I'm worried that I fixed it and we could have fixed it the whole time and we didn't know how. Courtney's about to tell me what I did wrong. But yeah. But yeah, make sure you're following. Make sure you get your email in that site and grab the print. Let us know what you thought. Let us know if you grabbed one and share it online. A lot of people were sharing their Attack Peter prints on Instagram today. So I think that's a great idea. I don't know. Because I see all the...
By the way, is it strange that I keep playing with the weird alien stuff?
All right.
This alien slime is extremely good.
I think we're good. Courtney, I think we're just about out of time. Am I right? Let's wrap this up. Okay, let's wrap it up. Get us out of here. Go to Big Clutch. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Love you very much. I think we're still...
And this is Attack Peter or also... Just kidding, guys. That was awesome. We understand what it's like doing those remote broadcasts. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. You guys did an awesome job. That was Attack Peter and his wonderful wife, Gabby, who, happy birthday to you, Gabby. I heard it was just earlier this week. There's always so much going on in the Peterverse, or I guess maybe now we call it the Tacoverse, after releasing that incredible new print. So what do you guys need to know is that you need to make sure you get on that email list like Peter was talking about so that you can get involved in that Kickstarter when it launches in July. So how do you do that? Once again, the URL is skybound.com/attack-peter-kickstarter. And then, like you said, you'll get on that email list, and then you'll get all the information coming your way when that Kickstarter launches in July. You can yell at your dad about it like he was saying. And also, you can check out the super cool merch that we have here in studio and the new print that he just announced. Half of them have already sold. Since what we just saw to where we are right now, half of them are already gone, so you guys can see that's what all those +1s in the chat were about. So his stuff doesn't stay long. You don't want to miss out. Janet, that was probably the most fun I've had watching a broadcast in a very long time.
Yeah, it was a lot.com, I feel like. And these are the pins also if you're watching at home. They're absolutely stunning quality.
Yeah.
They're just... It's rare to, I think, see a pin of like this kind of style too. I think it does a really great job of capturing like the essence of those linoleum prints. But yeah, what a ride it was. I mean, I honestly had to take some notes on this because it was one thing after another. We had the alien stuff, the interference stuff, the really like decked out basement. I saw Spider-Man representing in there. Like, I love seeing too, I think, a little bit of a window into the fandom that both of them have, and kind of just thinking about the ways that like may or may not influence sort of the work and the passion there. Obviously, Gabby was a great support and sport with the assist of the random straight to cams. Like, we've all been there. And I love just seeing a little bit of the process. I think one thing that really impressed me from what we saw in terms of like the prints themselves is, again, like having done on a very basic level, like some linoleum print work, the fact that you have to carve out all of that to create that white space, you really have to carve all that out by hand. So like when I was looking close up at the print and just seeing how there's very, very small but intentional like black detailing on the edges of like the creature, I'm like, man, that was such a painstaking thing to like have to do by hand. And I really like the sort of like almost boutique angle of it, with it all being like hand done, with them being numbered, with them being signed. I mean, I feel like that adds just so much value and also excitement to being part of that fandom, being someone to get to own it. Again, you mentioned about half of them have already gone out. So clearly there's like a really passionate community there, and you can tell that they really care about like connecting with that community, and that even in all the chaos, they were out there reading chat, shouting people out. And I feel like, again, that's what it's all about, connecting and highlighting the work here at Skybound.
Yeah, you got to give love to your people, to your tribe, and you look at that Takaro print and seeing all the detail that goes into that. You know, I was trying to stumble my way through articulating like how impressively difficult that is, even just the writing, even just looking at the cool fonts that he's using to describe the femur, or, you know, watching him talk about, you know, the muscles in the arms and how that's like extra tough, seeing the fish in the belly of, I believe it's a kaiju. I believe it sounds like there's a whole history on it. If you wanted to get more in touch with that, there's a backstory, some comics on it to kind of know the origins of the planet of where this one is specifically coming from. And then, of course, I really love the not King Kong shirt. You know, King Kong. We don't own rights to King Kong, but that's like on these prints here too. You can see the Kong there. Really, really cool stuff. See, I just love it. I love the front is super simple, but then you look at the back and you're like, wow, damn, this is actually like a really cool piece of art. And like we saw in the chat with over half of them going already, it's like there's a group of people out there, this big group of people that are really, really excited. So like we were saying, with that Kickstarter, getting on that mailing list, it is really important. You always wonder when people say that to you. They're like, you know, you really got to get on top of this. You're going to go quick. But then literally over the course of the next 5 minutes, like half of them were gone. So big shout out to Peter and to Gabby to show us that really, really awesome stuff. I'm in awe at what they can do there. And then, you know, we'll do the hosting and they can do the art, and it's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, when worlds collide, it gets kind of chaotic. And I like your mention of the sort of different like worlds and the outer space element. And then like literally right now it clicked for me. I'm like, oh, that's what's with the alien. Like I thought, you know, like that's kind of how it's all tied together.
That poor sun.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Poor it's not every day that you catch an alien sun execution, but here at the Skybound Games Expo, you never know what you're going to get.
I was like, what's happening? How much longer is this gonna go on? But yeah, one thing I really liked from hearing them talk about the process too is how the design influences the other design. Like that was one of my big takeaways of, you know, him mentioning this one print has kind of spurred on additional artwork and how that's going to kind of keep going. I think it's really cool to like have almost yourself be a well of inspiration for further content. And you can really just see that coming through. So again, the Kickstarter, make sure you're on it. The print if you want it, the shirts if you want it, go ahead and get it now before it sells out. But we have a bunch of other exciting stuff to talk about. Next up, we are going to be chatting Clementine with Tilly Walden and Ryan North. Of course, award-winning author Tilly Walden of Spinning and On a Sunbeam returns to Skybound Xpo with a superstar special guest. We're talking Ryan North, who you may know from The Unbeatable, from Squirrel Girl, from Slaughterhouse-5, to discuss the hotly anticipated Clementine Book 1 reveal and those details of the sequel, what it's like to work on such an established and known and beloved IP, and all that and more. And you've kind of dug in a little bit to the content stuff as well.
Yeah,
right?
I really enjoyed what I read. I was able to read kind of the truncated version of Volume 1. It was still like 60, 70 pages. It was a lot of fun. I really liked what I saw there. The art was super cool. And then to have someone that is an Eisner winner like Tilly to kind of pick this up and run with it after, you know, I looked up Spinning, and it's based off of her own experience being a figure skater, like a competitive figure skater, which has got her first Eisner Award. So then looking now at what she's going to do with Clementine is really, really exciting. This is obviously picking up right where we left off at the end of the Telltale, you know, Walking Dead game series. So without any further ado, here's Ryan and Tilly to talk all things Clementine.
liftoff. Hi, Ryan.
Hi, Tilly. How are you?
I'm good. There was a 7-second delay for those watching, which is why I said liftoff, because it feels like
that's how you start all your conversations. It's just you walk up and say liftoff.
Liftoff.
What are we talking about?
Here we go. Here to talk about comics.
I want to start by reading your bio for people who might not be familiar with you. Here's how you describe yourself.
I didn't write
Tilly
this.
Walden. You wrote it word for word. Tilly Walden is a cartoonist and illustrator from Austin, Texas. She's a creator of 6 graphic novels, including the Eisner Award-winning books Spinning and Are You Listening? She's been awarded an LA Times Book Prize as well as multiple Ignatz Awards for her work. She graduated from the Center for Cartoon Studies in White River Junction, Vermont, where she now teaches during the school year and summers.
That's so specific, school year and summers. I mean, it's accurate, but I didn't write that. And I happen to be sitting here talking to Ryan North. You wrote this about yourself. Ryan North is the New York Times bestselling. Oh, that's a great. I love the New York Times bestselling in the bio.
Which Ryan North? The New York Times bestselling.
The New York Times bestselling. I hope to someday have that in my bio. And Eisner winning writer whose recent work includes the nonfiction books How to Take Over the World and How to Invent Everything, the semi-fictional graphic novel adaptation of Kurt Vonnegut's Slaughterhouse-5, and the so far fictional Unbeatable Squirrel Girl series for Marvel. He's also twice collaborated with William Shakespeare, that's true, nice guy, on Choose Your Own Path versions of his plays. He lives in Toronto, where he writes for video games, television, and his long-running webcomic Dinosaur Comics, and he once messed up walking his dog so badly it made the news. Wow, that's a great bio.
Touch at the end of the bio. Thank you. Thank you.
Nice work.
But we're not here to talk about me and my bio writing skills.
Oh my gosh. Was that, oh my god, already? I turned my notifications off. Oh well, if you heard that email, audience, that's just probably my editor telling me to work on book 2 more. That's okay. Go on, Ryan.
So speaking of book 2, there is a book 1 that is coming out at your local comic shops on June 22nd, and everywhere else books are sold on June 28th. And it's what we're here to discuss. But before we get too deep into that, the book, the creative process, your own stuff, the worlds others have created, and your own world that you've created, let's check out the trailer for book 1. And we're back.
I loved
the trailer
it.
from book 1.
I loved it.
We definitely watched it live and didn't put it there in post.
No, definitely not. I also had no hand in making that trailer. It is so impressive to see someone like make your drawings move. I couldn't believe it. Because a lot of times book trailers are just like, look at the book cover with like upbeat music.
Yep.
Next level.
The one book trailer I made, it was me stitching together stock footage, and I think it worked really well.
There you go. And I bet 1 million people bought the book. I bet it worked.
So, I mean, we're here to talk about Clementine, book 1, but I want to go even before that to comics, because we both like comics, we both work in comics, but it's not, I think it's fair to say, the most popular medium in North America. So what attracted you to comics? I Freudian slip there.
I mean, culture is fine, but comics.
Yeah.
It's strange. I always wish I could say that, like, oh, I've been drawing comics from when I was little, and I always dreamt of doing this. It's like, I really didn't dream of doing this. I did draw, but I drew pretty infrequently as a kid. I was one of those kids who every time I drew something, if it wasn't correct, I'd have to erase it or scribble it out or go to the next page. And so all my childhood sketchbooks were just like little half drawings because I couldn't handle it. I was too much of a perfectionist. And I made art in school, and we had like art classes, and I was like solidly like a C+ at art. I feel like there was always that one kid that was so good at drawing, and everyone was like, Zach is gonna go places. That was never me. So if you're out there, kid, and you want to make art, but you're not the best artist in your class, don't worry. A lot can change really fast, and a lot did change really fast for me. When my dad, what'd you say?
Sorry, go on. Because you find it as an adult, the one kid in class who's really good, like they only draw horses or they only draw dinosaurs. Yes. They're actually just really good at drawing that one thing.
That's so true. That's so true. I cannot draw horses.
I can only draw dinosaurs.
Yeah, you can't.
A dinosaur.
A dinosaur. But it all changed because my dad signed me up for a workshop with Scott McCloud, who, if you don't know Scott McCloud, has written and drawn some very important texts on comics, like how to make comics, understanding comics, and he teaches these 2-day classes. And I went to it. I made a terrible comic, but I had a ton of fun. And he looked at me in my eyes, in my little 16-year-old eyes, and was like, "Good job." And I didn't get a lot of adults sort of like really patting me on the back for stuff when I was young. So I genuinely think that I have a career in comics because Scott McCloud was nice to me when I was incredible. Like a lonely teenager. And then I went home and I was like, I'm going to dedicate my life to this. What about you, Ryan? Did Scott McCloud look into your eyes and tell you to do this?
Kind of.
Really?
I didn't come to comics at a young age. My first comics experience was I got a job. I was out of high school. I walked into a comic book store and bought books at random and wanted to make a comic and couldn't draw and started my webcomic Dinosaur Comics, which is the same pictures but different words. Better than it sounds. And, I had a good time. And then one day Scott McCloud came to town and he gave a talk in Toronto and I went to the talk. And afterwards I was friends enough with people at the local comic book store that I got to go out to dinner with Scott McCloud. And he didn't look me in the eyes and put a paternal hand on my shoulder and say, "Good job." But he treated me as a peer. And I was like, God. Wow, I want that. I want Scott McCloud to like me. So I'm not saying my whole career is trying to win the approval of one father figure.
Yeah.
But, it didn't hurt. He's great.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's an amazing parallel. And we also have the same agent. We do different things in comics, but I feel like our whole lives have been leading up to this moment at Skybound Xpo.
Technically
we were
true.
Here talking about our comics.
Yes, absolutely. So Clementine, Walking Dead, what brings you from Scott McCloud to Robert Kirkman, the Walking Dead comics, the Walking Dead universe? What's the connective tissue there?
Very circuitous. I mean, I don't think I would be an obvious first choice for zombie comics of any kind. I don't think. Yeah, I mean, if you look at my past work before Clementine, it's pretty gay, it's pretty dreamy. This is not to say that you can't have gay and dreamy Walker stories. Please see Clementine book 1. But I don't know. I never really thought I would work on any mainstream properties. I just sort of thought I had carved out this little niche for myself in indie comics because I went to the Center for Cartoon Studies. I studied comics for 2 years, and then I just went out in the world and I made a memoir and I made a space thing, and then I made another sort of sad whatever book. And I was
good you don't write your own bios for this.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell I'm pitching it really hard. Everyone's going to go buy a copy after this.
Sad whatever book, sign me up.
Sad whatever book, my favorite. But I remember it was the summertime, and I think I was lying on the floor, and it was really hot in my apartment, and I saw an email in my inbox about Clementine. And I was like, what? And it was at a moment when I really didn't have a lot going on with comics. I had really wanted to take a break, and I was resting and just sort of recharging myself. Mm-hmm. And the folks at Skybound reached out to me about potentially working on this project. Cut to me playing all the video games.
So you hadn't played them before?
What? I hadn't played them before. No, I wish I could say that I had, but I should be honest. I hadn't played them before, but I played them all really fast. And season 1 was kind of hard, actually, in the initial game. I think I died a lot, especially in the beginning.
I didn't know you could die in those games.
Yeah, a red screen appears I'm pretty sure. And then you just go back to where you were.
Right.
It's okay. But there was one sequence at a motel where it was really tricky to figure out what to do. Anyways, I could get into the weeds about the game. The point being that I eventually came on to do this project because I thought that I could bring something to Clementine, and that it was a really exciting prospect to write a post-apocalyptic story, to write a story about a young girl, and to take all the stuff I had done before in my books, back to the like sad whatever dreamy gay stuff, and think about like what is my apocalypse? What does it look like when I take my sensibility and sort of mix it in with The Walking Dead? And I had read the comics, I had seen the show. My dad was a really big fan of The Walking Dead right from the beginning. So I knew about it, and it's still a little surreal. I still don't really believe that I actually did this. Maybe when book 1 comes out, I'll be like, I did do that.
Yeah. It's funny you say, like, I never saw myself as a good match for this off the bat, because I feel like if I'm casting a book based on something like The Walking Dead, I don't want someone who's known for zombies, because we've had that already. I want someone who has a sensibility, who's really good at characters, who can take this young woman and make her live in the page. So the challenge there, I feel, tell me if I'm wrong, I feel like the challenge is one of adaptation, right? Because you've got this character where for a lot of the games you've been indirectly controlling her, telling her story. And now you're in a medium that is not interactive, and you're in a medium where you have different tools to tell her story, but there's always things that change. And I'm always curious to ask about adaptation, because I find it such an interesting thing. We're trying to get the same flavor in different mediums. So how did you approach that? What are the things you had to deal with for that?
It's a great question. The switch of mediums was one that really stuck in my mind for a while. Like, how do we deal with the fact that we don't have Clementine moving around on the screen, that we can't sort of be her?
Yep.
There is a certain distance, I feel like, to reading a character in a book compared to like playing from her perspective. And also in the games, you were making choices for her. So also she changes as a character in a book because it's me and my editor and Skybound that are sort of making the decisions about like where she goes and what she does. And I sort of landed on first the idea that her story is similar to every story in an apocalypse, and also every story ever, in that she's had a lot of bad stuff happen to her, and she's been through a lot, and growing up is the process of healing from those wounds and deciding where to go next. And because I picked up with her after the games, it was really thinking about how did the events of the game scar her? How did they make her strong? And that's something that I don't think you need to live in the apocalypse to understand kind of how trauma can affect us. And then it was exciting to just think about who she would be growing up. And I actually like the fact that the mediums have changed from video games to books, because it really is a new chapter in her life. Like, who you are when you're 7, when you're 13 is really different from who you are when you're 17.
Yeah.
And I was really excited at the prospect of like pushing her and helping her change and grow. And the thing I was most excited about with an adaptation, and with that I think comics can do really well, and tell me if you agree, is that comics give a lot of space for, I don't know, it's just, I guess it's just that they give you a lot of space. I felt like in the games, she was always going from action to action to action. And in the book, I had so much time for her to have dreams, to sit down, to think about something, to move slowly, to sort of pick through her world,
Exist
pick
in the
through her
moment.
memories. Yeah, just the pacing, the difference in pacing between graphic novel and video game. I was really excited at the prospect that Clementine would get some me time, that she would have time to really consider who she is and where she's at and where she's going.
Yeah, it's something, and I'm going to compliment you to your face here. It's something that you do really well, where you have, especially silent panels, where you let the characters live in the moment. It's something that I notice because I love it, and I'm really bad at it myself, but I love to see it done well.
Do you think?
Oh yeah, no, I feel this comes from not being able to draw, or I feel like it's a rational thing as a writer, where if I'm not having the characters say anything, I'm not doing my job. And that's wild.
Interesting.
There's plotting and there's dialogue and they're both writing, but every time there's something silent, I feel like I'm kind of doing a cheat here. It's not. It's wrong, because you have these wonderful sequences in the book where the characters exist in a moment, and it makes the emotion come through. You really feel it. It's something that comics does really well.
I think they do, and I like that in comics, different from TV and film too, or one of my favorite things is that you get to apply the brakes whenever you want to as a reader. So if you decide you want to just like stare at this snowy scene for one more moment, you can. And it's what makes me a little crazy sometimes when I'm watching really beautiful movies. I'm like, can we pause it? Can we just pause it so I can just look at this for like a minute more to take it in?
I want to ask you part of the creation of this book, because you have obviously supporting cast, supporting characters. And this is a trilogy, and I assume some of these characters might survive the first book and go into the second or third. But what is that like? Because I think of my own experience when I was pitching Squirrel Girl to Marvel. I pitched a comic about Squirrel Girl and Galactus, and the editor said, "That's great. Are there any characters in this story besides Squirrel Girl and Galactus? Does she have any friends? What is her world like?" And I was like, "Oh yes, thank you for putting that to me so gently." The note was, do something a writer does and give her a world and these characters and their relationships. And I find it really, really hard to come up with characters. I do the cheat, which I found out everyone does, so I feel better about it now.
What?
Where, you look at your friends and you're like, if I combined Nancy with Lucy, then I can get this character, and I can base Squirrel Girl off of this person a little bit. And it's sort of almost writing fan fiction about people but changing it enough so it's not legally actionable, and also you're not going to get in trouble if they ever find out and have them say, like, is that how you think of me? But I'm wondering, what's your process for coming up with these new characters that are in your world?
Side characters are tough. You're right. It's really hard for me to not write the same character over and over again. I mean, I think without an editor, it would have just been Clementine and like two other people just like Clementine, all being kind of Clementine together. And I think it's with the help of my editor, Alex, that he's like, what makes these characters different? Like, what makes this character compelling to Clementine? Like, what can make a person fall in love? All these sorts of questions. But I think I started out with book one really just by thinking about geography. And it's amazing how many of my books come out of thinking about geography, because I always decide and get inspired by a place before I write the story. Really? So books 2 and 3 are both extremely defined by the locations they're set in, both of which I'm not going to say, especially book 3, because that is a very exciting location.
Book 1 also, I'd say, is pretty defined by geography.
Book 1 is in Vermont. I don't think it's a spoiler to say it's in Vermont. But so I was thinking about how Vermont and New England would react to the apocalypse. And of course, I do think that the Amish would do pretty well, which is why how I came up with the character of Amos, who's Amish. And then Rika comes down from Canada. And I don't know. It is really hard to make them feel like people at the beginning, but I did find that after writing the characters all together, that's when who they were emerged. I don't know if it's this. Do you have your characters fully fleshed out before you write them? Because I don't think I do.
If you look at the first issue of anything I've done, they sort of become themselves as they go. A trick I use, which I recommend everyone use, is I put on something like this, usually with a microphone thing in front, so it's clear I'm talking to someone. And I take my dog Chomsky for a walk, and I have conversations out loud as the different characters. And people assume I'm an important businessman on an important call, because I keep having these conversations, but I'm just doing voices, trying to figure out like the cadence of their language, what their slang is like, what their relationships are like. Trying out, it's really just, I find if I think, I go too fast and I go off on tangents, but if I'm forced to say it out loud, then you start thinking, oh yeah, maybe, this person has a bit of an edge to them, or this person is Amish, so they use these sort of constructions you see in Amish communities. I'm very linguistically oriented, and so for me, taking a walk and just trying to come up with voices for these characters helps a lot.
I am so impressed. I would never take the time to do something.
Oh, it's because I'm stuck. It's because I don't know what to do, so I have to go for a walk.
It's because you're stuck. Oh, okay. So it kind of cracks it open for you. I write confession time. I don't write scripts. I write an outline and then I kind of ignore it and then I draw.
Yeah, I find that incredible and terrifying.
It is incredible. It is terrifying. And I write the dialogue as I'm penciling the final art. So like right now I'm working on book 2 and I'm at the climax of book 2 and I'm
What
like
did they
writing
say?
I'm writing the statements as I like pull their faces together. I mean, it's not the inking stage. The inking is like final. It's the
Yeah.
pencils.
You told me this once. We had a
But
breakfast
still,
once and you told me this and I was like, we just met. She's lying. She's pulling my leg.
yeah. No, I really do. I really do this. And I think one of the reasons I do it is the stakes are so high. And because I'm seeing the art truly come together. And I also think that nothing gets me fully in the mind of the story except drawing it. That's what amazes me about people who can just write is you can picture it. I can't picture it unless I'm actually physically drawing it in that moment.
I mean, confession time on my end. There are scenes
Tell me,
where I
Ryan.
will write a page of dialogue broken up into panels, but there's no scene description. This is just what the people are saying. So I'm talking from the complete opposite perspective. I start with here's what they say, and then I look at that and say, okay, now what are they doing, and why is this page interesting to look at? Well, yours doing here's what they're
just
doing.
walking down the
Yeah,
street.
I'm walking down the street writing these scripts in my head, and you're doing the opposite. You're saying here's what they're doing, here's what they look like, and now what are they saying?
Yeah.
That's the last piece. Together we add up to one
I know.
fully formed cartoonist.
One whole person. Look at us. Together we can
Yeah.
do anything. We can accomplish our dreams.
So I want to ask about collaboration because I normally obviously always work with artists because they don't draw. This is a book that you are conceiving yourself, but you've got an editor. Presumably there's Robert Kirkman at some point overseeing this and saying, I like this, or, don't kill off Clementine on page 2. What's that process like?
It's actually not too different from my other graphic novels because they were, I feel like part of what they asked me to do was like go just sort of like be yourself in these books. And I really appreciate how much creative freedom I've had. The way we've been doing it is, and the way we did it for book 1 and it's now happening for book 2 is everyone sort of agrees on an outline that I write, and after we do that, I draw the book chapter by chapter, and every week I send the chapter to my editor, and every week he's usually just like, fine. Only sometimes is he like, whoa, what's going on here? Let's get on the phone. Let's talk about this.
And you're like, too late.
What
I
is this
drew
plot?
it. It's done.
Yeah, I mean, and so far it really hasn't happened much in book 2. I feel like it happened a little bit in book 1. When it came to, and I think that was part of just the experience on the project, is I wasn't yet totally used to Clementine, to this style of working, but now it's amazing in a series how much you find your rhythm, and it's been really wonderful to see the difference between book 1 and book 2, and chapter by chapter my editor's been like, great, thumbs up. And then after the book is done is when Robert Kirkman usually reads it, and last book he was just
Great.
like, yay. And I think he had a couple notes, and I'm hoping this book for 2 more thumbs up and a couple notes. So really the collaborative aspect feels more like I'm running a race and everyone
Cheering.
is like sort of like has water and is kind of helping me find my direction. And they're like, don't go that road, Tilly, that road is dangerous. Go down this road. And I'm like, okay, I'll go down this road. But I can't overstate enough how lovely everyone has been that I've worked with, and how much everyone cares about Clementine. It really is fun to have, because normally when you come up with a character, no one else is particularly invested in it until you make something of them. And in this case, I came into it and they all came to it already having a relationship with Clementine and wanting to see her do well in the world and not die. She won't die. It's okay. I would never. Everyone else is up for grabs, though. Let's be real.
It's interesting. I think like one of the big things in the game was that you could bring your Clementine over to episode 2, episode 3, episode 4, and I did that. And reading book 1, there was no point where I thought, oh, this isn't my Clementine. So there's some trick you did to incorporate like who the character could be and make her still feel like this whole, cohesive, understandable person.
I certainly tried my best, and I know it won't work for everyone, as is the case with anything, but I really did try to honor who she was, but also really think about who she's going to become, because to me this series is less about her past and so much more about her future.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a great line. I'm gonna save
that in
that.
your
Put
back
that in my
pocket.
pocket. Use that later.
Instead of your normal way of describing your books, like, yeah, it's a weird, sad thing, whatever. So this is a trilogy, and that is a huge
It is a
thing to
trilogy.
bite off as a cartoonist, because these books, you know, we all love comics, but they take half an hour to read and they'll take a year and a half to make. So it's a big step
Oh my
to
God.
bite off a trilogy. How and why?
Huge. It's so much work. Part of the why is because I'd never done it before, and the idea of a series was super compelling. The idea that you don't say goodbye to your characters
There's
after
space
one
to tell
book.
that larger story.
Yeah, there's space. And now, you know, there was a minute there when we were working on developing book 2 and the concept for book 3 where I was like, I don't know if I can do this. This is so, it's like I know I did my best on book 1, but how do I follow this through? And not only for everyone else, but even for myself. And with time, I've really come around to it, and I feel like I finally understand just how big the scope of the project is and just how big the scope of her life is and how much I can do in 3 books. But the amount of work is pretty unbelievable, because we want these books to come out each year. So I'm working as hard as I can to get book 2 out on time for next summer.
I didn't realize these were yearly. That's a
knock on wood. Oh, there's one behind me.
like you went for your head first.
What'd you say?
I didn't realize these were once a year. That's a huge. That's a 3-year sprint, Tilly. That's huge.
I mean, if anyone deserves a sprint, it's Clementine. I think I mean, you never know, so it's what we're aiming for, but I think I can do it, and it really has been a lot of fun so far.
Well, I think now is a good time to show the cover for Clementine Book 2, which debuts in June 2023. This is the world premiere of the cover, and it looks a little something like this.
Covers are hard, I'm just going to say that, but super happy with how it turned out. And I dream of the day when I can see all 3 books sitting next to one another on a bookshelf. Oh, it's going to be a great day.
We have a few minutes left before we go, but I want to ask you about sequels, because I've written one sequel in my life, and my process for that was I rewatched...
What did you do? How did you make it easier?
I looked at the Wikipedia page on sequels, be like, what is a sequel? Swear to God. And then I rewatched my favorite sequel, which is Back to the Future 2. And what I love about it is it literally revisits the same film, which I feel like is this galaxy brain idea of what a sequel can be. What do you want? The same thing over again? Here it is. You're doing 2 sequels, and the nature of the Walking Dead and zombie genre in general is that people will die. You can't really go back and do the same thing over again. So how do you approach a sequel in a zombie universe with Clementine?
I feel like I, as sort of the mother of these 3 books, am both so caring and loving towards the world and the characters, but also completely ruthless. So I have like a dichotomy of how I've been caring for these worlds, for this world and these books. And I won't say anything about book 2 and 3 because it is still yet to come, but I don't think it's going to be what people expect. I also think that book 2 is pretty different from book 1 in a lot of exciting ways. And then book 3 will hopefully bring it all together. But
that's terrifying.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just putting myself in your shoes. Like, I need
is.
to write a 3rd book for this series that gives Clementine not some sort of ending for, not forever, but for at least for this series.
An ending, a new beginning. I mean, there's so much. But that is when I'll be putting. But no, not my hat in the ring. The opposite of that, taking my hat out of the ring.
I did it. I'm done.
For her story. These 3 books are my time with her, so I'm trying to see it as a really precious experience. But also know that it's a dangerous world out there with zombies.
It's interesting you mentioned use the motherhood metaphor, because I felt kind of the same way. I wrote Squirrel Girl for Marvel for 5 years. Then when I was done, I had this sense. I don't have kids. I'm not going to have kids, but I had this sense of like, this is what it must be what it feels like to like raise a child and then send it off to school where you've done the best you can and now it's someone else's problem for most of the day.
And 5 years old is the perfect age for them to be heading off to school. Yeah, it's an emotional thing to make books and to put your heart and soul into it and then say goodbye and let readers and other people decide what it's going to mean to them.
So book 1 coming out real soon. book 2 next year. Can you give us, I know you just said I'm not going to say anything about book 2 or book 3, but I'm going to ask you, what can you tell us about book 2 and book 3? I know that it's called Clementine book 2, so I assume she's in it. Is there anything else you can tell us?
I will just say that she has northern aspirations.
I like it. Fits my personal brand.
That's all I'll say. Northern aspirations, it's true. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a wild ride.
Oh, that's great. So everyone watching this or even hearing about it from your friends, Clementine Book 1 on sale. Local comic shops June 22nd, and everywhere else books are sold June 28th. I've read the book. I may be the first person on earth to read it. I'm definitely not, but I'm the first person in Canada to read it, maybe. And I loved it. So that's the Ryan recommendation trademark. Check it out.
So cool. Ryan, Tilly, thank you guys so much. One of my favorite things about the Expo is all this cool insider information that we get from artists and creators like Tilly. Hearing her talking about how she doesn't even write the dialogue. She outlines and then she draws, and then as she's like finishing up those final touches, then she starts writing the dialogue. So that's incredible to me. I have no idea how that process works, but to hear and kind of look inside the mind of such a great artist like her is really exceptional. So that's why we love the Skybound Games Expo. Remember, this is part of a trilogy. Book 1 is already out. Books 2 and 3 are on their way. As you heard when Book 2 is coming. You also saw that awesome cover art of Book 2. You can still pre-order Clementine Book 1 on the Skybound store and that web store exclusive cover variant. This is the only place you'll be able to get that cover, as well as one of the exclusive Skybound store merch for that Clementine Book 1. Check out all the cool new designs inspired by that exclusive cover variant. We've got new Clem beanies and dad hats, a tote bag. As you can see, a lot of cool stuff here. I actually really like that hat. I like hats anywhere I go. And a couple of cool Clem tour shirts featuring the dates of Tilly's upcoming Clementine Book 1 book tour. So remember, that's Book 1. Book 2, you just saw that awesome art. And Book 3 is coming your way. I loved it. I'm really excited about what's coming next down there. I'm always down for a good trilogy.
Yeah, and I think the art too, it's interesting to like look at it now in the context of what Tilly was talking about, where she's like, my background is making stuff that's gay and dreamy, and I didn't ever think I'd be working with such like an established and mainstreamed IP, but then her kind of talking about how she's sort of brought who she is to the piece as well, I thought was super interesting. I really relate to what Ryan said about coming to comics late in life. You know, you talked about falling off and getting back on, and I had kind of a similar thing where I never really read much as a kid, but as an adult I sort of started to discover what exists outside of what I first would think about when I thought about comics, which would be like Marvel, DC stuff.
Right.
And that stuff's so established that I found it a little bit intimidating. So I think this kind of lives in an interesting space where it is very much a continuation of an IP, but it's also in a new medium that allows for new things. Like I thought it was so cool, like her mentioning the spacing of like kind of the timing of everything, where in the games it's very it's all action based because it's just a different medium.
Right.
So her being like, you know, it's cool to have more space to work with and flesh out the character and kind of draw on the scars, the strengths of her experience. And I really like too just the inside of like her experience with that franchise, where she got the IP for like writing the book and then was like, all right, time to play through all the games, time to like really delve into it, and sort of knowing about like the ancillary information she had of it going in. Like I think that stuff's so fascinating, just kind of drawing in on her experiences and making it her own, but also like continuing something that's already been worked on.
Exactly. I thought that was such a cool thing that she was saying. It's like very much paying respect to where Clementine came from and what we all know and who we feel like we know who Clementine is. But this is a lot more about the future of where she's going as opposed to what we know and what we assume her future is. Now we're actually going to get it in all 3 of these books. So remember, Book 1 out now. You can order it. And of course, Book 2 coming your way in about a month.
Yeah, and of course we also want to remind you that we dropped a bunch of new Walking Dead merch on the store this month. You can find that and more of The Walking Dead by scanning that QR code. And again, it's super easy now. You know, you don't need a separate app or anything. Your camera app works just fine. Go ahead and give it a click and launch in and check out all that super cool merch that we have that can come your way if you just go ahead and order it.
What a dark time we were living in when we had to have an app to scan QR codes.
It really was, and then it kind of felt like it was a total separate thing. Now a lot of people use them, and what I like here is like we have the options, right? You want to use a QR code, we got it. You want to just head to the store with the URL we gave you at the top, you got that. There's like a lot of ways to get into it.
We're really moving mountains here in 2022 technologically.
It's like you can scan, you don't have to move very much, but you're going to get a lot of stuff, so it's pretty good. Good time to be alive.
We're just getting a note from our producers that a lot more of those prints have gone. Only a handful are left from Attack Peter, so if you guys missed that segment, go and check it out. You can always scrub back or just go check out the website and go and buy one of those prints before they are gone. There we go. go. We love you guys in the booth. There's that QR code we're talking about. Scan it however you'd like. Whatever you want to do, you can hold up your iPad to that screen if you want to be one of those people. We will not judge you.
We can't see you, so we can't.
Yes,
you.
yes. So
I'd like to, but I can't, unfortunately.
So that's Attack Peter, a handful of those prints left. Again, Clementine book 1 out there. Now we're moving on to something that's very near and dear to your heart. And like I said, I had a ton of fun with it yesterday. Escape Academy.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing kind of a Let's Play playthrough from Elise and James Williams of Funhouse. And Funhouse is like known for, I think, their enthusiasm and their personality when it comes to playing games. So I'm really excited to see how they're going to go ahead and tackle this one. And again, bit of a challenge ahead of them.
Yes.
Like, I feel a little bit intimidated from escape rooms myself. So again, that's coming from developers Coin Crew Games as well as I Am 8-Bit. What was your background knowledge going in? Like, how long did it take you to get through like the section that you played?
I think the first section, because it's like you get thrown in one room and it's like, this is the escape room, and it's like kind of run down and raggedy, and you're like, what is this exactly? You can tell there's like something else going on. So to get through that like introductory phase, I think it took me like 12 to 13 minutes or something between the two of them. And like I said, I'd never done an escape room before I went to this one like 6 months ago. And so this was like a really good thing of being like, oh, okay, so there's kind of like universal things that you want to look for in escape rooms. And if you see numbers or like a clock, like I remember a clock was really important in the one that I did, and the clock came into play in the first level, or at least the first intro in the demo of this. I love that there's the ability to just kind of look around and interact with everything. You know, when you play those games and it's like, oh, you only interact with the things that are going to move the story forward or move the game forward. This is much more of like, all right, try this out, look at this thing. Nope, that doesn't matter. You know, look around. And then, of course, the timer on there gives you a nice little oomph in your step. So I just loved it. I really love games that you can just pick up, and it's like 5 buttons, right? It's like tab, shift, and then your left and right mouse buttons. And it's like, all right, here we go. And then WASD, of course, because those are the OGs. There were so many things about it that I loved, and I wanted to just keep playing through it.
Yeah, I like your mention of like being able to interact with more than just like the stuff you need, because I think a lot of times in games that's a little bit of like the dead giveaway, right? Where you're like, well, I guess I have to do something with this paper because it's the only thing I can pick up. So the idea of having that interactivity, I think, is super exciting to me. Like, I'm a big fan of walking sims, so I also just get a kick out of being in a virtual space and just interacting with a room. So, like, I don't know how good I'm going to be when I play this, but I'm going to have a good time just walking around, putzing around and seeing what I can do in there.
I think VR is like a really, really great option for this game. And then you were saying that the co-op side of it is going to be super fun. We all saw kind of the phenomenon with like Fall Guys and Among Us, you know, over the last year and a half with the pandemic. But now having this type of game for a co-op seems like a different take on it, but like a really exciting and invited one.
Yeah, and I really like that it has both couch and online, because then you can have, you know, whatever one suits your fancy, whatever one caters to like your setup. Because for me, I know like playing at home, it's such a pain to have to do like the dual monitor setup when I'm just in a living room. So I love the couch co-op, and I'm so excited to see Elise and James not just learn the lay of the land, but also playing a bit off of each other as well. Should be a fun one. Let's go ahead and check them out in Escape Academy right now.
I'm James Willems.
And I'm Elise Willems.
And we're really excited because we're going to be playing Escape Academy.
Thanks to Skybound, I Am 8-Bit, and Coin Crew Games, who developed it. Like, we're escape room aficionados.
Oh, yeah. Oh, come on.
This is going to be a breeze.
Sometimes I can't even get out of our bedroom. honestly, like because that's how complex we like to make our lives.
And we're getting to play this early because this game comes out in June 2022.
Yeah.
So we're getting a little bit of a sneak peek.
We're getting a little sneak peek. We did the tutorial just before this, stomped it.
It was challenging.
It was challenging.
It was
But we
challenging.
came through. So we're gonna jump on to the to this level. We're gonna try out the Hall of Escapists.
This game, we are at an escape academy school. It is like Hogwarts, but for escape rooms.
Yeah. They taught you how to escape as opposed to magic.
Yeah.
But I would say that using your brain logically to find clues and find a pathway out is a kind of magic in a way. So yeah. You ready to do this, Elise?
Let's do it.
As soon as we get in there, timer's gonna start. We gotta
Really?
again. We gotta make sure we do this. So time limit 30 minutes. Easy.
No problem.
Easy.
2 keys.
Yeah.
2 key difficulty.
I like that we can play this together.
I know, me too.
What's up?
Oh, Professor Slip.
Oh my gosh.
He's so cool.
Heartthrob.
I don't want to escape this.
Yeah. He's like, try running away from me.
I was going to kick things off with basic composition, but then I got a better idea. Okay. The Monument of Escape.
Okay. All right. So we can look at all the escapists that came before us. Harry Houdini's got to be in there somewhere, right?
Yeah, I imagine so. Better be quick. Okay. Oh,
All right.
have they
30
tagged
minutes.
this? Oh, look at that. Are we defacing this? This is
All right,
historic.
get to the paints, leave your mark on the monument.
All right, get to the paints,
Easy.
leave your mark on the monument.
Got
Easy,
it. All right.
okay.
So what we're doing is check everything here.
Okay, so 2 crossed keys are have a yellow splash of paint beneath them.
There's a dry fountain. Oh my gosh, I'm getting distracted though. I'm getting distracted. Professor Slippy just give me the old eye. Okay, all right, I'm gonna go to the
Stay
room on the
focused.
left.
Well, yellow is definitely a prominent, lots of puns. Lots of
Okay.
puns in this game. I respect it.
Well,
but-
because I speak in puns generally, and so I can like speak that language. So there's an up, down, left, and right over here on this door. So we'll just keep that in mind. There are a blue, yellow, purple, and red symbols on this door.
Oh, I found the mouth door. Look at what I'm doing.
The mouth door, yeah.
But look, I rotate.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's
His
something to
nose
keep
is
in mind.
missing. We gotta find this nose.
You gotta read everything. How to draw good. Bananas, cheese, wine. Wait. How to draw good. Banana, cheese, wine. Okay. All right.
So there's
a lot
there's
of
the
elements.
giant key that we need.
Yep. Okay. There's a lot of elements here. Oh, I found wine. Okay. Plus paint stained wine.
Oh, this
View
is.
it.
Okay. Wait, do you have the bottle of wine?
I do have a bottle of wine.
I think you maybe you pour it in this fountain over here.
I found
potentially?
cheese. The only thing we're missing is bananas.
Oh, there are a bunch of these.
What, oh, the face paintings?
Yeah.
I got a open sesame painting. Oh, that has a bunch of symbols on it. I might need to give this to you. Oh, I found
Oh,
bananas.
they're all different. Okay.
And a lock. Okay. All right. Okay. So.
Oh.
Okay. All right. So the banana. Let's see. The cheese has blue and red on it. The wine has red and blue. The banana has blue. So what does that mean?
Okay, well, I think what needs to be done with these paintings of the faces is that this big statue on the door,
Yeah.
it has to be rotated to match those, right?
Probably, yeah. And then that might. Oh, okay. You
know
can
what I
change
mean?
all the elements of it.
Yeah. So, would they just be done in order, or is it one particular painting?
It's not the first time my art's been torn to shreds.
I accidentally tore painting to shreds.
Oh no.
But I think it's okay because I'm going
Oh.
to try and rearrange this into the
and
right.
the arrows will
Yeah,
indicate.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
What do the arrows correspond to?
There is a thing on the door over there that might be right. Okay, so that's.
Gosh. This? Oh, yes, I'm at the thing on the door.
Okay, yeah.
Help, I've been framed.
Oops. No, I gotta. Nope. Let's move these slowly, bit by bit. Okay, this is the first one. I see. All right, this is our original slip art.
Open the door. Hope these T's open the door.
And then this is here. No. This is here.
Did you get that wine bottle from this table here?
I did. It was, I think, sitting in a chair.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I've almost figured this out, though. I got it. All right, so you want to try the door?
Yeah.
Right, left, right, up, down, down. Voila.
Easy peasy.
Look at that.
I don't even know why we put locks on the doors here.
Some books here. There's a safe, but it's unmarked on the buttons. A bunch of blank canvases. Ooh, and then something we can scan, potentially?
Creating art's no picnic.
I put the banana and stuff all on this.
Yeah. Oh, so numbers, it spells out a code.
139, which is probably for this lock. Great eyes.
Nice.
Yep. Oh my gosh, did you hear the rewarding sound of that? Anti-invisible ink. Did you go into that room?
Which room?
The
Oh,
room
yeah.
that
I was
opened?
sort of describing some of the stuff in it.
I opened the lock and it had invisible ink on it.
Oh, there are a bunch of blank canvases in the room. So.
Oh yeah, let's.
My guess is.
Splash it.
Yeah.
Let's see. View invisible, anti-invisible ink. Okay.
Oh wait, so it's not invisible ink. It's anti.
Oh, what's this? Okay, hold on. There's this. Oh, okay. So this is. Says
Oh, so the
1.
ink on the canvas is the invisible ink. So then you need to put the anti-invisible ink on to make the invisible
Theoretically.
ink show.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so.
Where do those symbols go?
This looks like a fountain that I saw outside. It says
Yeah.
1.
Mm-hmm.
That I'm not sure. That I don't recognize.
It's a keyhole.
And then it looks like maybe those correspond to the solution.
Oh,
Let's
boy.
see. Okay, all right. Oh, I see.
Oh, these on the wall here by the door that I'm at.
Okay, I think it's telling us that this last one is showing us what the safe locks are, right?
Well, do you see this wall that I'm at?
Yeah, yeah.
Are those the same symbols?
I don't know. There's a square, triangle, circle, half a circle.
Diamond?
I think there may be.
Yeah,
There's something else to this though. Let's see if we can find the things that are scanned over there. This one's yellow. 2 cross keys is yellow. Like this. Oh, okay. All right. Can you go to that
wait
scanner?
a second. Sorry. The invisible ink?
Mm-hmm.
There's this painting that I'm at, and there's a post-it on it that says, "Find the meaning behind this still life."
Yeah, I think we did that.
That was
in
that
numbers.
puzzle? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you wanted to splash the ink on this painting.
So here's this first one. It's like number 1, and the symbol is, so like if you look at this first one, that symbol is like a rectangle that isn't fully matched. So that would be second row left button on the safe.
Okay.
But I don't know if I'll have to do it all at the same time. And then this image is the square. So I'll go try and find this and see what that is.
Okay, should I wait at the safe?
I guess so. I mean, you can keep digging around, but where is that square? Okay, there's a triangle. This is a square. It seems to be a hollow circle.
Okay.
So we got to scan this thing to see where the hollow circle is. It would be middle row right button.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
And then this one is a keyhole. Which is
Oh, the centerpiece,
this, but what is the symbol? Oh, it is Mickey Mouse dots. The bottom leftmost
Okay. Voila. All right. So there are a few things in here. There's a post that says "Face him and knock."
one. Okay.
So who the him is, I'm not sure, but there it looks like there is a knocker.
Okay.
Do you want to pick up this stuff?
Sure. Strange sculpture.
Which it looks like a door knock, right? Oh, that's his nose.
Yeah, it's a face and a vase. Have I seen this illusion somewhere? Okay, so that means maybe there's something else out there.
Yes, but that's definitely his nose, right?
Put a nose in.
Nice. Okay. And then do we knock?
Try it. Oh, maybe it needs to be the right one.
The right face. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so. That's so I can read one of these to you, or I can show you. Like
But
we can go
which-
one at a time.
Do you think it is one at a time? There's
I
so
don't know.
many of them.
We can see what happens when we do one of them.
All right.
So, it's left eyebrow up.
Up in which direction?
Like
up toward
far
his
side.
nose?
The far side of his head is up. Yeah, yeah.
So it looks like an angry.
up, yeah.
Okay. Oh, I guess I can see your screen too.
And then it doesn't have eyes. Oh, it's probably each element is one of the things that needs to change, right? So the mouth.
Oh.
The mouth is a big. Can you change
Gaping.
the mouth?
Yeah, it's a big
So
gaping.
yeah, the
mouth.
longest one.
Okay.
Okay, so this one's a shorter one, but doesn't have. Do you have one and then knock? Let me see. Okay, so I don't know, that one conflicts. All right, so the eyes on this one are, one is his right. Yeah, you can see it. There you go.
Oh, and he has no eyebrows, or?
No, I don't think it's showing the elements that it's not focusing on in this one. So make that eyebrow go up again. And then, okay.
Yeah, they're all sorts of different
Some
eyebrows.
of these are different. Okay. What makes it?
Do we do them one at a time in the order, starting from the left, and just go down the line and keep knocking? But
We
that
can
just
try.
seems like like
try.
too much, maybe, to do.
This one has. Okay. It's definitely changing. Oh, unless it's wait. Eyebrows. I don't know. Maybe there's more information that we need here.
Yeah, maybe we should come back to this because I have a feeling we're gonna get stuck on that.
So there's this room that has these things here. Oh, invisible ink. All right.
And then we.
That was invisible. So now we
Oh.
need to.
Oh.
Oh goodness. Okay.
Okay. What's the caution? Okay.
So we need to figure out maybe which color is supposed to be which one, right? So yellow. You want to track one of these? You track maybe the red one.
Yes. Okay, so go backwards, I guess.
Oh, is this a missing piece? I think something's missing here.
I think.
Yeah, I think we need to figure out what these little symbols are.
Oh.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
What else in here?
Is it that?
What about this face and vase illusion? Have we seen that anywhere else?
Face and vase illusion.
Yeah, it's like one of those symmetrical.
No, but I still feel like these blank canvases are something.
Face and vase, face and vase, face and vase.
What are your secrets? Oh gosh, we're like. Okay, we're at 17 minutes.
Yep, that's okay. We're doing good.
And we did the fountain already?
That was the symbol around it was the clue for the safe in here.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Gosh, okay.
Spot ink. What was this? All paints moved to my office. Slip. Okay.
We just need to
Invisible
know what
ink,
this
we did
code
that.
is.
Yep. Yep, okay. All right, so it looks like all this has been handled. Oh, this has been handled. Did you figure something out?
I wonder if it's, these are all primary colors, so what do the, and then see how they combine at these two spots.
Lord.
What do those colors combine to make?
Nice job. So yellow.
It's art theory.
Goes to here. And then
man,
blue.
some big brains made these puzzles.
I know.
Well, maybe, I mean, but my simple brain
this one
can
is
solve them.
green.
Okay.
And then this blue up to here is combined with this red. So this one spits out to purple.
Okay.
And then, hey-o,
I just
we're
clicked that.
in.
All right.
Breaking into the teacher's office. I know that game.
Grab all the paints.
Are these going to go in that canvas?
Something could make it more
I got
portable,
spray
though.
paint,
Okay.
which maybe the canvas. I'm obsessed with those canvases. Watch them amount to nothing.
Escape is time. Students begin fall term. Injuries down. I got it. That's a pun. Come on.
Okay. This one's locked, and it's got a hazard sign on it.
So you picked up spray paint?
I picked up spray paint, which I'm going to try on those blank canvases, but part of me thinks those might just be a red herring.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it.
Where else would the spray paint come into play?
Where could we use this spray paint?
Oh, maybe in the sink, because it's the cleanest. Nope.
There's also something that was like if we could transport these. Mask, it goes, that's a lot of paint. I could use something more portable though. Okay, that must be the spray paint.
Oh, really? Where is that?
You picked up spray paint.
That was what it
So
said.
I assume it's referencing that. What's this hazard? There's an eye here. Oh, can you spray paint any of that?
That's what I thought.
Click on it? If you
but
click on it? No?
I can't.
What can we vandalize? Let's take a look. So the overall objective is...
Oh my gosh.
Okay. We can't reach it from this side of the fence.
What are we missing? What are we
Feels
missing?
like there's still a lot more.
Face him and knock. Okay, it's a face and a vase. Have I seen this illusion somewhere else?
What about...
Oh no, we only have like 13 minutes left.
We're good, we got it. Sculpture with a twist. Okay. This face thing, I really want to figure out this face situation. So, what have you clicked on with the spray paint?
I haven't been prompted anywhere to use it yet.
Okay.
Maybe we can't use it until we get through this face puzzle on the wall.
Yeah, this face puzzle's something.
I mean, maybe this corresponds to the face vase thing. It's like, where have you seen that before? Maybe we have to make this look like one of these that looks like...
Maybe it has to be symmetrical. Face.
Like, does one of these look like a vase or a chalice or something when arranged?
Yeah.
In a certain
normally
way?
it's like two faces, right? Ooh, I don't like that sound. He looks so scared.
I know.
Okay, all right. Looks like the fountain dried up.
So the fountain puzzle
I can't believe we don't have anything for this
Here,
canvas
do you want me to give you the spray paint and maybe?
Sure, but I don't know that I'll find anything.
But maybe, maybe I'm missing something that you can
Thank you.
try. Like I tried these canvases, didn't prompt it for me.
Yeah.
Man.
What else? What else?
I feel like once we figure out this face thing, it's gonna be kicking
We'll be like,
ourselves.
of course.
Like, what are we not doing?
Okay.
What are we not thinking about?
What else? It's probably not in here.
Do we just?
Oh! The base on what they're on. The base that they're on.
Yeah.
Which one looks like the face?
Oh.
Which
Oh
one
my
looks like the face?
God.
All right, so I'm gonna go look at the vase.
Okay.
So it's very thin in the middle, and then it widens out. It's like a chalice. So maybe try the other. Oh, unless it's that one.
It might be this.
That one looks.
Oh my
close.
gosh. Yeah.
Maybe try the other side.
Not the chin. No.
See what the other side is.
That.
Yeah, but the other side.
That one's a
close.
bit close. No. No.
Ooh, is that it?
Maybe. Let's try.
If you click on it, it'll give you like a better view. So.
Oh, it's more pointed chin, right? Nope. Oh, man, I would not in a million years have come to that conclusion.
All right, so let's try the ones that seem the closest. I feel like it's this one. I feel like I can see the face outline in this. So I think we should try this one.
Look at the one that I'm on. Oh no, we probably have to. Okay.
Oh, we do the elements from the ones.
Different features from
Okay,
those
got it.
that are the similar.
All right,
okay.
so eyebrow.
So mouth completely open.
I think it's like that, and then mouth full wide.
Mouth full wide.
And then the eyes are both looking down and to the right.
Mm, 8.5 minutes.
No.
What?
There was the full wide mouth?
Wait, isn't it? Maybe I looked at it wrong.
Oh no, it's the half
Oh,
mouth.
sorry.
Booyah!
Oh my gosh.
We
Good
got
call
it.
on
Let's
that.
go, let's go.
I'll never forget the day I finally got a piece in here.
Oh, look at all this cool
Snuck
art.
it in myself.
Okay, so I just picked up a key.
I got key number 2.
There's another portrait, like a silhouette. Oh, do we just both put keys in here?
Maybe try.
All right.
Okay. All right. Well, let's hope that's what that was used for. Okay.
Okay, so we can push
Ellen,
certain
Fergus,
statues.
Megan.
Are these
Max.
names that are on the Hall of Names? Where we're supposed to tag?
Maybe.
Oh, that's locked up. Did we use our keys in the right spot?
We used it in the first spot.
Oh, oh, there's a 10. You see this 10 on the wall?
Yeah, there's. Oh, okay. So, all right. So, hold on. This one's the one with the hat is gold. Oh, we got to make their heads match their silhouettes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So this one they're facing to the left.
Ooh.
There we go. Beard guy face to the right. Let's go!
Nice.
More keys.
Always loved a good secret entrance.
Did you get both?
There's 3, yeah. I have 3 keys.
Oh.
Okay. Let's do this one.
Didn't work?
No.
Maybe try them in the.
What's-
it's
what
a combination
number?
of those. You got 3 keys?
Yeah. What's the number above me?
It is a 5. Okay, let's see what keys you need over here.
This is 10.
You need keys. Oh, it doesn't say. Oh, 10. So what? 7
3
plus
and
3 is
7.
10, right?
Yeah. Booyah. Oh, that means did we just get lucky on that first one?
Okay.
All right, so let's see the silhouettes.
All right.
So, woman with hair is facing forward. Woman with pirate hat looks like she's looking to the right. Oh. Oh, okay.
That's kind of freaky.
Okay. She's... Oh, okay, so that guy next to her his head is off. She is also severed head. Some of them have their heads attached and some don't. And then the guy with the beard and the ponytail. See him? There it is.
Nice.
Heads will roll. All right, last
right.
key.
And...
We got it. 5
Oh, I
minutes
can
left.
smash it. Do I smash it?
What? That's what smashing it was like what was breaking the head.
Oh, I see. Okay.
This will be 1. Yep. Booyah. Okay.
Nice,
So
okay.
we have these two are facing forward. Oh, is it height?
Yes, that seems about right.
Okay, so there's a bunch of objects. So we know that.
Okay, less than 5 minutes.
Okay. So the guy in the hat is taller than a horse.
And
The bald guy with the beard
is taller than the flame.
Is taller than the flame.
And the guy with glasses is shorter than the flame.
So this guy.
Yeah, this guy on the far right, he's shorter than the flame. Okay.
Okay, so let me see. So then she is shorter than him. He is taller than a horse. Can you show me the paintings? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so this guy is taller than she is, right? And then look up. He is taller than the flame, and then the other side. This guy is shorter than the flame, which would mean he's shorter than this guy. And she's there, and he's also shorter than the fence.
Oh.
Can you show me the other side again?
Yeah.
Okay, so this guy is much taller than the fence. And then he's taller than the flame. The guy with the parted hair is taller than she is. Is this? No. He's taller than the flame. He's taller than the fence. He's shorter than the fence.
What are we not doing?
Hold on. Shorter than the flame and the fence. He's taller than she is. Oh, wait, okay. There's that.
2.5 minutes left.
Okay.
Oh.
Parted hair woman.
Maybe switch.
Got
Oh
it.
my gosh.
Run! Oh, we're down the back side.
Okay, and then can we get the key now?
We don't need it.
Oh, we gotta.
You want to tag it?
Oh,
it's
you got the
paint.
spray paint.
Spray painted.
It's official.
We got out.
Oh my god.
Nice
We
job.
did it.
Nice job. A+. Wow.
That was cool.
That was tough. That was tough.
Total escape time 27 minutes, just under the 30
I'll take
minute
that.
mark.
I'll take that.
Yeah, pristine line work, and you free-handed the whole thing. Sick.
That was a lot of good. All those puzzles
Oh,
tying together
I
with
love
the whole
them
art
all
theme.
tied and spatially.
Yeah.
That was very, very cool. Oh, here we
Okay,
go.
yeah,
I
let's pick
I
our
love
stuff.
this part. Okay.
Of course, I collected the cheese right away. You figuring this out was clutch. Putting the colors together to make new colors.
Well, you figuring out the actual the
The
face
vase
vase thing.
Collect 2 and 5 keys, which I think we lucked out on that one.
Yeah.
Because we just went to the first door and we were like, oh, the door's open.
We absolutely did.
Okay.
I was getting pretty nervous at the arranging of the height statues.
No, I got it. We figured it out. We got our stencil badge. Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna have to fill that whole thing. We're gonna have to fill that whole thing. If only to impress Professor Slip.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I do like that they were like, hey, if you can break in and put graffiti all over our precious monument, that means you're doing really well.
Whew.
Wow.
One level down.
We did
Escape
it.
Academy.
Escape Academy. This is tons of fun. That was super fun.
That was
I love
great.
those kinds of escape rooms. I love that we can play together and I can like see what you're looking at and like we can cross-reference.
Oh yeah, because we could even play this locally,
Yeah.
home together on our respective computers, or we could play it
Well,
online.
I feel like if I was playing this alone, it'd be hard. I'd be running from one thing to the
Oh,
other.
yeah.
But like I was like, oh, show me the paintings, or you were
Mhm.
like, oh, look at this thing.
Mhm.
But yeah, this is a ton of fun. Super excited to play more Escape Academy. So if you want to try and escape the Escape Academy, you can do so on Xbox, PS4, PS5, PC, and Xbox Game Pass.
June 2022. Can Escape Academy hold me? I doubt it.
She's gonna be in there for hours.
Mm.
Yeah, she's not going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Escape Academy wish list.
For the love of God.
And that was Escape Academy. Absolutely killing it. The Funhouse crew getting through that just under the wire. Again, that comes from Coin Crew Games, Skybound Games, and I Am 8-Bit. Escape Academy, it's co-op. You can play online or couch co-op style with your friends. And again, those plugs, you'll be able to play on PC via Steam, PlayStation, Xbox, and Xbox Game Pass this June. So if you have Game Pass, there's no question about it already. You got the game already there. Just put it in your queue. See what it's like, give it a try. It was really cool watching them kind of slowly piece together, and I love those kind of like moments they had where, okay, I have this key, I have this key, what do you see, what's going on here, and sort of having to like really piece it all together. Also, I love the name of the professor. I think that's so like goofy and cute and weird. But yeah, this looks like a really fun one to play, and I'm excited to dig into this, just watching them kind of do a bit. And this one was also a little different than the one that you had done before,
Yeah,
too, right?
super, super different. I didn't get to meet Professor Slip when I played, so excited about what happens in the next phase of playing Escape Academy, for me at least. And honestly, I was watching them and I was like, this is such a cool thing for partners to do.
Mhm.
There was such good communication. You and I were watching, we're like, they're so calm.
Yeah, I was expecting
I'm
a lot
definitely
more.
not as
Like,
calm.
where is it? Look at the painting.
Well, what is it? What is it?
Tell
Who
me
is-
what I'm
yeah.
seeing. But it was so chill. Like they just work together seamlessly, and I think it's gonna bring out some fun stuff in whatever these teams are that end up playing this game. Hopefully, it brings out the best in me. I don't really know. I'm a little worried. We'll find out together.
Yeah, but it was super cool to see them, watching them kind of interact with everything, and to kind of see how the game evolved from what I saw. You know, I got just like a little tease again with the demo that's available on Steam, but then you saw, I think they were on maybe the 3rd or 4th level is what Courtney, our producer, was telling us. So you can see how intricate it gets, how many rooms there are, how many different things kind of play into getting through to that next place. And
I was surprised too, like with the environment. Like I was kind of in my mind, and I'd only seen like a little bit of like trailers for Escape Academy, where it's a lot more, I guess, traditionally escape room and what you think of it, where you're in like a set setting, but them kind of being in like more open areas and kind of going inside and outside, like I was a little surprised by that, but in a good way, because I wasn't expecting seeing that.
Well, I think the coolest thing about Escape Academy is when you're in an escape room, right? Like the coolest thing about escape rooms is like, oh, the different nuances to it and how crazy they can get and all that. But then with Escape Academy, they can go anywhere. They can go space, they can go underwater, they could do all these crazy different locations, different settings, different scenarios that in real life you probably wouldn't want to be in. But if you're playing Escape Academy, the game...
Or it'd be like way too expensive to make.
Right.
But, like which games are also expensive to make, but like just having that freedom. And I think that's what's cool too, because like that's the point of it being a game, right?
Yes.
It opens it up to stuff that maybe you couldn't do in real life or it'd be extremely hard to replicate in real life, but you can kind of get more creative because you have that leeway because you're in the space of video games.
And then being able, once again, to see that cool communication between the two of them being in separate rooms, looking at two different objects that do correlate with one another. Yeah, so you guys definitely want to play Escape Academy. I had a blast playing it. We had a blast watching it. It looks like the crew over at Funhouse had a pretty good time as well. And like you said, barely making it in time. Two brains barely being able to get through with
They're
just a
keeping
few
it
minutes
interesting,
left.
you know? Like, it's not exciting if they, like, got it right away. You want to kind of have a little bit of that nail-biter moment. I think they pulled that off really nicely.
All right, you guys. So, one of our favorite creators, Daniel Warren Johnson, has an amazing new book coming out this month. And to celebrate, we have the most amazing new merch from our favorite Daniel Warren Johnson creation, Murder Falcon. I know Brian is excited about that. He's over there cheering right now. First off, if you haven't read it yet, get on it. It's beyond good, and whether or not you read it, you can't help but love this awesome new Murder Falcon gear. Thank Metal and check it out. I mean, first of all, just having anything on it that says Murder Falcon, I think is a great conversation starter.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's murder, there's the Falcon, there's the motorcycle. It has a little bit of, it has it all, you know? It's also a black t-shirt. Like, you can't get enough black t-shirts. Like, it's a classic thing to toss on and wear. So, again, you're going to want to use that QR code and get that merch. But next up, we're going to get Paranormal with I Hate This Place. Now, I wanted us to spend a little bit of time setting this up because this is one leading into the show that you were super excited about. Like, we were talking, even before we sat here to, like, get set up, we were talking about I Hate This Place even before we sat down. So,
yeah,
what do you
so
got?
Kyle Starks, the main creator of I Hate This Place, had talked a lot about wanting to create a place that you went to with your partner and it was just like hell on earth. Exactly. Like, there's demons, there's zombies, there's aliens, there's a murderer. Why not? There's no answer to this situation. No one knows how to get out of it. There's no, like, expert advice that's like, well, if you just do this thing, then you can leave. They're literally just set up for failure from the beginning. And actually not even the beginning, because the very beginning of this first issue is kind of, you don't really know what's going on. You're introduced to these characters, but it really hooks you. Instantly, you're like, whoa. Just a couple pages in, you're like, what is happening here? Then you meet the characters that are really going to be the protagonists, if you will. And there's a beautiful little button on the end that also kind of ties in the beginning. So not only does it hook you, but it leaves you on this incredible cliffhanger. I thought the art was amazing. I thought the characters were great and distinguishable. I thought that they had very many different, like, character traits that you kind of held on to. And like I said, the artwork was just absolutely beautiful. I really could not put this one down. It is the thing I am probably the most excited to talk about today, and then hearing the creator talk about it just being kind of hell on earth, I don't know what's going to come next.
Yeah, and we're going to have Kyle Starks, the writer, and John Morrison, the editor, who are going to be discussing it, breaking down, and moderator Rachel Evans as well. And I think that stuff's going to be so cool. We can kind of see more of those insights. You mentioning what draws you to the comic, I think it's going to be exciting to see what was the inspiration behind those elements, you know, what might we expect moving forward, and just kind of really laying the ground for, I think the paranormal is interesting because it can so much be whatever you want it to be. It kind of leads to, like, a lot of creativity there, and I think that's what's exciting about I Hate This Place.
Yeah, that's 100% the thing. You know, Kyle, once again, I believe it was in an interview with us here at Skybound, was saying, like, there are no limits to this. You're already in the first episode kind of being introduced to a few aspects of things. You're like, well, wait, what is that? Those two usually don't go together. And he said, he's like, anything can happen. Who knows? Maybe we'll see vampires. Maybe we'll see, you know, mole people. I don't know. I don't know what the potential is, but we do know that there's murders, there's aliens, there's zombies, there's so much, and they are not contained by any realm of reality. They can just do anything that they want in I Hate This Place, or fuck this place, as they say in the comic, or as you guys saw in that super cool merch, which we'll show you guys after we talk about this just a little bit more. So one of these new coming, definite, soon-to-be favorites, I Hate This Place, fuck this place, let's go, let's check it out, let's see if we can survive.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
That's us.
I was waiting for a hi, Rachel.
Hi, Rachel.
Hi, Rachel.
That's it. That's the energy I need. Hi, I'm Rachel Evans. I'm your moderator today. I am a paranormal researcher on Paranormal Caught on Camera on the Travel Channel, and that is why I am qualified to be speaking at you. So I'm super, super excited to be here with y'all today. I love comic books. I obviously love the paranormal, and I am here today with Kyle Starks, the writer of I Hate This Place, and John Moisen, the editor. So thank y'all so much for being here. I just want to, Kyle.
Hi, it's me. I'm
Hello,
Kyle.
Hi.
I wrote I Hate This Place.
Oh my goodness.
And other things.
You sure did. What
I
else did
wrote
you write?
for Skybound. I wrote Assassination with Erica Henderson, and I wrote Six Sidekicks of Trigger Keaton with Chris Schweitzer, and I also wrote a Dr. Pepper comic once that I don't think we talk about, but it's very exciting. It's a nice secret to have out there. And John was my editor on
We
all
don't
of
talk
them.
about Dr. Pepper.
He's
Even
special
Dr.
Dr. Pepper.
Yes. Oh yeah. Now you're welcome here.
John, what a great segue. Not only the editor of Dr. Pepper comic, but also, please, tell us.
I edit, as Kyle said, I've edited Assassination, Six Sidekicks of Trigger Keaton, and I Hate This Place, or if you know it by the explicit title, F This Place. And a bunch of other books. Stillwater, Redneck, Outcast. If you've read a Skybound comic in the last few years, chances are you probably read something I've edited or at least had a hand in. So comics. Just, I don't know, plain old good comics. And Dr. Pepper comics, too.
Editor of all comics. What an honor.
Yes.
Well, y'all, like I said, I'm uniquely excited to be here today, not only because obviously I love the paranormal, but I'm a former employee of Skybound. I love Skybound. I love comic books. And this is just like the intersection of everything. So I have to start off with the obvious. Like, do you believe in the paranormal? John, I'm looking at you.
I can jump in. I do. Because it's so fun to believe in that stuff. That's the thing. Is I feel like I should be a skeptic, and I feel like in some regards I am. But it's more fun to believe in this stuff. It's more fun to believe that there are aliens out there and that there are ghosts and Bigfoot. I want to go meet the Loch Ness monster. It's too fun to believe in all this stuff. I know it's probably silly, and I know Kyle definitely has a different opinion, which I'll let him get to. But I find it more fun to sort of go along with the ride, and maybe a ghost has haunted my apartment, maybe not. I don't know. I like the what if of it.
So, John, you said that Kyle, you had a different point
John,
of view.
John
What
and I
is
actually
that
just
point?
had a conversation about this a couple weeks ago. I am not. I hate to say that I'm not, because I just wrote such a good spooky book. Because I love the stories and I love the lore. But I can only live my life by my own personal experiences, and I've not had any. That is to say, this, like I said, John and I talked about this. I think it's less to say, if someone said to me, my wife believes in ghosts. There's a place in town. I live in Evansville, Indiana. We have a Willard Library. It's one of the most haunted places in America. She worked there, and she's like, ghosts are real. And it's like, well, I've been there, and all I got was books, so I feel differently about that library. But so if someone, I don't negate someone else's experiences, but I can only live my life by my experiences. And I've had nothing good creepy happen. Only real life terrors, like diabetes.
That is very horrifying. But that's so interesting that you don't not that you don't believe in ghosts, but you're not necessarily like a paranormal fanatic, because you wrote, like you said, such an incredible paranormal comic book.
I love it. I
So
love the subject matter, but yeah, I don't have a personal experience to relate. I love a good story. I love a good vacation story too, you know?
Yeah. Do you think, if anything, it's kind of more dynamic that the perspective is almost coming from a more skeptical place? Because I don't know. That's interesting.
I love horror movies. I adore horror movies, and I think it's the same thing. It's just a specific type of story for when I'm consuming. Because, like I said, if someone said like if someone said, like my wife, I don't say, well, that's patently untrue. Science says otherwise, my dear, because I didn't have the. I don't choose. I only choose to believe my own experiences, which are non-existent. And I'm skeptical that way because I'm like, well, let's go see what that sound is. Like something's making that sound. Oh, I'm no fun.
Right.
I'm no fun at all, John.
Do you think that any of that kind of shined through in the comic? Like, do you think there's a character that you specifically relate to the most?
That I relate to the most? It's funny. It's funny. I got asked, I'm doing a lot of promotion for this book, and I got asked today if there's a character that I've written that was most similar to myself, and I answered, I try to only write likable characters that people want to spend time with. So I don't think I've written a Kyle Starks yet, and that's probably why I'm doing so well as a storyteller. I really thought the thing is about this book is these characters, Gabby and Trudy, are dropped into this ranch, which is haunted, and there's paranormal, and there's ghosts, and there's supernatural, and there's so many things happening. And I thought, Trudy is kind of a survivalist. Like at first, maybe she would have been, let's figure this out, but everything happens to her. Like you can't question it. Like she sees it with her eyes. She's looking there's no way to be skeptical when it's confronted with you. So
right.
I'd say probably just how Trudy is very matter of fact about her intentions and what her priorities are. Maybe I'm closest to her. Possibly Big Mike, just because he's a big likable guy, and he's also not the main character, so you don't have to worry about him.
You mentioned earlier that you love horror, and at the core of it, and John, you as well. I know you've edited a lot of horror comics, and you love horror. At the core of it, this is a horror story about isolation and about being alone and how to gather resources and deal with something outside of your control. So how much of this do you see as a paranormal story, and how much of it do you see as just a straight up horror?
Kyle, I'll let you.
I think here's my thing I like about, because I'm trying to figure out the best way to answer that question, because I think the thing is it's both. And the thing that I love about I love horror, and I've only done comedy. I've only done published comedy to this point, and this is my first non-comedy thing. And the setting for Rutherford Ranch lets me do all these different horror tropes, and in the same way, it lets me do paranormal. You know what I mean? It allows me that through the course of these stories that I get to tell, I'll get to tell so many different types of stories. Just as first arc, there's a haunted ranch, there's monsters in the woods, there's a slasher killer on the property, which is Itchy, who's an armed robber who's looking for the money that was buried somewhere on the property. The great thing about it is that it's not just one genre. It's that I get to dance among all these things. So it's interesting because I never thought of breaking up the two. In comics, it's really hard to do things that are traditional scary things in movies. Like you can't do a jump scare. I think it's been done once in comics, and it was by Stephen King's son. So obviously he was able to pull it off. So the certain things that you can do that are scary are harder to do. For me to be to my head, it's a horror thing, but maybe it is closer to more of a paranormal thing. Because to me, it's more like what's happening here, and than it is maybe traditionally scary. It's more unnerving, right?
It's kind of in that Skinwalker
It's
Ranch.
100%. Skinwalker
place.
Ranch was 100% an influence for sure.
I love that because Skinwalker Ranch is just especially in the paranormal community, you've just never heard of.
That's
anything
exactly
like
right.
It.
So it's funny that you bring up Skinwalker Ranch because I was listening to a podcast and I'd never heard of Skinwalker Ranch before, and I became fascinated. I was like, why has there not been a story or a book where there's everything in one place? There's UFOs, there's monsters, there's entities, there's weird things, there's things that aren't even categorical. What's the word? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm so interested by this. And I saw Robert Kirkman. I saw Daddy Kirkman at New York Comic Con a few years ago. And I was like, hey, do you think this is an interesting setting? Just a setting. Just a place for some other story to exist. And he's like, yeah, I think it's great. We should do that. And I'm like, no, that was just a place. It wasn't a story. And the story is what matters. And when the pandemic hit, I emailed Mr. Kirkman. And I was like, hey, I'd love some work. Is there anything you guys are looking for? He's like, yeah, you should do that thing that you pitched me, which I did not do. That you pitched to me at New York Comic Con a few years ago. And I was like, oh, I'm going to figure out the story. But yeah, Skinwalker Ranch for sure, because I'd never heard of, and I don't know why this is the first story that I know of where people are like, everything's there. And so part of the thing, and for me, when I'm hearing these stories about Skinwalker Ranch, that I hope people bring into reading I Hate This Place, is why is this happening? Like, why this place, right? Because I think that's part of it. Like, there's a sort of a lost island, mysterious, aside from all these great spooky action, sort of undertoned heart stories that I want to tell with the spookies and the girls.
With the spookies and the girls. Speaking of the spookies and the girls, what a strong choice to create this very alternative love story, definitely alternative to your perspective. So how was that experience writing these two characters and really understanding where they're coming from?
Yeah, I mean, I think representation is really important. I think it's really important. And so I endeavored for that in all of my projects. I really want to tell a horror story about a couple, like a haunted house couple that we've in Amityville that we've seen a million times, that I had no interest in. And I just a straight married couple is, who cares? It doesn't even interest me, and I'm a straight married man. So it really, I don't think it even added an element, but it just made the whole story more interesting to me. And it gives some opportunities that maybe you wouldn't necessarily have with a straight married couple, though I'm by no means trying to speak for someone else's experience. I think love is love, and ultimately the story of Trudy and Gabby are two people who love each other and are trying to make it in the world, and now their world is filled with literal monsters.
Yeah, you can't necessarily relate to their exact background, but the undertone of love, connection, survival is universal. And I kind of love that. I kind of love that a lot. John, was this when Kyle came to you with this, were you okay, I guess we're doing everything with lesbians this time?
No, I actually was super familiar with Skinwalker Ranch. I grew up reading Man, Myth, Monster, the encyclopedia about paranormal stuff. I grew up, on paranormal stuff. So I was pretty intimately familiar, or at least aware of Skinwalker Ranch. And when Kyle brought it to me and, made the point that nobody has ever done a story like this, I was like, oh yeah, this is absolutely a book that needs to be done. And I think the thing, going back to the characters of Trudy and Gabby, I think for us at Skybound, sort of our guiding light, our North Star is that every book needs to have characters that people care about. It's anybody can do a genre story, but I think what Skybound and what Kyle does really well is stories with a lot of heart and characters, people that you care about. It's on his previous book that we did, 6 Sidekicks of Trigger Keaton, it was this ridiculous book, but the people at the core of it are people you care about. And that's kind of what, attracted me the most to I Hate This Place is it is a horror story with everything, being thrown at this couple, but, they love each other, and that comes through in I think every aspect of the storytelling and their decision making, and that ultimately is what appealed to me and appealed to us here at Skybound, is that it's, it's characters that people can get behind and root for, and, you ultimately want to see them succeed.
Not get killed by murder ghosts.
That's what I'm saying. As soon as I saw them, and I was like, I hope they don't get killed by murder ghosts. So since this, I'm hoping, since this is a Skinwalker Ranch moment, and there's so many different creatures, monsters, ghosts, what have ya, did you have to what's your brain filled with right now? How much did you have to dig into these things to be able to put them into the story?
I mean, I think I did a fair amount of research. Like I said, I love a spooky story. I loved Art Bell. I loved Art Bell, and I think that was certainly would be an influence in terms of my desire to consume all these sort of different stories. Like I said, stories to me. But I love horror movies. I think, I just love genre. I love playing with genre so much. And the opportunity to do horror and to do a lot of genre was so enticing to me. I'm so thankful that Skybound let me do something not funny, though I think it has maybe a couple funny moments in there because I can't help myself. But I think all good things have a little bit of everything in them, basically, except for maybe Kool-Aid. I guess you don't want to put all the Kool-Aids in there. That's gross.
That'd be really disgusting. I would agree with that. So now that you've like dipped your toe or foot or half body, you know, you're in the pool
I'm
of
in
horror.
it, yeah.
You're knee deep, as they say. How, like, is this you? Are you going forward? I mean, obviously you are large, you contain multitudes. You're not one thing.
Yeah.
But do you feel excited about doing more horror in
Well,
the future?
I just did a horror book for a horror comedy book for Image called Old Head. So I'd kind of done a little horror stuff before. It's got like dick monsters and Dracula in it.
Nice.
And I'm actually working on another horror comedy for another, because I like it. You know, it's less that I don't want to do comedy or that I only want to do horror, but horror and comedy are very similar in so many ways in terms of storytelling, because they both rely on the pacing, they both rely on tone, they both rely on setup and payoff. If you don't have those things, then all it feels, it doesn't, just like the scares don't land, the jokes don't land, and it's sort of the same process. So I think it's easier for me to do something that's so similar, though maybe the exact opposite, right? Like the intentions are a complete opposite. Than to me, like trying to do a romance, which I think it has a lot more, has different moves in it than horror and comedy do. I want to do everything. You know, I think like anyone who I want to do everything. I don't know why I said anything. I mean everything. Anyone who creates things, I think, wants to branch out. I love comedy. I think especially as the world gets darker every year, like it brings me joy to bring other people even the 30 minutes of laugh that they get out of a trade or whatever it would be. I think like if that's my legacy, like that's a great legacy. But if he also gave people the creeps, like I'm down for that too. Creeps through my work, not creeps personally. Not that, please.
No, personally, zero creeps. Zero creeps.
No.
No, but I think that's interesting what you said about like this world, the society, the world we live in right now being awful a little bit. And I actually find horror to be a little cathartic. John, do you feel that way at all?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, I think I know when everything around me is sort of screwed up. Like I like reading, about people that are in much worse situations. If during the pandemic, I hunkered down and watched a lot of horror movies, and it was one of those things where it's like, well, I'm stuck in my apartment and everything's awful, but at least not zombies aren't eating me. Like it's one of those things where I think, and I think going back to like what Kyle said about horror and comedy, I think that horror and comedy share a lot of DNA. I think getting laughs out of people is, I think, just as hard, if not harder, than scaring people. And I think if you can do one, you can do the other. And for me, it's when everything's terrible outside, I think that because those two genres share DNA, I think you can kind of dive into either. I think a lot of, people like myself and both of you as well, I think, it's easy to dive into either of those genres and sort of find a nice escape. And when they're combined together, when you got that peanut butter and chocolate, then it's even better.
I would agree. They go hand in hand.
Yeah.
We spoke
Reese's Cup.
Exactly. Delicious comic. We spoke a little bit earlier about the role that isolation plays, and I was wondering, Kyle, if you could kind of speak to that, how that isolation shaped some of the monsters or situations.
I think more, and this is, I think this is in the back matter actually. The first issue, which came out this week, so I hope everyone went and picked it up. I Hate This Place, at their favorite comic book store. By me, Kyle Starks, and Akim Poplin, and Lee Lawton, and John Moisen. Plug. I talk about in the back of the first issue, and is that, like, I don't want to be a bummer, just sort of how fun this could have been when I was like, let me tell you about the time my mom levitated or whatever. But like those things, like those aren't the things that scare me. Like even if me and we're like, oh no, we took a wrong turn, we're in Werewolf Town, I'd be like, let's just have the picnic. You know what I mean? I just don't have that. I'm not scared of that. But the things that I am scared of are the things that happen to these characters outside of these monsters. I'm scared of my loved ones being in danger. I'm scared of being in situations where I can't resolve them. There's no fix. Like just today, my dishwasher didn't drain. I Googled it, right? That my dishwasher not draining isn't scary to me because I can Google it. But these girls can't Google what to do with your UFO monster woods haunted property, And to me, to think of these characters in that situation, where not only are you in a situation that you can't leave, there's stuff there, but also your loved one that you brought here or that you're here with is in perpetual danger. Like those are real fears to me. And also like bugs. Like I don't like bugs, so there's probably some scary bugs coming up. But I think like isolation. Like I'm a professional comic book writer, so like I'm at home all the time. Like I talk to maybe my wife and kids on a daily basis. I don't fear isolation, but I hate the idea of not being able to leave my isolation. And I think for me, that's what's scary about these girls' situation, because they can't leave. It will follow them. The ranch will follow them, which is established issue 1 and shows up again in issue 2. Yeah, so like that's what scares me. Is like, yes, if there was terrible monsters in the woods, I wouldn't like that. That'd be super frightening. But I think it's for me, it's like, you know, like it's like a comedy is the same way. Like if it's just a bunch of jokes, it's only as funny as the jokes. But if you have real human characters doing ridiculous situations that aren't forced, that's what's funny. It's funny going on and sharing these things. And for me, it's like if I just had a bunch of monsters and ghosts, it's like I guess it would be scary. But it's scary to me. It's like here are people that hopefully the readers like. I like them. I like spending time with Gabby and Trudy. I think they're great. And you don't want to see them in danger, but they are in danger. And more so, it's not just the physical danger. It's all these other sort of challenging things that they have to deal with. Especially, you know, poor Trudy, like, is a survivalist. She's a real doomsday prepper. And so for her to be in a situation where you couldn't have prepared for it, like, just imagine how awful that must be.
That is so interesting to like put somebody in that situation who has so much control.
Yeah. And also, like, you want to have characters that have some sort of skills, like, that can be useful later in some way or another. But it's like, you know, Gabby's whole thing is like she's sort of an eternal optimist. Like, again, think about how awful that must be, where it's like you always try to find the bright side, but what's the bright side of being trapped on the worst place on earth? And with the one you love, again, like, what's the upside? What's the silver lining to that? And I think those horrors are much greater than whoever the Horn Man is, or whatever the Horn Man is. He's pretty scary too. I don't know why I said that. He's pretty scary too, but I don't have to deal with him directly. So I don't have that fear that Gabby and Trudy will have.
Speaking of not dealing with him directly, has doing this made either of you want to explore the paranormal in any way? Like, do you want to do a ghost hunt? Do you want to go find Bigfoot?
I just heard about this Bigfoot thing in like Galveston. I can't remember where it was. One of those touristy places where they like, it ends up you're supposed. What was the bit? Anyway, there's a great Bigfoot ride somewhere. What a dumb transition I did. Where they trick you, like you're supposed to be going on one ride, and it ends up like suddenly you're like saving Bigfoot. Someone's gonna be like, I know exactly what I heard about it from Cullen Bunn, and I should have known the name. But as he was telling me the story, it's like they take you on this bus trip, and it's supposed to find Sasquatch, but then they're like, oh no, there's drug dealers here. So the bus like goes on the run, and it goes into this warehouse, and then like the lights come on, and the drug dealers have like captured Bigfoot. Anyway, Cullen Bunn's like telling me the story, and I'm like, more and more like, it's the best experience I've ever had, and how I wish like that was the experience I had. Bigfoot saves you from the drug dealers at the end. I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but it's like everything about the story is like the best thing I ever heard. I will say this, I don't mean to jump ahead of you, John. It's like I am skeptical, but I would say I'm more interested in having experiences that I can use, and you know, I'm more open to doing things just for the experience of it than I would have been 2 years ago, for sure. That's John awesome. Is like, I want to see all the ghosties. I want to capture them in jars.
Oh no, I looked into joining MUFON, all of the UFO organizations. Like I am all about it. I want to find a ghost. I want to take a ride on a spaceship. Take me up.
Beam me up.
Fire in the sky. Let's go.
Very same. Let's go ghost hunting together. So, Kyle, what are your biggest influences? Like, growing up and also now, because I feel like that changes. Like, there's a nostalgic favorite, but then there's like a current muse type of moment.
For comics, for storytelling?
For storytelling.
Man, you know, I've been so lucky. When I was I read comics since I was a kid, but I read just like the sort of the basic ones. But I worked at this comic book shop for 10 years, but this comic book shop also did video rentals. It did bought and sell used CDs. It did paperbacks. It did baseball cards. It did pornography, and it did comics. And we got to read any book. I got to check out any movie. I got to listen to almost any my entire life has just been consuming. So like all those things, I could be like this one thing or these 5 things.
Do you have a favorite comic book of all time?
A favorite
or is that
comic
too
book
hard?
of all time? It's too. I mean, there's a bunch. Like, I love the maxi series, which are to me are only Skybound. Don't mess it up. Preacher, Lock and Key, Bone, even Six Gun. I think Six Gun is a really underrated book. Why the Last Man. I love those types of stories that are like. Also, all the new universe books, Marvel that made it far enough, they're all like 36 issues long or 50 issues long. Like, if those are done well, where it's clearly there's a plan, those are the things that have definitely been the biggest influence on me, and really in a bad way. I always thought from Preacher, I don't know if you read Preacher, it's this great meandering story, and it wraps around, right? Yeah. And I always thought, I was like, Garth Ennis crafted this, this huge grid, this complicated grid. And so when I work, see, John already knows. So that was my memory of it. It's like everything leads into everything. There's no accidents, right? So when I write, that's how I write. And it's a crazy person way to do it, because I asked to do a pitch, and I was like, here's the whole story. And Chris Schweitzer, who did the art for Six Guys, he's like, you don't have to do that. Like, just give them a bit. I'm like, no. I have to know all the story, which means every part, because every part leads to the next part. It's crazy. I reread Preacher over the last year, and I'm like, oh, he's just making stuff as he goes along, which is very upsetting because it made me a crazy person, right? So I guess in many ways, Preacher is like maybe the biggest influence on my writing. I will say, in terms of like comics right now, like there's a ton of super exciting horror comics. Certainly the two that John, like Stillwater and Redneck, are two amazing horror comics. Anything James Tinian does, I think Nice House. I hesitate to talk about other publishers, but Nice House on the Lake is amazing. Something's Killing the Children. Something in the Woods is Killing the Children is really good. It's a really exciting time to be doing which is not why we did it at all. It's just because the pandemic made me sad and I didn't want to do comedy for a minute. But it's a great time to be doing horror comics. Like I'm super excited that right now the readers, the direct market readers, are willing to try another genre besides superheroes and sort of like noir spy thing. It's really exciting. So, and it's exciting that there's good work. So hopefully, I know we're contributing to that.
I am so excited to read this. I've needed this. You were right. Now. There is not. There's not a Skinwalker Ranch comic out there that maybe there is and somebody's gonna yell at me. That's fine. Yell at me. I'm saying there's not. And I'm so excited that you've put such an interesting story within this world. And now knowing that you meditate on the plot and make sure that it spans out.
Nothing is accidental, Rachel. Nothing is accidental.
I am going to.
Oh no, we've had phone calls. It is all very, very.
I am
planned.
going to devour this. And this being, please put yourself over.
It's I Hate This Place from Skybound Comics. It's so good. It's out now.
Everywhere right now.
It's everywhere.
I want to put in the plug for Arkham Toplum. The art is amazing in this book.
Arkham doing a great job. And he's doing a great job. I think this is Arkham first sort of major work, so he's killing it. We do have a dirty title, which is to us the original title still. If you want that original title, you're going to have to put pre-orders in. Unless your store is the hippest store. To me and John, the scripts don't say I hate this place; they say something else. And because I think that F this place is the tone of this book. Yeah. That's what if you put me on this ranch, every moment I'd be like F this place. So yeah, if you want that title, make sure you get that pre-order in.
That's what I keep.
When Kyle pitched the book, it was called F This Place, and we were like, "There's no way we'll go with this." And then we managed to actually make it. I still can't believe feels like we're getting away with a crime doing F This Place.
Every time I think of it, that's what I think of. I think of F This Place. I Hate This Place is also very accurate and a very good title. Yeah. So, like we said, it is available at your comic book store right now. Go pick it up because oof. So pretty, so good. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, John.
Yeah, thanks for doing such a great job.
Oh man,
let's go. Hey, Rachel, where would we find you on social media?
Yeah, you know where I'm a ghost.
Oh no!
Thank you for doing that. You can find me at Rachel Sam Evans on the internet, and go watch The Circle. It's out on Netflix right now. Kyle.
I'm at the Kyle Starks almost everywhere. I have a KyleStarks.com. Come find me. Let's hang out. Let's talk about spookies.
John?
John Moisen, at John Moisen. I don't know, everywhere. Instagram, Twitter, wherever you want to follow me. I have a letterbox if you want to do that too. Whatever. I'm
getting on your letterbox. I didn't know you had a letterbox. Oh, I'm going to get in there and criticize.
Oh, yeah, I love it. Oh yeah, I watch lots of horror movies. Let's talk horror movies over on Letterboxd.
Well, I'm excited to have a new ghost busting team. Thank you. You've already agreed to it. You didn't read the contract, I'm sure, but it was in there.
I'm the first one dead.
I know, and I'm sorry. No, you're gonna have to survive because I need like more issues of this. But thank y'all, and please, everyone, enjoy the Skybound Xpo.
Ooh, spooky.
Ooh.
Again, that was I Hate This Place. Issue 1 came out this past Wednesday, May 18th, so pick it up at your favorite comic book store. We have some amazing new merch to go along with this exciting new release as well. All I can say is, who doesn't need this new merch that we have coming out? Super exciting. Let's take a look at it right now. We got some cool shirts. We got a whole bunch of stuff. Again, as usual, once this ad gets pulled up, right there, boom, there it is. You got the QR code in the middle. The Eat Trash shirt. I mean, I think that speaks for itself, right? Whether or not you end up picking up I Hate This Place, aka Fuck This Place, which you should, the Eat Trash shirt still applies. You don't even need to have the comic background for that to be an awesome piece of merch. So definitely go ahead and check that out again. QR code is on the screen. Some really cool pieces. And I love they have the I Hate This Place and the NSFW name as well, where you can kind of rep either one, just whatever kind of suits your fancy.
I feel like if you're quitting a job and you put in a 2 weeks notice, you should just wear this merch every single day till you leave. You can start off light with the I Eat Trash, you can move over to the I Hate This Place, and then of course you can just rock the Not Safe for Work title, because who cares, you're quitting your job anyway. Or you can even rock your variant copy here of I Hate This Place. Every single issue that comes out will have our regular title with, I Hate This Place, and also the variant copy, which is a little bit more fun for me, if you like that word. Some people might not. I thought it was so cool to hear. First of all, Kyle's a funny dude. I thought he was a really cool guy, and kind of talking a little bit about the pandemic and how that, being caught in a place that you couldn't leave.
Yep.
Most of us probably like our homes a little bit more than Gabby and Trudy like this ranch. But it was interesting to hear his insight on that, and also to hear him talk about like the through line between comedy and horror. I think it's very, very true. You find that with like comedy and sadness as well. Like they always say, if you can make people laugh, you can make them cry. And I think it's very true when you look at this book, or excuse me, this comic, because the comedy is in there, and I love that they addressed the thing of like, why don't we just leave? Because so many times when you're watching horror movies or you're reading horror comics, you're just like, there's so many better decisions for you guys to make. So the fact that one of them is a survivalist, the other one is, the person that inherited the property, and then they don't have the means to leave. They don't have the means to continue on their normal life anyway. They're kind of like not giving up, but starting over here on this ranch. The idea is to like sell the cows and like sell the ranch and make money to build their lives. So I love that very real part of life is kind of thrown and intertwined in there. And again, just to hear from them and Rachel, big shout out to Rachel being on the circle. I have to admit, a thing that I picked up during the pandemic, those 2 years of being stuck in a place that I love, was drinking. Oh, excuse me, not drinking. Was trash reality television. And I'm not
drinking
just
it in,
Yeah, and not to say the circle is trash, but you know what I mean. I loved the circle. I've caught all of them. I haven't watched the most recent season, so it's fun to see that Rachel's on there. Big shout out to her. That was it's cool to see her there, and also cool to geek out about the paranormal.
Yeah, it's a binge element, right? That consumption kind of thing. But yeah, I like what they said about the tragedy and catharsis element too, about, hey, sometimes it's just nice to see something dark to kind of alleviate the darkness you might be experiencing.
Yes.
I like the mention of like, there's no Google, there's no way out. I feel like that's really horrifying. Before we move on to our next stuff, I do want to know though from you, we've been doing the show for a little while. It's time to open it up. Paranormal, do you believe in it? And what are some of your biggest fears or like phobias that you're worried about in your bad place? Like, what fear are you like, just, oh my God, please do not manifest this in here?
I will say I do believe in the paranormal, but I have not had any interactions with it yet. Where's wood? Where's wood? Help! But the other thing that I'm the most horrified of, this is incredibly specific, but still to this day, in my 30s, every time I take a shower and I'm home alone, I'm terrified of washing my hair and opening my eyes and something being there that should not be there. Even if it's a spider, that's okay. I hate spiders, and that would freak me out a little bit, but anything else, a hand, a face, I feel like that'd freak anyone out, but still for some reason, it's the washing your hair when you're home alone moment. That's my terrifying one.
That's definitely a horrifying one for me as well. For me, I'm kind of scared of everything. Like, you make a noise too quickly, like something bumps here, I'm just freaking out. about it. So really, honestly, you could give me a normal place, and I'd probably still be afraid if it was empty enough, frankly. So
if there was no Google, it's pretty much
exactly
the end of the day.
like if the Wi-Fi's out, like I'm out. But we got a lot of cool stuff coming up, including Comics Vault Live, which we're about to get into.
Yeah, it's going to be with Sean Kirkham, aka Big Clutch. He's back with another episode of CVL and some can't miss exclusive drops from products or properties that you already know very well, like Clementine, which we saw earlier today, Twig, I Hate This Place, which we have just been gushing about, The Walking Dead, and maybe you've heard of it, Skybound X, and more. So it's all on you, Big Clutch. Take it away.
Welcome to Comics Vault Live with your host, Big Clutch.
What is up, folks? Skybound Xpo Games Edition, Comics Vault Live 305. Amazing times to be here. I'm so glad to be hanging with you all. Got the chat up in the window here. We're hopefully going to see people say some cool stuff. Love you guys. Oh my gosh, what an amazing time. It's been a great day today. I've really enjoyed the game streams. I love seeing Tilly. I love seeing Attack Peter. I'm super stoked for Wrestle Quest. Escape Academy is cool. My boy Kyle. Good to see Rachel Evans on the screen too. Oh, man, it is awesome. Good days. Good days. What is up, everybody? I see some really cool familiar names. Hello, Dwayne. Hi, Jose. What's up, everybody? Good times ahead of us. I've got a puppy at my feet. I just want to let you guys know. So if you do hear any barking, he's sleeping right now, but he's a brand new pup. It's been a very busy week. I don't know when I'm going to catch up on the sleep. Definitely won't be next week because I'll be in Vegas for AEW wrestling shows, and little boy Moxley over here will be cheering us on from all the way out there. So anyways, let's jump into this school stuff. Cool stuff, not school stuff. Anyways, first book up today, Walking Dead Deluxe number 11, second print, gold foil, color version. We're getting these done here. Look at this awesome cover. Oh, it is so cool. Rounding these last couple out, we've got 11 and 12. This will complete your guys' sets. So let's go ahead and toss in the link into chat. Also, you guys know how this works, right? If we've got the collection link, which will have all the products in there. We'll toss in the link in there so you can pick it up. I think we have 150 of these available. These are $99.99. We're going to finish out that collection of 1 through 12. And I know we've had people ask for others, the old ones that they may have missed. If we have extras, we'll toss those up in a future CVL down the line. So I believe the link should be coming. It's going live now, according to the team, which is good. Thanos, what's up, Brian? Oh, there's the link to the collection, folks. So keep that one handy if you guys want to just refresh it and see what new pops up in there. So it should be pretty good. But yeah, man, Dave Finch did these covers, and you guys are going to see another cover later in the show that you've seen, which is also has a lot to do with our Clementine book too. So I love the fact that we got this series done. It is super rad. It is in the collection now, so you guys can pick the collection link right there in chat. It's down below in this side, that side over there, somewhere. So yeah, number 11. This is our second printing, color version, gold foil, 150 available, $99.99. So pick that one up if you need to grab it. let's go ahead and jump on over. We'll add the next one in there too, so you guys can get them in there. Also, free shipping on these books while we can still offer it before Dan Peterson kills me. But Walking Dead, this is the second print, black and white with the red foil. And like we've talked about these before too. I love the black and white versions because they've got, you can see like the inks and the pencils, and it is one of my favorite things to collect. So these are really super rad. So yeah, collection is linked, is Riley's caught it. So pinning the link at the top of the chat so you guys can just pop up in there and check it out. So second printing, the red foil is going to go live here in a second. So you guys will see it here. There's a little bit of a pop-up, a little bit of a delay from when stuff goes into stuff appears on the screen. So if you're looking for the main, if your main link, always keep that collection open. You can just go ahead and refresh that. So Brian Mini-Me just walked in and says, "Oh, hey, that's a big clutch." That's awesome, Brian. Thank you so much, buddy, for keeping the little ones in the big clutch world. That's what we do. No new Invincibles today, Frosty. So Ray's looking for some Invincible stuff, but we have some really cool stuff coming down the line. We have a really interesting, I think you guys have heard some cool rumblings, and I'd say for the July Expo is going to be super spicy. So good stuff. Let's you guys have these ones. We know what we're doing with these. Easy peasy. Let's jump to the next one. So I believe I hope it's right. I believe the next book in chat will be Twig number 1. This is Scotty Young, Kyle Stram, love those guys. Jean-Francois and Nate doing the colors and the lettering, and this is cool. And the fun thing, so we had Daniel Warren Johnson, our guy. You can see it, right? It's right there on the screen. Daniel Warren Johnson did the cover for this one, which is super awesome. One of the things I don't think we properly mentioned is that this cover is glow in the dark. This thing, all the planets, the teeth, the eyes, they all glow in the dark. So this book looks super rad in the dark. Of course, my office is really bright, so you really can't see it, but I can do it. It looks awesome. It looks like a stunning space scene, and it is super cool. So you'll have an awesome glow in the dark cover. It's going to be rad. You're going to enjoy it. I think the book should be live now in the chat. There it is, right there. So Daniel Warren Johnson, friend of Skybound, love that dude to death. He's got a new book coming out, Do a Powerbomb, which we will have a variant for. So look forward to that. But then we also have some really cool. We just released some Murder Falcon merch. I think we saw earlier on the stream today. So that's awesome. So yeah, really good. I mean, yeah, I Comics Rediscovered. I agree with you. The read of this book was super fun. I'm stoked to see it. Like, it's going to be, I don't know, the world building here that they were able to do is super rad. Yeah, I think it's going to be a great one. So this one is $74.99. I think we have 100 of these in CGC 9.8. So print run for the book was 500. So we will have some extras in raw for something down the line. But as of gradable copies in that first batch that we sent to CGC, we have 100. So pick them up, $74.99 right now. Buy them. They're so good. So dang good. What is up next? Oh, Lordy. Fuck this place. And I'll say it because I can. This guy can. I hate this place. We just saw Kyle talking about the book. It is this is super awesome. And this is super gonna crazy. There's only 15 in 9.8. This book is foil, and this is what we weren't able to show properly, but this thing looks rad. So because it's a foil cover, and these things are, the paper is really special, whatever. Apparently, like, all the books that we shipped from the printer to CGC got just mangled in shipment. So there are only 15 of these. So this one is gonna go crazy fast. So if you want one of these in 9.8, a guaranteed 98, it is going to be $74.99. It's alive in the chat now, so pick it up. It's going to sell out immediately, and then hopefully when we get a chance to go through the comps that we have at work, we'll go through and we'll find some raw ones, and we'll do something with those later on. But we only have 15 of these in 9.8. So this is, I mean, look at this cover. This is a Michael Walsh cover. John Moisen, our editor for the book, chose Michael, and was a fantastic choice. This is such a sweet, I mean, like, look at that thing. It just pops So yeah, great book. Pick it up. This is gonna sell out super, super close. Oh my God, HR just got on me. Sarah from HR just said I can't say fuck. All the sponsors are gonna be mad, but it is the name of the book. Fuck this place. Anyways, so good times. Good times. I hate this place. Fuck this place. I love it. We pushed a lot of buttons with that one in the comics world. So sold out. There we go. Faster than fast. No 99s. It's super hard to get a really great pop on these ones. The foil covers are really tough, especially also when you do a black print on the cover too. It makes it a little bit tough. So I figured that one was going to go fast, and we had a moment where, when we found out how many we had from CGC, that we were like, I think there's actually 23 total graded. And we, talked to Dan and Arun and Morgan, and we were like, all right, let's talk about this. What do we want to do? We were like, hey, guess what? Let's just put up the 15. Like, we might as well. It's not worth holding on to and just making it a rare. I mean, it's going to be rare, period. But we wanted to give you guys an opportunity to have it. We'd already announced it was going to be there. We still figured 15 would be fine. So there we go. Good stuff. Fantastic work from the team. I really appreciate everyone putting that up there. Let's roll along. Of course we know. Yeah, I saw William. I missed it out. These things went so fast. I wish we had more, and we'll figure out if we have others that are gradable. We'll try to grade those too. Otherwise, we'll try to put some raws available at some point when we get all set up in the new studio. Which you guys saw the new studio today. We got the hosts are hanging out in there too, which is super rad. So we're trying to get that figured out in the next month. I think June will be a pretty good time for us to start doing some shows out of there. So good times. Clementine, big deal. This is one of our biggest things, right? So Clementine, Telltale's The Walking Dead video game. Clementine was the star of the video game. We've got this amazing book coming out from Tilly Walden, which is a fantastic read. We're going to be, hey, there's an adult dating site. What's going on there, guys? I mean, I already have a partner. Jessica's not here. I can't do this stuff. I'm not trying to date, but I appreciate the heads up. So, anyways, it's so weird to see like crazy spam popping up on here. Like this is so weird. So weird. We're gonna put this one back on here. So Skybound X #1. This came out last year during July for our Skybound Xpo and stuff like that. So this is we've had some leftover copies. I think we only had like 25 leftover copies from the stream. So we're going to put those up now if you guys want to catch those, if you didn't get a chance for that. So that is the first appearance of Clementine in a comic book. This is amazing. Yoshitani cover, who they just got nominated for an Eisner for cover work too. So super stoked to be able to have Yoshi do our covers. So we have 25 left over of this one, $99.99. Pick it up if you guys want to grab that one if you missed it out. It's gonna go quick, so those will be gone. We've definitely, we've adult dating. Art is all about it. It's like sexy singles near you. I'm like, there's no sexy singles in my house. Well, Jessica, she's sexy. All right, that joke fell flat. Anyways, all right. This is the fun one, right? So, Free Comic Book Day happened a couple weeks ago. We had Clementine #1 samples, like basically I think it's the first chapter of Clementine. We put that out into stores as a book, and then we got Dave Finch to do a cover. And so just like the Deadhead covers we've done for the second prints of 1 through 12 of Walking Dead Deluxe, Dave did his awesome version of Clementine, but as the half zombified version. So this is I expect these to go pretty quickly too. These are awesome books. $99.99. We have 200 of each of the two versions available. They are I think they're both virgin copies, so they're full art virgin copies, no trade dress on there. The Clementine hat, one of the best selling things we've ever made in this company. I'll tell you, like the amount of hats we've sold over the years has been awesome, and I'm so glad we were able to get it done. That was a awesome feat back in the day. Dan Peterson knows how many we've moved. He had to move so many boxes and boxes of those hats, but that's a great hat. So, anyways, this is awesome. This Clementine, like, it is so visceral, like kind of gnarly. It's so good. link should be up in the chat here in a second. I just saw it going live now. So if you guys want to refresh, this cover looks awesome. I don't have any copies here. Actually, I might. Hold on a second. Let me look in the stacks of books. Yeah! I do. Boom! Look at that thing. This is super cool. Clementine. So cool. And it's also like the other cool thing about this, and I mean, if you guys picked it up too, but we've got previews for Everyday Hero Machine Boy and Sea Serpent's Aaron there, so that's really awesome. And then we've also the black and white version, my super favorite. So many books. I get so much mess around here. I'm sorry. It's a bit of a hectic place around here. So that cover, yeah, dude, Brian's right. That cover is gorgeous. So 200 of those available in CGC 9.8. These books are super rad. So you want to add this to your collection because this is a great piece of art. Let's go ahead and toss in the second version, the black and white. So the black and white, and again, like I mentioned, like seeing the inks on artwork is just, I don't know. There's something just pops about it. I've always loved. I think that's why I love collecting original artwork. It's because you get to see that, and yeah, it is super rad. So that should pop up in the collection here in a second. Any chance for a CGC of the free comic book day version? We might. It depends on if we've got any. I don't know if we had how many of those we got in as comps, but if we do have any, maybe we'll try to grade them down the line. This could be kind of fun. Don't forget too, if you like the Deadhead versions, like these, you can check out the you can definitely go check out the Anthony brought up here the Daryl art book. So the art of AMC's The Walking Dead. We have a really cool Dave Finch Deadhead cover like this for it. But the Deadhead version of Daryl Dixon, and that's a super cool one. So, and I think that's also 20% off in the store. So that's a great deal if you want to pick that one up. So these are going to be great. I can't wait for this book to come out. Tilly has done an amazing job. We got our sample, our arcs in, which are basically like a little preview books of it. And it's such a cool story. I am excited for it to come through. So great stuff. Again, pick it up. You guys want to have this in your collection. It's going to be a great book. And this is also like, this is the basically technically the first issue that she's in too, which is rad. So, oh my gosh, I got a ton of time, folks. We got 11 minutes. Oh my Lord. We burned through this one so fast. So we got some time. Who wants to ask questions? Let's do some questions. We'll take some questions. Like, does anybody want to buy my a copy of this? Anywhere on Clementine's story continuing up beyond the graphic novels, perhaps maybe with Telltale Games? Paul, that's a great question. I actually don't know. I know the games team has been very cognizant of what we're going to do with Clementine in the game space, and I can only assume that when the timing is right to announce what we're going to do, we will announce it. And just understand that, give those guys a break. They get a lot of flack from certain fans online. We understand everyone's super passionate about Clem. Everyone loves Clem. We love Clem. I love Clem. I was one of the first people to ever see Clem when Telltale pitched the game to Skybound back in 2010. Yeah, 2010. I remember having a lunch with those guys and meeting the team or breakfast, and they pitched out to us, and it was awesome. So, yeah, I mean, we love Clementine. We believe in what we're doing in the plan, and just know that we've got stuff going. So know that we've got plans for cool stuff with Clementine. We love her as much as you love her. So there we go. It's good. Michael Reyes, are you losing weight? I did. I have lost weight. I've lost roughly 40 pounds in the past month and a half by not eating a bunch of shit. And not drinking myself into oblivion. So, yeah, thank you so much. Definitely trying to get myself in a better shape for the future so I don't go anywhere. But I appreciate you saying that I looked it. I really did. Sky wants to know, any cat dog fights? Yes. A couple of hisses, but they've both been really good. The puppy is Moxley is his name. So Mox for short. I'm a big wrestling fan. And John Moxley is one of my favorites. And so my girlfriend was gracious enough to let me name Moxley after John, so that's super cool. But Mox has been really good. He wants to hang out with the kitty, and the kitty's like, I don't want you anywhere near me. So they're going to feel it out at some point. I mean, we've got a lot of years left to go. So a lot of years left to go. Any updates on the Walking Dead CGC labels? We need to get back on that. That's I don't know if you guys heard. 2023 is going to be the 20th anniversary for Walking Dead and Invincible. So I'd expect there to be a pretty big deal around all that stuff. We're excited to have some really cool stuff in the works. So that's going to be fantastic stuff. I'm really excited for what we've got going. Next con, Jane Coke, what's the next con you're going to be going to? We're going to be going to San Diego Comic-Con. I know the MegaCon's this weekend. I got a lot of friends at MegaCon. It's awesome. All the pictures look really awesome that everyone's out there having a good time. So excited to be able to get to San Diego in July. It seems like it's so far away, but it's so dang close. We're going to have some cool variants at the show. It'll be a smaller setup for us and Image, but come by. I'll be there. DB will be there. Dan will be there. So if we're walking around, you find us, come hang out. I'm going to try to do I'm going to try to do some sort of CVL get together at some point. So if anyone's going to be going to the show, let me know. Hit me up on the socials and say, hey, I'm going to be at the thing, and I'll post up a poll or something like that and see if anyone's going to be out there. But I'd love to do some sort of CVL get together. I've got some, we can do some giveaways, some fun stuff, and I think that'd be kind of fun. Yeah, I like that. That's a good idea. Thanks for helping putting all this together, guys. What's the Kirkman Invincible Whatnot covers will be available on, will the Kirkman Whatnot Invincible covers be available on these CVLs? Most likely not, but we may have it in a certain way. So not a direct sale, but we may be doing some, Dan and I and Alex have been looking at doing some sort of, special, combo package or something like that, a little mystery box. And we may have some of those to put into. I got some graded. I'll admit we've got some graded copies. And so if we end up doing this thing for, at some point before the end of the year, we'll put some in there. So should be awesome. Yeah, we can, I think the Yoshi Tani, the Skybound X #1 is sold out according to, I don't know. Maybe it's not sold. It's not sold out. The Yoshi Tani one is not sold out. So if you want that Skybound X, it's still available for your purchasing power. Jane Coke is hyped for SCCC. Me too. Father's Day weekend is calling you to Fan Expo Dallas. Oh man, I'd love to go out there. Oh yeah, I got a little travel next week to Vegas for some wrestling stuff, so I might not be able to travel much in June or July. But then we got July 4th plans and all that stuff too. But we'll see if we can get out there. When are you going to make it down to the Dr. Wolf? When are you going to make it down to the beach again? I don't know, man. I need to get out there. It's been a minute. I got to try to get out to. We've been hanging out in Hermosa with the crew. So it's been a good time. Stock just loaded for Skybound X. The stock. It looks like there was some sort of like back end thing. So let's go ahead and show what we got up here again too. Michael Reyes, CGC mystery boxes. What? Yes, we're gonna do some mystery boxes. We got a lot of cool stuff. Anthony, Attack Peter, Oblivion Song. Yes, I'm just gonna say it. Oblivion Song 36. Attack Peter is doing a cover. We've been working on it for a long time. It is awesome. It's gonna be great. Anthony, this is great. Why is the next Skybound X number 25? Images of Tomorrow. So back in 1992, 1993, I think it was 1992, 3-ish. Image, they had this little, when Image Comics first started, they said, hey, let's do a thing called Images of Tomorrow, where they took like 4 or 5 books and they jumped them up from issue, which would be issue number 4 or 5. They jumped them all the way to issue number 25. So it looked like this is what's going to happen 2 years in the future. So basically what we did, it's a play off of that in celebration of Image Comics' 30th anniversary. Like, hey, let's do a cool thing. And I think it was Sean Makowitz's idea to do this. And said, let's do X25. Seemed like a really cool jumping around point. So that book's going to be awesome. I'm excited to have it. We will have a cool variant for CVL for that over the summer. I think there's also going to be a San Diego Comic-Con variant too. So should be freaking rad. Let's go ahead. I think we're running out of some time. So let's go ahead and run through 4 minutes or so. Let's run through what we got left. If you guys want to have let's show the artwork thing here again on this side or that side of the screen. So Walking Dead Deluxe number 11, second printings. So we've got the color version with the gold foil. We'll have the black and white version with the red foil. We got Twig number 1, the Daniel Warren Johnson variant, which is the glow in the dark one. This book is super cool. I love that cover too. Like that really, that blue is awesome. That is so good. F this place, fuck this place. We just sold out on that one. So if you guys missed out on that one, this is a cool foil. So the 15 of you who got this one, congratulations. This book is super fun, and it's a great read too. So make sure you guys pick up a reader copy besides this one to hold on to. It is spooky and it is awesome. Skybound X #1, the Yoshitani Clementine cover. This was one of my favorites from over the summer. Then we've got, of course, Clementine #1. This is the color version from Dave Finch. Awesome Deadhead cover. And then they've got the black and white version. So those are all available. Links are in the chat. Pick them up. These are good books. We will have some San Diego Comic-Con variants. Juniper wants to know any San Diego variants. Yes, we will have variants for San Diego. Casey, you want to see that? Let's show that twig again. Here's that twig again. This thing is like, it's cool too. It's like, you can almost kind of see like how the planets there, and I can feel it as my fingers go across them. But they've got a little texture on the glow in the dark, and then the teeth and the eyes, and then the eyes and the teeth and all that stuff that all glows in the dark. So when Image's production team, their production manager Heather, sent me a picture of it originally, and I was like, this thing, it just pops. It's so cool. So Daniel Moore Johnson's amazing. We've got a super cool do a powerbomb variant with him for next month too, so that's going to be awesome. I'm excited. I'm pumped. We're gonna have a great summer. A lot of cool stuff. We, like you said, I think I'll just say it right. Skybound presents After School #1. We'll have a variant for that. Do a powerbomb #1. 2 other books I can't mention. Oblivion Song 36. We're gonna have an Attack Peter. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Riley wants to know when's the next. There should be some twigs left, I believe. I think the guys are not saying it's sold out yet, but definitely some twigs left. So in the group chat, the pin link there, pick it up. Whatnot Show. We will have a next Whatnot Show will be June 3rd. Once we get back, it's been a little hectic with me and the pup and the world and everything like that. And I also had COVID the past 2 weeks, but don't tell anybody. I just told you, but whatever. But we're all clear on that. So it's been haven't been able to get into the office to do stuff, but we are good to go. Once we get back from from Las Vegas, we'll be ready to do a show on the 3rd, and then hope it's going to be pretty much weekly going forward, except for San Diego week, unless we do something special, which we could do a fun special San Diego one. So, let's wrap it up. We got the call, Courtney. Thank you, producer. Everyone, again, thank you so much for coming out to Comics Vault Live. This has been a great time. Skybound Games, really appreciate you guys being here with us. Follow us on Comics Vault Live on Twitter, on Instagram. Big clutch at those as well. We'll hang out. I want to do a Dan Housen book. That'd be amazing. That's a good idea. Awesome, everybody. Thanks again for coming out today. Let's go.
What a legend. Sean was absolutely incredible to listen to.
So much energy.
What a great Comics Vault Live. These are some of the copies that you guys were talking about. We cannot take these home, unfortunately. We were told that we would not be able to leave studio with these, but who knows? Then you can never look in my
Things
bag.
go missing all the time.
That's right. They really do. This whole set's going to go missing. So get your orders in. You heard that I Hate This Place already sold out. A lot of our favorites, Twig, Clementine in there. I also love that Sean took time to talk about his affection and Robert's affection for Tilly and where Clem is going. I think it's really important. We've seen a lot in the chat. We've heard a lot of rumblings out there about what's going on with Clem and how it's a little different than maybe what people would have expected. But the people that started it, the people that were there on day one, the people that worked with Telltale Games, and of course, Robert Kirkman, kind of giving the sign off there gives us all a nice little ease of heart to know that it's going to be going in a very good place. There's 2 more editions coming out still, so who knows what could happen. And then that nice little nugget there about Attack Peter doing a cover soon. So a lot of great stuff in there. Thank you so much, Big Clutch.
Yeah, and we have a lot of other awesome additional products as well for all of those titles. So again, be sure to scan the QR code and fill up your cart. Some of it's on sale, so this is the perfect time to get those Father's Day gifts, those graduation gifts, those just because gifts. Again, the trash tank top. Always, that's evergreen gift right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, that was like such a fun segment. Sean absolutely killed it, and I love the extra Q&A portions too. Again, it's all about community creators and lifting everybody up. Ideally,
Yes.
is really what we're here about. So go ahead, cop the merch, rep, and keep here hanging out with us.
Yeah, please. We're not going anywhere. We still got a lot more stuff coming your way. So thanks again there, Sean. And make sure to check them out at San Diego Comic-Con in July. Next up, we have a great segment. It's going to be Woody Tondorf taking us through some Skybound Games. It's the showcase there. And as we give you a look at the amazing state of our upcoming games release, culminating the online debut of Before Your Eyes, The Actors React, featuring Sarah Burns and Eric Edelstein. So you've played Before Your Eyes. Yes. You love Before Your Eyes. You want to talk to me and maybe them a little bit about it?
I always want to talk to everybody about Before Your Eyes, and quite genuinely. Like, this is actually, like I said at the top, how I got into knowing Skybound and Skybound kind of being aware of me was through the love I had for Before Your Eyes, where I kind of downloaded it on a whim. I knew that it was, a story game, and I'm big into story stuff. And I also really like teams that are willing to take an interesting risk. The big shtick of this game, if you're not familiar, is that it is played through blinking, so you use your webcam. There is a way to sort of tweak the controls to avoid that if you need to, but that's the base way how to play the game. So a lot of it is just every time you blink, you're kind of going forward. I feel like that sounds kind of overwhelming when you hear about it, but they design it, I think, super well, because they have these spots where you can kind of take a break. They have like a metronome incorporated, and you're really just kind of, without spoiling where the story goes, flashing through a life and sort of reliving these memories. And I just think it's such like a nice, in a way, coming of age, because you're going through this childhood. I feel like it's so easy to reflect on your own experiences growing up and kind of what that would look like and the memories that you cherish and the things you forget or the things you remember, or what stands out to you, because that's how memory is. It's fleeting, and it's sort of random pockets that end up being really impactful. And I just think it's a beautiful story, super moving. And again, that blinking element, I think to a lot of people it sounds kind of like, oh, well, it seems kind of gimmicky, seems weird. But I think they use it in such a smart way, and it really totally fits this idea of memory and time being fleeting, of things slipping through the cracks. It's just so absolutely beautiful. So yeah, the idea of getting these people that were involved in it to sort of react and kind of see it all play out is really exciting. So I can't wait to check this out. I'm always down for more Before Your Eyes content. It's such a cool game, and I want more people to play it. So hopefully, if you're a fan of the game, you'll be excited to see this react the way I am. But if you're not, maybe this will pique your interest. Maybe you'll be introduced to something that could be your next favorite game. It was one of my favorite games of last year.
Well, you were also saying that, because sometimes it can be really daunting to pick up a new title, especially one that has had so many accolades and awards. You're like, well, I don't know, do I have time? Is this going to be too much? The whole blinking thing. But you were saying not only is the blinking part of it incredibly approachable, but so is the length of the game.
Yeah, it's super short. I want to say it's like around that 1 hour mark, plus or minus. Like, I did it in a single playthrough, and something that really cool, I kind of mentioned this at the top as well, like I streamed it, and I think it was so cool that they sort of integrated that in the game where you could have, because you're using your webcam for the game, but they sort of made it so that that webcam feed can be on an overlay, which again, very specific to streaming, but I think it's cool that they thought of that. And I know from the creators so many stories of like watching people like cry on stream playing this game and like the tears in the chat. It's such an emotional experience and such a unique one with like this really cool kind of dreamy art style to it. So yeah, I think it's going to be super exciting to see that kind of be the sort of grand finale of this next segment. But also, I'm excited for the other Skybound games, because for me, like I said, that was sort of my entry point. So I'm like, okay, what else is here? Now that I'm here, I'm in the community, I'm part of it. What else does Skybound have to offer? And I find oftentimes that when I ask that question, I'm delighted by the answer.
Yeah, and I think what's really cool about some of the games, I mean, we haven't seen Before Your Eyes yet today, but we're about to. It's about to be Before Your Eyes. That was a horrible joke. But the other thing that we've noticed with what you were just talking about and streaming and your audience being able to interact was the same thing that we saw at the Escape Academy. These things are great to stream. It's going to be so fun to kind of see the evolution of games being made for streaming content. Yeah. So let's throw it over to Woody Tondorf, and let's see these actors react to them playing this incredible game. We will be back in just a minute after Skybound Games Showcase.
Hi, and welcome to the Skybound Games Showcase. I hope you're having a wonderful May Expo, and thank you so much for being here. This is the Skybound Games Showcase. I am Woody Tondorf, Senior Content Manager at Skybound Games. I'm really excited to have you here. We have a lot to talk about. It's been an exciting time for Skybound Games. When we started as just this little offshoot of Skybound Entertainment, licensing every single Walking Dead game under the sun, I don't think that we ever knew that we would be in this position where we were going to be publishing really incredible indie games. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's take a step back and talk about an incredible anniversary that we had just last month, actually, for the Walking Dead 10th anniversary of Season 1, an iconic gaming franchise that changed the face of the industry forever. An incredible story, and just an incredible group of people who all came together to make a game that just absolutely changed everything. And we were so moved by that and wanted to tell that story again, so we teamed up with editor and producer Sean Finney to tell a wonderful story, get a lot of the OG cast and crew together again. We also got Greg Miller and even the boss man, Robert Kirkman, came through. So it was a wonderful time. And without further ado, let's jump into our first piece of content, the Walking Dead 10th anniversary retrospective documentary. So let's just get into it.
Let's go.
The Walking Dead was all I cared about for 2 years. First thing I thought of when I woke up, and last thing I thought of when I went to sleep.
At the moment you put something out into the world, that is the most nerve-wracking time.
Walking Dead Season 1 was a part of a time where narrative was showing that it could be valuable.
A lot of our work often touched people's lives in ways that we could not imagine.
The very first prototype was for a different zombie thing that ended up turning into The Walking Dead.
Here we are 10 years later.
For several years, we've been making adventure games similar more to the pedigree of the folks who started the studio from LucasArts.
Sean and I and the studio at large had been talking about doing a game with real-time events instead of a point-and-click game, doing a game with persistent choices. Someone at Telltale, I think, met Robert Kirkman at Comic-Con and just said, hey, we make video games. A lot of them are based on comic books. Are you interested in that? And I think that he knew us because we made a game based on Strong Bad.
I was a huge Homestar Runner fan, still am. And so, yeah, that was my main experience with Telltale. And when you look at the landscape, it's like, like Call of Duty, shooting zombies, and, Left 4 Dead was out. And it was a bunch of like really expensive, really cool games of people like running around killing zombies. And I thought, well, if you do a Walking Dead game where it's just people running around killing zombies, it's kind of been done before. And so when Telltale told me about their approach, where it was, very story-based, very narrative, that seemed to be exactly what The Walking Dead needed. And so it was, I'll say no-brainer.
This period of time, we were able to work on the story of the game in relative isolation, and a bunch of smart programmers and choreo people made Walking Dead prototypes where the idea was just like interact with this movie where you're the main character.
The morgue set, which was actually the original art test scene that was built for the game, which
a great looking set.
It looks awesome. It wasn't even intended to ever be a real game space, but then we turned it into one in the 5th episode when Lee wakes up in the hospital. Yeah, like a modified version of that scene comes back in Ep 5.
And we discovered a bunch of really great stuff and a lot of cool tricks. And
a very first Walking Dead prototype, which actually was for a different zombie thing that ended up turning into The Walking Dead. The first conversation was actually with Valve, and it was about what if we did a narrative side story in the universe of Left 4 Dead. That was when Sean and Carl had started this prototype of the sort of the boiling pots or spinning plates, and all
that was a text game. That was a text game.
But it was just a bunch of progress bars. If you didn't check on enough people, they would either boil over, or one of their events would cause someone else's story to like overcharge and start messing up. We didn't end up making a Left 4 Dead game.
I'm really glad that didn't work out.
But it turns out that thematically, that's actually a lot closer to what The Walking Dead is about than Left 4 Dead or even a lot of other zombie franchises. So it ended up being a really good fit.
I figured the comic books and the TV show are now going to focus on Rick Grimes. And so when we started talking to Telltale, I thought, it'd be really great if it wasn't just another adaptation of the same story that you're getting from the comics and from the show.
It was a long journey to get to.
It was a long journey. Originally, we wanted to tell a story about a young man who was raising his sister. It was pretty clear that building a character history between two characters that had a character history was gonna be really tough. Then we get to like build a relationship from scratch.
But I remember you were really excited that you got to write a scene in a game and that we were going to get to put a scene in a game where it mattered that like a little girl stubbed her finger when moving a desk.
Let's get this cut covered up.
Yes, please.
When coming up with Lee Everett, I just started channeling a college professor that I had. It should be my writing professor. Like, it just needs to be that guy. Who's an unlikely person to go to jail?
Lee Everett had been a college professor, found his wife cheating, killed the wife and the boyfriend. His taking care of his little girl is his redemption. He gets to have a life back and be able to do something good.
Writing for a small child and the way that they talk and think, they, in a sense, kind of made that part of my journey really easy.
It felt pretty good working on it, because I was working with a character that actually had like a narrative story. It wasn't just like running and throwing a grenade or ducking and all that sort of stuff that we do so often and still do.
We got walkers all around us. Hell, if now ain't the time for a drink?
The way that the Walking Dead games work, you kind of train yourself to start creating a story where you have to treat all of the possible choices you put into the game as your own improv partner. That ended up kind of being the fun of it, of like a player chooses to say nothing at a moment that is kind of mind-boggling that you wouldn't say something. Maybe you get to do something kind of mind-boggling in return.
Leading up to the release of episode 1, you did have a feeling that people might like it.
Oh, no.
No? No?
No. Absolutely no. So the thing you have to remember is that we liked everything we'd ever made. Telltale. Like, it's a game that has an ambiguous genre, and we had no idea how it would be received.
At the moment you put something out into the world, that is the most nerve-wracking time, because you've worked on it for such a long time, you put your heart and soul into it, and now the judgment will be rendered, and you just hope that people are going to like it.
Yeah, like once the first episode shipped, it was a massive hit, and we were kind of like, huh.
I mean, the thing I will say about every single actor on the game is they cared so much. And then once they started getting the feedback from fans, that the fans cared about them, it created this feedback loop where they would come into the studio in later episodes and go like, oh, I just gotta what's happening to her? Like, what are we gonna do to her? Like, let's go.
Once fans were responding to that after episode 1 came out, then we had to take a hard look at episode 2 and kind of see the things that had changed about kind of the format for the game. I think there was more puzzly elements that we experimented with, and then as the season went on, kind of pulled back on them a bit.
My favorite thing was to play The Walking Dead at home, come into work at IGN the next day and sit down. Me and Mitch Dyer would go into a conference room and we would run through every choice and every decision. And inevitably, when one of us would say they did the opposite or did something the other didn't even know about, there'd be this, what? Why would you ever do that? Blah, blah, blah. But we had justification as the character, as ourselves, from the hours we'd already played of why our Lee would do that.
Dennis and I went to IGN to do a spot with Greg Miller. He's just like, dude, this is gonna be huge. I was just like, Dennis and I looked at each other like, what do you, okay? Like, totally confused, totally like thought he was talking to the wrong person,
I don't know how it felt because I have no real memory of the middle of the season. I feel like
same. I'm like, I just feel like it was like running a marathon, and like the miles are peeling off, and it felt like the stakes were getting higher in terms of landing the plane. I think episode 5 might have my favorite stuff in it, though. Like the action scene of like getting through the street, the cutting off the arm scene.
I'll go as fast as I can.
The sitting down with the stranger. Everything about that episode was like Telltale at its absolute best, hitting at like all cylinders. The Walking Dead was all I cared about for 2 years. But in terms of customer response and like how it was going and like the hubbub, I didn't feel anything until the Game Awards. I didn't feel anything.
And the BBA 10 Game of the Year goes to The Walking
It's a singular experience. I remember thinking as I'm in that room and we're all tucked up and dressed up, and thinking, this isn't anything I ever expected in my career. Let me take this in.
I still have such a huge connection to the fans, and people still reach out to me, and this will continue, and this will go on.
I'm just incredibly proud and pleased to have been a part of it. You know, I've been very, very fortunate in my career. So The Walking Dead is up there for me.
Walking Dead Season 1 was a part of a time where narrative was showing that it could be valuable in games, especially when the story is affected by how you play.
And it kind of shaped a lot of what happened after that. For Telltale, for the people at Telltale, for myself, definitely.
It is a huge achievement. I mean, I think of all the awards that it got and all the notice it got at the time and how it's still such a huge part of people's lives a decade later.
I think it's led to even more games that I love, and I think the expansion of what people believe is a game.
More than just us working on a game, it really was something that changed pretty much everything, I think, for all of us.
It was the first time that I got to see what the sort of like lightning in a bottle looks like with people who are working for the thrill and passion of it. Like, who are just so pot committed to the ideas that you've all come up with together and to figuring out how they assemble themselves as a game. To get exposed to that is the thing that changed my life.
Special and heartfelt thanks to everyone at Telltale who did 3 more seasons and the Michonne game after we left. It means a lot that it continued to exist for so long afterwards, and that it meant a lot to people, including the people who worked on it. That's just an incredible thing.
That's the way it should be. That's what Robert did to us. He's like, go make it yours.
When we were working on The Walking Dead and Breaking Story, that room looked much like you would imagine a TV writer's room would look like. Sean and Jake would be, up front with the whiteboard. The writers and the development team would be sitting around the table kind of figuring stuff out. But I always imagined that there was an extra chair around the table that no one was sitting in. And I remember thinking that chair will eventually be filled by the player of the game, because they're the last link in the storytelling process.
Amazing stuff. I had no idea about the text-based origins of the game, or that it was a Left 4 Dead title first before it became Walking Dead. Anyways, if you want to see that right now or share it with your friends on social or whatever, that is available on Skybound Games in its totality. Moving on, we have a great announcement from the team at Mighty L Studios, who put together the Big Con. You might remember that as our 90s cross-country crime comedy adventure, exquisitely written, really funny. We got some terrific voice actors into it, which is pretty hilarious because I think the entire dialogue or the entire script is like maybe 13 words. Anyways, Erika Ishii from Halo Infinite and Apex Legends is the lead. We got Dave Fennoy as Rad Ghost. We got Melissa Hutchinson as Allie's mom. It's a terrific group that we got together. And now they have a new edition called the Grift of the Year edition that is coming out this summer and also coming to Nintendo Switch. So let's take a look at that new gameplay and a terrific trailer from Mighty L right now.
What? What? Excuse me?
The big con.
Yeah? Allison Barlow. Come on.
Allie's mom is in trouble with a really bad guy. Ricky's gotta have his money and her purse was dry. So Allie's taking grift lessons from a guy named Ted. And she's skipping out of bed camp.
Adventure instead.
So get ready for adventure and see Allie pull off. Give me money, give me my bag. Give me money, give me my down on alley, test those skills. Picking is tricky, but she gotta get those bills. If Ted thinks she can handle it, bring her along. He's got a job in Las Vegas.
Hey, and what could go wrong?
Okay.
That's me, baby.
Joking across the country with Ted till he raises the stage.
Cool.
Hop a train, cars, board the law. Get the cash to save the video store. Find a payphone, check in on your mom. Get the cash to save the video store. Get the cash to save the video store. Get the cash to save the video store.
Well, okay.
Can't say enough good things about that game. It's really, really well written. I think it would make an amazing TV show or movie down the line. It's awesome. And congratulations to the Mighty L team. Like you've made a real piece of art. Moving on to the next thing. The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners VR game is one of the best VR titles that I have ever played. I used to spend Friday afternoons. I would block off 45 minutes of time and I would always spend 2 hours. It is an incredible experience set in the Walking Dead universe in New Orleans. The team at Skydance Interactive really blew the doors off this thing, and now they're coming back with Chapter 2, Retribution. They've dropped a trailer for it and a little bit of a gameplay sneak peek, and I can't wait for you to see it. It is quite violent. Let's get into it.
A broken man. He is capable of anything. Cruelty, viciousness, slaughter. Some are horrified by what I've done. But you, tourist, are the real monster. The things you have broken cannot be mended. For every action, there is consequence. And when I finally find you, tourist, you will see what a broken man has to offer.
He seems like a lot of fun at parties. Anyways, go check out the Walking Dead Saints and Sinners VR game. It is excellent. For anybody who has a VR setup, you owe it to yourself to try this thing out. The first time that I tried it, I died within the first 30 seconds. All this is to say, in the post-apocalypse, don't follow me because we will all die. Just let me go and let me be Walker food and live your lives. Speaking of living your lives, Before Your Eyes. Let's talk about it. Our first published original title from Goodbye World Games. Shout out to Will, Ollie, Graham, Bella. They have created an absolute masterpiece with this game that has won a bunch of indie game awards. It was nominated in the Game Awards, and it also this year won a BAFTA for Game Beyond Entertainment, which is a huge deal. We could not be prouder of these folks. They have put together the most emotional game that I have ever played, and every time that I watch somebody else stream it, I always cry without fail. You've probably watched one of your favorite streamers play it, and they always cry. It is crazy how good this game is, and if you haven't played it, it's incredibly affordable. It's only like 90 to 120 minutes. You can knock this thing out. I do not want to give you any spoilers, but oh my God, it will break you in half emotionally. And with that, we actually had the privilege of getting the main voiceover actors, Sarah Burns and Eric Edelstein, together to play the game for the first time. They were not ready for it, but let me tell you, they were really great sports, and I can't say enough good things about these two. There's something about when you take really talented comedic actors into these like meaty, emotional, dramatic roles, and you just really watch them just shine. And they really brought a new layer of emotional depth into this game. So grab a tissue, and there's light story spoilers. So if you really want to go into this thing fresh, come back in 9 minutes or enjoy an exquisite piece of content that our team worked very hard on. So here it is, before your eyes, Actors React. Enjoy.
Hi, my name is Sarah Burns.
Hi, I'm Eric Edelstein. I play your dad in Before Your Eyes.
I play the part of the mother in this.
And this is my first time ever playing this game.
I have no idea what to expect. It's my first time playing a game like this. So, who knows what's going to happen? Seriously, I'm asking for a friend.
You see all them poor souls down there, lost
Yes.
in the waves? I didn't choose any.
I'm getting nervous that I'm going to start
Chose
crying
you.
way too soon.
That's
Oh!
called an agave.
I just blinked it away. I wanted to know more.
I never realized how hard it is not to blink.
Oh, you want to play along with mommy, don't you?
Hi, Sarah.
That's so cool.
Richard.
What?
That's the cutest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Look at that cat.
We can't keep him.
I'm not blinking this cat away. Oh, there she is. Okay.
I like that. They didn't use any of my back hair. Bless you. Every hair I lose in the top of my head is ending up in my back. Now I'm trying not to blink, and it's never felt harder. I want to watch me. I'm an actor. What do you want?
We're in the same class. What a coincidence. Please keep in mind that while we're at school, we don't know each other. Do not talk to me ever. Chloe, you're a radical.
Graham Parks and Ollie Lewin brought me in to do this. I did a short of theirs years ago. And at the time, I was mostly playing killers and villains and stoners and stoner killers. And it was the first time I got to play a dad, which is what I'd wanted to do for a long time. So they cast me in the short, and it was very quickly apparent that Graham and Ollie were geniuses. And when they asked me to do this, I did not understand anything about what it was, but I was thrilled to be able to work with them again. And very quickly, I kind of came up to speed on how special this was. And I just love those guys so much. And Graham is a brilliant director that just knows how to get the best out of you and empowers you with love. And Ollie's so special too, and I'm so proud of them.
Oh, God. I feel like I'm auditioning for this school.
Oh, okay. I think that's enough.
Oh, no. Oh, no. He's so good.
Feeling about you.
We are selling out. I think Benny's a little more talented than you, Mom. He went for it. Signed the contract.
Hey, honey. Guess who's calling? Again.
I like the way he paints.
Go on, B. Say something.
On one hand, it's very sad that we're at a funeral. On the plus side, I have a mustache.
I should have brought tissues.
Is that really you? It's Chloe, your neighbor. My God, I can't believe this. It's been years. I just walked through the entire show. It's unbelievable. I'd love to walk through it again with you. I mean, if you were down for that.
Can you use wet wipes as tissues?
She just wanted you to focus on your work.
We got to be about that Marie Kondo life. Mom would have wanted us to clear clutter.
What are you doing after this?
Oh, now you want to
Maybe
get a
we could
drink
get a
with him?
drink or something?
Now you want to drink with my son, huh?
You finally hit the jackpot, Flapjack. All the nobody nothings dying every day. You finally sink your hook into a... Whoa! Well, there you
I
are.
love the ferryman. I don't know what actor did this, but he's amazing.
Hello, sir.
I just blinked, but I'm not blinking. Why am I doing this? What is going on?
Keep your eyes
They're open. Okay, so when I see that thing, I know I'm not blinking. This is how I get myself to not blink.
I swear to God.
I'm trying
if you
not to
blink
blink.
again.
I'm trying not to blink.
You were.
I don't know what I'm doing. Benjamin Bryn was a loser. No, my God. I don't need a tissue at this point. I need a hose for my face to like hose myself down.
Just amazing.
I feel like I need to take like a 7-week nap.
That was just amazing. It was so emotionally impactful. It's kind of hard to synthesize. It sort of reminds me of It's a Wonderful Life, but you're getting to live it.
Wow, I was such a small part of that, but this is what work.
Watching my own performance, I thought of the many, many times Graham Parks would do just the slightest little thing to make my performance better. So sometimes when I watch a performance, I'm very grateful to a director for just kind of midwifing something out of me. And Graham just directs. The love you feel in this game is the love that I felt from Graham and Ollie. And there was a real love in that room, and I feel like my performance has a great amount to do with those two as well.
I got some work coming up. I'm gonna be like processing this emotionally for the next few weeks, so I may need to go on like a long walk. But so you may hear me walking the streets crying.
The blinks integrate the experience into you in the most remarkable way that I don't know if I was necessarily expecting to be that impacted. And in 44 years of living, I've never tried harder not to blink at those times. And you kind of realize blinking is one of those things you don't think about much until you're trying desperately not to do it because you don't want to leave a scene or a world or beat this challenge. And I'll never think about blinking the same way again.
I have a daughter, so I always feel like the mother since she's been born, but now getting to play from the child side, I felt very lucky to have the opportunity to understand how difficult it is to be a special child, like, because he's so special in such a good way, and the pressures that come with that.
One of my all-time heroes, a guy named David Avcala, used to say, good art makes me think about life. Great art makes me think about my life. And this entire time I was thinking about my life. And even to the point at the end, the cat at the very end, or whatever that incredible deity was, reminded me of my dog Choopy. And that's where I know I'm part of something very special. I'm seeing my dog and thinking about my parents and my grandpa Sam. It's a remarkable experience.
I was surprised by how incredibly emotional this made me. Because I was aware, but I didn't think I'd be sobbing on camera. But I'm proud that this collaboration of ours could elicit that kind of full emotional response from people, even if it's just me. But it's like a really lovely way to be connected to people. To think that other people had this experience, it's like it connects me to new people in a strong emotional way. It's lovely.
It's weird in the game. It talks about how you're truly immortal if you can leave something behind creatively, artistically. And I feel like this game is going to be a notch in my tally. When I leave this mortal coil and see that beautiful cat with the third eye chakra at the end of my life, I can offer up before your eyes, I did something kind of cool and love-based. You know, I've played a lot of killers, so something like this is great to balance it out.
If you want to follow my pretty neglected Instagram, I'm at Sarah Burns Me. And season 3 of Barry just released on HBO, so check that out. I don't cry as much in it.
Hopefully soon you can see me on a CBS show, Rust Belt News, playing a dad. And then if you want more of this sweet kind of character, we've got 100 episodes in a movie of We Bear Bears. And if you want to find me on Instagram, I'm Eric J. Edelstein. And if you want me to be your dad, just play Before Your Eyes again. I'm here for you all day, in the machine. Before Your Eyes is available on Steam, Epic Games Store, and GOG. Enjoy.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Do you need one? Do you want to? Here, just you got to. So we've talked about the past. We've talked about the games that we put out in 2021, and those were wonderful titles. Before Your Eyes, The Big Con. Also need to talk about Rainbow Billy, Curse of the Leviathan, an excellent title that is perfect for families and kids. A emotional journey of self-discovery put through a really beautifully rendered animated universe. Can't say enough good things about that game. Also check that one out. But now we want to talk about 2022 and the new games that we are putting out there. Earlier in the show, you saw the panel with WrestleQuest with Jake the Snake and Jeff Jarrett and the Mega Cat guys. That was excellent. We also had James and Elise from Funhouse tried out one of the first levels of Escape Academy, and that was a wonderful time. Really took it down to the last minute. We also have Glitchbusters Stuck on You, which was just announced a couple weeks ago. That is a 1 to 4 player co-op title from Toy Logic. It is a little bit Splatoon, a splash of Jet Set Radio aesthetic, and then it is like dunked 3 to 4 times in that 90s cartoon called Reboot. Ask your parents what Reboot was. It's wonderful. You can play it in couch co-op split screen. You can play it online. You can play it with AI bot support. It is terrific. The guys at Toy Logic have put together a really wonderful title that is coming later this year, and I really think it's worth your time. It's a really special game, and unlike anything that we've really done as a studio. So we're pushing the doors out, and now it's like Skybound Games in 2022. You're going to have a lot of fun. So between Escape Academy, Glitchbusters, and some other games that we have not yet talked about that will be mentioned or coming out in the coming weeks, keep an eye out for those. Those are great. And then there's the 2023 titles that I cannot talk to you about, or I will lose my job. And oh my God, what we can talk about is WrestleQuest. I love all of our titles. All of our games are great. But WrestleQuest sits in this incredible opportunity of like turn-based combat RPG, professional wrestling, a chocolate and peanut butter marriage that you didn't know you wanted but now desperately need. The guys at Mega Cat Studios have been working on this thing for a very, very long time. It is such a labor of love. I have played it. It is incredible. We deserve to close out the show with these guys. The developers put together a terrific walkthrough of the first 15 minutes of the game. And you know what? We're just going to drop you into it. If you were intrigued by the panel at the beginning and you have stayed this entire time, ostensibly for Big Clutch, make a little bit of time and watch this thing because it's wonderful. You really have to experience this and see just the amount of love and passion and imagination, because it takes place in this like Toy Story-ish world where all the characters are action figures, but they know what pro wrestling is. It's awesome. Like when you had your childhood days of smashing together action figures, it is that vibe. So without further ado, the developer walkthrough with the Mega Cat Studios going through the first 15 minutes of WrestleQuest.
Hello everyone and welcome to WrestleQuest. I'm Zach, the head of narrative and design at Mega Cat Studios, and I did a lot of the work here to build this Wrestle world for you. I'm something of a method writer, so I've spent the last 4 years practicing my power bombs by suplexing my kids into bed every night.
I'm Andy Marsh. I'm one of the artists and designers for Mega Cat Studios and a longtime wrestling fan. So you could probably tell that a project like this would be very exciting for me. Getting to see some of the wrestlers that, I was a huge fan of as a kid coming to life in one of our projects.
So we're going to get right into it and showcase the first part of the game here. Right off the bat from the title screen there, you can see several of our real wrestlers we have in the game. Macho Man Randy Savage being a pillar of the game. And the WrestleQuest is the world's first heavyweight pro wrestling RPG. So it's JRPG at its core, as you can see here from this large world map. And our real wrestlers here, they appear as these statues everywhere, and they're sort of like monuments or shrines to these wrestlers that people from all over come to pay homage and tribute to these legends. In the game, they're also the starting point for side quests themed around each wrestler. So, you know, you go to the Jake the Snake statue and you do a Jake the Snake side quest. And these side quests are keys to some of the game's best rewards. For example, you can unlock some of these guys as summons into battle. So only WrestleQuest will let you summon Jake the Snake to come and rip a DDT on your enemies.
I'm a big fan of the ability to get access to Coco Beware's bird. It's very exciting to me.
The Birdman.
Big Coco fan.
Here we have the what we call the podcast chorus. These real-world podcasters, most of them wrestlers in their own right, and they act kind of as the Greek chorus from an ancient Greek play, where they're establishing the world, setting the scene, and kind of introducing the characters to you. You'll notice that if you look at some of the characters here, that they have articulated joints. We created what we call an action figure aesthetic. As we start to conceptualize the game, we realize that for many of us, our earliest, fondest memories of wrestling wasn't just about watching it on TV or even the video games, but it was playing with wrestling action figures. So we kind of took that and ran with it, where we created this entire toy world where everything is a toy. And it's allowed us to do a lot of fun stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's when we were kids, we didn't have every wrestling action figure that was out there, you know. Usually we'd be having the Macho Man, you know, wrestle a plush toy or wrestle a robot or something. So it's great that we were able to sort of capture that feeling with this game.
Yeah.
And there's the man himself going toe-to-toe with Stone Age Steve Cotton.
Ooh, yeah.
Here we have the game's first protagonist as a young boy, glued to the TV screen like many of us were, watching his heroes duke it out.
Now maybe doing something only some of us did as kids.
Some backyard wrestling. So Randy Santos, his deal is that he exists in constant kayfabe. That's the idea that wrestling is real, that it's not scripted, that everything that happens in the ring is reality, that these characters that are portrayed are you know, real beings, real entities, real people. So that's how he kind of lives his life. He has this sort of childlike innocence when it comes to wrestling, and it's watching his heroes that inspires him to, you know, want to become a hero in his own right, become a pro wrestling champion. But as he grows up and gets deeper into that world, that idealism kind of gets challenged, and his character arc is really about, can he become that hero without compromising that part of himself? You know, can he do it on his own terms, or is he going to be forced to take more or less a real life heel turn? And here he is years later in a pro wrestling gym as an advanced student, and this will lead us right into some of the game's combat tutorials. Again, WrestleQuest being a JRPG, our goal was always to take that core turn-based system that I love, but after a while it can become kind of tedious. So our goal was to really eliminate some of the pain points there. And turns out that adding in some pro wrestling spectacle is just what we needed.
Yeah, and I mean, I think pro wrestling was just, it goes hand in hand so well with this kind of system, especially with some of the changes we were able to make with it to sort of make it feel more like pro wrestling and less like navigating menus.
Right. So notice that at the bottom there, every battle takes place in front of a live audience, and that blue meter is the hype meter. And what that is it's an indication of the crowd's engagement and entertainment by the fight. So if you come in, like most RPGs, and just start spamming the attack button, kind of approach battles on autopilot, that meter will start to drain out. When that happens, your enemies will get more powerful. They'll get bonus damage, you'll lose the opportunity for kind of like follow-up strikes and things like that. But if you instead put on a better show and keep the audience entertained and approach battles with some more creativity and showmanship, that meter will fill up instead. And when that happens, you'll get stronger. You know, you'll do more damage. You also get bonus experience points and even better loot after the battle.
I also love that, like, you know, we haven't really gotten to the point in the game where we do like the dramatic moments or anything, but there's points in the game where you might want that meter to go down a little bit because your guy's supposed to be doing a heel turn, which is
all the
such
the
a great
boss
touch.
battles have these like Andy said, these dramatic moments that they're more or less optional criteria, but they're supposed to be these kind of scripted moments of the match where if you can pull them off during boss battles, at the end you'll get special cinematics and better loot. So this is another pro wrestling element which just really lends itself naturally to a JRPG battle system. Most JRPGs, bringing your enemy down to 0 HP is enough to, you know, put them down and out. But since this is pro wrestling, you got to go an extra step and go for the pin.
I gotta actually be able to do it here.
We'll see.
There we go. Never. I love the referee. The referee's like one of my favorite things. Like he's just like
sliding out. Yeah.
I just love this concept that there's always this referee that's like ready to go. You know, like it doesn't matter where you are.
Flipping into every battle over the world. So had Andy missed one of those button presses, then that enemy would have kicked out and come back with HP restored. So every battle that features a wrestler enemy, which isn't all of them, but which is a lot of them, you'll have to pin them to win. And the same goes for your characters. You'll have a chance to hit 0 HP. You'll have this sort of like last oh no moment where you have the chance to get back up. So it adds another like layer of engagement to keep you kind of interested in the fight and paying attention. So again, it's all about taking that core turn-based system and making it a little bit more fun, more interactive with these pro wrestling elements. We're about to go explore another one of them now, as Randy Santos goes to the AV room.
Hello.
Simply put.
So before boss battles, you'll have the chance to cut a promo on your enemy. You have to get on the mic and do some smack talk. And if you can do well enough, then you'll fill up that hype meter we talked about earlier, and you'll start the battle with some advantages already in play. But the thing is the boss has the same opportunity to, send some insults your way. So they can also start the battle with the hype meter in their favor if you weren't good enough on the mic. Some of the responses are intuitive. You can kind of just tell which would be the best for the situation. Other ones require you to, do some exploration in town. If you know a boss fight's coming up, you can talk to the NPCs from their hometown and kind of figure out their shtick, and that'll give you some insight as to what to say on the mic.
Pushing diabetes on someone does not get you hype points, by the way. Should never do that.
Yeah. So Randy's mentor, Johnny Stretch here, just mentioned BEW, which is Boxwood Extreme Wrestling, Boxwood being a nearby town. The idea here is that many of the towns in WrestleQuest feature a certain style of wrestling. So Boxwood is, Boxwood Extreme Wrestling is sort of like the hardcore, barbed wire, broken glass, thumbtack style. There's also Lucha Libre town. There's a Japanese strong style inspired town. We really wanted to kind of showcase the full gamut of what wrestling has to offer.
Yeah, and I actually like that it's sort of naturally set itself up to be kind of like old school wrestling, where our world map's broken up into different territories and they all have their own wrestling federations and things. I really enjoy that about it.
Yeah, and that's related to the larger overarching plot and the main villain, which I don't want to spoil anything, so we won't get into that here. is the man himself. This is one of those statue shrines that I mentioned. It's going to start off one of our main quests here. One of the best parts about making WrestleQuest was listening to Randy Savage promos to begin each day of work. It really gets your batteries charged there.
It was even before I worked for MegaCat. That was always like if I was like feeling a little down in the dumps or something, I would just start watching Randy Savage promos, and that would always like cheer me up, just get me like pumped up.
It's helpful for all life's events, you know. First dates, last dates, you know. First day on the job, last day on the job.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. So you notice down in the over in the bottom right corner there, we have this sort of mini map radar objective thing, and what it does is kind of eliminates some of the need to of guesswork. A lot of JRPGs, especially if you play for a bit and then put the controller down, maybe come back a few days or a week later, you're kind of lost as to what to do, where to go. We added a couple systems to help you get back on track quickly. Same thing if you decide to do some side questing and exploration. If you ever want to get back on the main quest, all you need to do is hit the right trigger to see what your next objective is. So in this part of the game, Randy Santos is going to the face paint store to get a special delivery for a local wrestler. And while he's there, these Wrestle Raiders show up. And what they are is they're a cult that worships the Road Warriors, the Legion of Doom. So they live in this sort of Mad Max style desert landscape, and they're here to loot the shop and get some face paint for the warlords.
Put all the pressure on them.
So we didn't just WrestleFi combat. We really tried to WrestleFi, everything we could, every JRPG mechanic. One of those is the table spots. So in a lot of RPGs, you'll come across, locked doors. You have to find a key. But here, instead, there's tables that block your path, and you'll have to find a table spot token. Which, when you do, you'll be able to summon an NPC that you slam through the table to open up the way. Even the currency has been WrestleFied. It's called Slam Bucks. It's too much. No, see. So see there, and you missed the pin. Guy kicked out. And the height meters are drained out. So again, back from the dramatic moments during boss battles, many of them will call for you to, let the enemy kick out a number of times. So again, it's supposed to showcase that natural ebb and flow of a wrestling match. Each time you do the pinning mechanic too, that arrow will move slower, so it becomes a thing where eventually you'll be able to get them. And same thing for when they're trying to pin you, that'll start moving faster and faster. So it's not a system you can use indefinitely. We're also adding sort of more or less like an easy mode. We're calling mid-card mode, that will make combat significantly easier, allow you to bypass enemy encounters in dungeons, and also removes the pinning requirements. So it's sort of like a way for people that experience the game if they just want to, see the quests and see the storyline and whatnot, or maybe they're not interested in like some of these deeper combat systems. But overall, it just makes the game more accessible. Andy's WrestleQuest has ended, so I guess if you want to see more, you'll have to check out the game and get it when it comes out. Wish list now.
And that'll do it for the Skybound Games Showcase. Hey, thank you for stopping by. This is really great. And thank you for spending the time. We've had a little bit of fun. We've cried a little bit. We've had a couple yucks as we watched that Retribution dude just wholesale slaughter some walkers. What an emotional journey that we've gone through. And thank you again. So enjoy the rest of the May Expo. There's a lot of great stuff for you to check out. We cannot wait to share some of the additional titles that we have coming out later on this year. They are really special games. We are pushing ourselves as a studio and working with incredible creators because that's what Skybound does. We find incredible creators out there. We partner with them. We do our best to be like, hey, we know them. And they're a lot of fun at parties. And we are basically the plus one. So we are indebted to the fans. We're indebted to the creators and everybody who stopped by. Thank you so much for hanging out. And we will see you in the various corners of the internet. I'm Woody Tondorf. And let's get back to the hosts.
Okay, so since this is Skybound Games Expo, I hope that was exciting for all of you to check out those amazing and exciting titles that are coming out from Skybound Games. Again, be sure to sign up for Skybound Insiders to be kept in the loop on release dates, etc.
And what did you guys all think about the Before Your Eyes Actors React segment? Amazing, right? And if you haven't played it yet, you need to. Before Your Eyes has been nominated for and awarded multiple awards, including a BAFTA. I just feel like I had to say that twice. The Game Awards, DICE, South by Southwest, GDCA, Indiecade, and Unfold Games. Scan the QR code to check out our new merch designed for Before Your Eyes. You'll be able to share your love with others Before Your Eyes fans out in the world.
And don't forget that we have games and some game-related
blah,
merch.
blah, 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 Janice.
Where is all this hostility coming from?
Let's get to the exciting stuff. Let's talk about me. I've written you a few questions that you can ask me.
Sure,
Here you are.
as usual.
Yes.
I'm not going to read them.
You're not going to read them?
No, I'm not going to read them.
You know, other people have made this mistake before, and guess what? I tackled one of them on the ground. The other one I threw through a table. I won't do that to you because that seems a little aggressive and completely unwarranted, but I would like if you read at least one of the questions. I didn't write any questions.
Yeah, there's nothing on here. I'm like, is this part of it? What's going on?
Anyway, Janice, you've been having a nice time?
Who's here? I'm having a pretty good time up until now, but what do we got going on over here?
Oh, this is the greatest movie trivia player that's ever existed in the history of the universe. And as you see, there's a black hole that was just announced to be the picture of the black hole this last week. That's where I came from, the other side of that black hole, the world of movie trivia.
Delightful.
Why am I doing this, you ask?
Sure.
It's my calling in life, to be great on stage. Why am I doing this? It's because of the Movie Trivia Schmoedown, the greatest movie trivia show in the entire world, the World Championship of Movie Trivia. I've never won a belt. I never will. I'm not good enough. But I was very good at being loud and obnoxious, which, as you can see right now, I really think it's more endearing and charming, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's the easiest thing to pull off. That's why I'm always going for it.
Oh, charming?
Sure.
Yes.
More obnoxious, but yes.
So in case you've never heard of the Movie Trivia Schmoedown, it's like wrestling meets movie trivia in terms of you'll have wonderful characters like me, the greatest character ever touched the game, and you'll also have the most difficult movie trivia you will see in the entire world, whether it's Star Wars, whether it's Inner Geekdom, which covers all comic book movies, all original IPs that are not mainstream movies, although now with the MCU taking over the entire world, it feels like comic book movies are the true center. But there's singles, there's teams, there's Inner Geekdom, there's Star Wars. I'm great at all of them. But do you have a movie trivia sector that you would have liked to take on?
I don't think so. Honestly, you know, I obviously can't compare, right? Frustrating as it may be. Movie trivia is not really my shtick. For me, my thing is sitcoms. I went toe-to-toe, How I Met Your Mother trivia, came out on top, we won. So yeah, I don't just talk about it, I am about it. For sitcoms, at least.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to fall asleep. You were talking for an extraordinarily long amount of time.
I used to teach, so it's totally fine.
Really?
Yes.
What did you teach? How to fall asleep? I'm just kidding, Janice. Anyway, so today we've got a match between Coy Jam Dram and Adam Collins, and they're going to tackle one of the most challenging. See, I'm not good at reading, but I'm good at talking.
You know what? Not everyone is. Few are.
Do you mind reading this for me?
You know, if I gotta do what I gotta do. So this is another classic Expo Schmoedown exhibition match as our ace competitors tackle one of the most challenging movie genres yet, the video game adaptation. Who will have the cinematic knowledge needed to come out on top. What about you? Any video game movies that
I can read?
You can read?
You were going to ask if I could read?
That was one of my many questions that I had that you had written down for me to ask.
Video game movies, you know what? I'm going to go with the old school Mario Brothers and the new Mortal Kombat. Those are both pretty exciting.
Horrifying.
Yeah. But which one?
A little bit of both. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
What about you? Video game movies? You any good at them?
Not good at them, but I would say for stuff that I have appreciated, the Detective Pikachu movie was pretty solid.
Pikachu?
Yes.
The little rat?
Yes.
Huh.
Little guy.
I love that. It's Ryan Reynolds is in that movie.
Yeah, maybe, so I hear, sort
See?
of.
Look at that. Movie trivia coming your way. How does it work? Well, usually there's 3 rounds of movie trivia that consist of varying levels of difficulty. So the first round is usually from all over the movie trivia world. If it's singles and teams, it could be any movie that's ever been made all the way back to the 1800s, right? Then you go into round 2. There's a wheel. We call it the Wheel of Destiny. The reason why is because it can change your destiny. That's the whole...
Hence the name.
She's got it.
Nothing gets
Round
past
2,
me.
you spin the Wheel of Destiny, and it lands on a said category. Once you get that category, questions come your way. 5 questions in a narrowed slice, right? So it could be like, I don't know, Meryl Streep. That's a big one. People really love Meryl Streep. And then round 3 comes, the most difficult round of them all. There's a 2-point question, a 3-point question, and a 5-point question. They get harder and harder and harder. Whoever has the most points at the end of the match wins. Can you believe that?
I'm going to have to.
Janice, you're so funny.
Thanks, that's what I hear.
Yeah. Have you been enjoying me today?
I don't know how to
beside
answer
you?
that question, to be honest, but, you know, it hasn't been an unpleasant experience up until now.
Up until now.
Up
You
until
keep
now.
saying that.
Yeah.
Are you hungry?
No.
Are you tired?
A little.
Okay, all right. What? What do you mean you don't have my cappuccino? Fad! Jackass! All right, anyway. All right, we got to toss this segment. I believe Mark Ellis and Beth May are going to be on the desk. She's great. He's okay. Coy and Adam, they're... Oh, it's Ken! Ken! Even worse. All right, here we go. Movie Trivia Schmoedown coming your way. You're welcome for being here.
Well, hello, Schmoedown fans. Thank you to all of you who are watching and participating in the Skybound Expo and supporting us on Patreon. We have got a wonderful exhibition match. And my name, I can say that, is Ken Knapsack. And with me today, so happy to be working with her, is the wonderful Beth May. Beth, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I am excited to see competitors struggle over video game movies, our big theme here today.
Yes.
You
We've
know?
all been there, struggled over video games. Now we're struggling over video game movies. A different kind of boss fight, if you will.
Ooh, I love that. I love that. And as someone whose first video game was 2 sticks and a ball, I'm excited to see where we're going with games here. Do you yourself, Beth, have favorite games, favorite systems? I don't want to talk about the movies that might give away answers, but are you excited to be calling it specifically for the video games here today?
Am I a gamer girl, you ask? I dabble. I did recently 100% the remake of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. In terms of other video games, the PS2 was my bread and butter. I think I left my soul there, and Grandma hasn't quite kept up with the PS4 and 5. So here I am, just thinking about Frogger all the time.
You have my undying respect because I have been throwing my controller against the wall trying to complete Tony Hawk 1 and 2 on the remastered version. So, tipping my sailor's beanie here to you.
Well, if you need any hacks, any tips and tricks, etc., tricks literally, yeah, let me know.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll talk off air, but the ollie, the triple, maintaining the combo moves, gosh, it drives me crazy, but I love it so much. We are going to have a lot of fun here today. As we mentioned up top, this is an exhibition game covering video game movies. We got two wonderful competitors we're going to bring out here in a second. But this is going to be a lot of fun because we have different kind of rules here. The geniuses behind the scenes use that term somewhat loosely, but PLD, PJ Campbell, a lot of the scientists in our laboratory have cooked up some fun rules. We'll get to that when the competitors are out here today. So I think we're ready. Beth, if you're ready, I'll bring out these combatants.
Well, I'm ready. Yeah, let's get going.
All right, introducing first, and because I'm in my home studio, you don't get the big yells. All right, introducing first, he is 0-1 in exhibition matches. He represents and manages the Quirky Mercs. Please welcome Koi Jandro. Koi is here.
He's excited. He's concerned. We'll see how it goes.
Our next combatant is carrying a record of 1-1 in exhibition matches. He represents Swag. No Winston Marshall here today, but that's going to be okay. This is the Coyote, Adam Collins. Adam, Koi, welcome. Welcome here today. How you both feeling?
Happy to be here. Didn't realize we were tracking exhibition records, but I'll take that argument offline.
I wasn't going to play if it wasn't against someone like Adam Collins. I said, you know what? If I'm going to play in the Schmoedown, I want to make sure that it's completely insurmountable odds. I want to make sure I'm a strawweight fighting a heavyweight. I want to make sure it's someone who knows more about movies than I've ever forgotten, or it's the other expression. But I said, nay, anyone else, only Adam Collins, and here we are.
Yeah, you wanted
so
the
scared.
high difficulty video game element, the old Elden Ring or whatever the kids are playing nowadays, and you got it.
I feel like I've never held the controller, and I went to extreme hard, and then blindfolded myself and was tasing my own leg. Like, I feel like that's the level of difficulty I'm going into today.
Well, Koi, you flatter me, sir, but I feel like I've stumbled upon the hidden level in the game where I get to fight one of the hidden bosses. So, let's do this.
It's gonna be good.
Exactly. Not exactly words, encouraging words, which I like to hear. This not quite David Goliath, more like a Sega Genesis versus a PS5 here today, if you're to believe Koi. We got 3 rounds here today. Each round has 10 questions. The first round, it's normal. 10 questions, 1 point apiece. You got 15 seconds to answer that. Second round, the stakes are raised. If you miss, you lose a point. And then the third and deciding round, it is big. It is 2 points. 2 points per question. But if you miss, you lose 2 points. It's going to be a lot of fun. So those are the rules. Koi, are you ready?
Ready as I'm ever gonna be. Let's do it.
Adam, have you digested these rules, and are you ready?
Up, down, left, right, A, B, start.
That is the code for everything. We are ready, then let's get ready to Schmoedown, my friends. First round, 10 questions. Taking us in is Beth May.
I'll start us off with question 1. What is the title of the first animated Pokemon movie where Ash, Pikachu, and the company face off against Mewtwo?
Wonderful there. Beth, do you remember when everyone was driving around LA chasing like Pikachu in their car?
Oh my gosh, yes. Those were different times, better times. 3, 2, 1.
Absolutely right. We're looking for answers, beginning with Koi.
Is it Pokemon 2000?
That is going to be incorrect.
I think it's the very literal Pokemon, the first movie.
That is correct.
Big
I thought it was
ding,
just called
ding,
Pokemon
ding
the
right
movie.
there.
Nice job, nice job.
1-0, but don't worry, Koi. You didn't lose a point. You're not in the negative.
I'm still swinging this round one. You'll see some whiteboards coming up.
All right, and to follow up on Beth's point, yeah, those were good times when we all just chased Pokemons around in our car. Those were the good times.
I've got some holographic cards somewhere.
Absolutely. Second question coming in, gentlemen. What 2021 comedy horror film starring Sam Richardson and Milana Vayntrub follows a group of people trapped in a snowstorm?
Now this is a whole other genre. Is horror video games? Do you mess with those? You into those?
I don't mess with horror. Don't mess with horror video games. I am a scaredy cat. Large Marge still scared me. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, answers are in. We're gonna go with you, Adam.
Werewolves Within, or are they?
Werewolves Within is correct. 2 points.
I was so close with the Wolves Within. I knew, but I didn't know.
Sounds like a great band name, but incorrect.
Wolves Within. It's the 80s version. It's the prequel.
We almost want to accept that. Almost. Not on the board yet. We're up to question 3. Beth.
All right, question 3. Name one of the 2 actors who portrayed the titular pair in 1993's Super Mario Brothers.
You knew we were going to get there, right,
Yes,
Beth?
of course.
You knew this was going to come up.
The man who started it all, really, when I think of Mario.
Yeah, absolutely. 5, 4, 3, 2, PJ, 1. All right.
We got
Koi, yeah.
Bob Tiberius Hoskins.
That is correct.
On the board.
On the board. On the board. Adam.
Mario himself, Bob Hoskins.
Both going with Bob, also correct.
We love you,
Also
John.
correct.
Nothing personal.
Yeah, I was going to say, Beth, do you, your expert opinion here, is it the spelling that scared them off of Leguizamo?
That would be what my instinct would be, so I can't fault him for that. So there you go.
Absolutely. Spelling, does it count? Does it determine everything here? Maybe.
Could have taken 14 of my seconds. I don't want to risk it.
Koi is on the board, though. 3-1 is the score. Adam with the lead. We're going to the fourth question. Walton Goggins plays the villainous Matthias Vogel in what 2018 video game film featuring Alicia Vikander?
That question was a mouthful, but you got through it.
I jumble numbers and letters so much in my mind, I get nervous when it's not Bob Hoskins. So. 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, answers are in. Adam, what you got?
I snuck out of work to see this movie. Not sure if it was worth it. Tomb Raider.
You lost your job, but you got a point. Tomb Raider. There you go. Koi.
Somehow they made her neck look 8 feet long in the poster, but she is stunning. Miss Vikander as Tomb Raider.
Well, probably
There
was
you
on
go.
billboards when you think of those proportions.
Well, they made her neck look back in a way that physically isn't possible while showing off her incredible traps and delts, so she had this brontosaurus situation. Re-look terrifying.
She is gym goals for sure.
Yeah, I've never known Hollywood to mess with body images out there. Never known that. Never known that.
Especially when people's heads are on backwards. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, question 5. What year saw the release of Sonic the Hedgehog featuring Jim Carrey?
I'm just reminiscing. Yeah, I'm just reminiscing of all the times I'd scream at my Sega Genesis when I lost all the rings on Sonic.
I've never played Sonic. I love it, though, as a concept. Spiritually.
2, and 1. I agree with you. All right, looking for answers for Koi. That's right.
I'm hoping it was between 2. I went 2018.
That is incorrect.
Incorrect indeed. Sorry.
I think it was
close.
Sonic the Hedgehog: The Dawn of the Pandemic, 2020.
Oh, yeah. Now we've got a real cause of this whole pandemic. That is correct.
It was the teeth. It was the change of teeth. It is too much of our natural resources.
Too much teeth.
Yeah. I
He was
blocked
supposed
out
to have
that
different
experience.
eyes.
Yeah, blocked out the movie that taught audiences it's okay to berate creators until they give in to your whims. All right. Question
Was that
number
not
6.
Star Wars, Ken?
No, absolutely not. Question number 6. Which Expendables actor played Camden Conread, a.k.a. Farmer, in the film In the Name of the King, A Dungeon Siege Tale? We could have
Love
just called
that.
him Farmer, Beth.
Yeah. Wish the name of the movie had just been Farmer.
Farmer.
Would have put butts
Love
in
a
the
good
seats.
job name that's also your name. Like
Yeah.
teacher.
All right. I forgot the countdown. I apologize, everyone. It is
My
an
bad.
exhibition. No. You're good. All right. We're looking for answers, starting with Adam.
They put him in a tunic, but he still looked like Jason Statham.
That is true, and a point for Adam Collins. Coy.
We got Jason the Transporter Statham, but it's in parentheses because they know it's not his middle name.
We're gonna
Just
give
for
it to
safety.
you. That'll
Just
count.
for
We'll
safety.
accept
That'll count.
it. Heck yeah.
I know these
Anyone
rules.
here? Yeah. Anyone here know Jason's middle name? I don't know. Maybe that'll be a question. That'll be a 5-point question and some title match down the road for you, Adam. We'll get to that.
I think it's Farmer.
Probably Farmer, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, huge fan of Jason Farmer Statham. Let's go on to question 7. George is the name of the albino gorilla who shares a special bond with Dwayne Johnson in what 2018 film?
Man, as a former pro wrestling manager, I think we all want to have a special bond with Dwayne The Rock Johnson. You know? No, just me.
I'll spare my thoughts, but I'm not a fan. I'm sorry, I'm not a fan.
That's fair. That's fair. Countdown has wrapped up here. Looking for answers from Coy.
The movie I mentally swapped with Sonic for years, Rampage.
That's a point, and that's fair. Adam.
They let you eat nuns in the original game, Rampage.
That's a point.
It's true.
Correct.
It's true.
That's a 5-point question.
It's okay.
I'm waiting
Yeah,
to hear.
I think it's okay. It's okay that society grows. I think it's a good thing to change. All right. Question number 8 in round 1 out of 10. Carl Urban features as John Reaper Grimm, a member of Space Marines sent to investigate strange events at a research facility on Mars in what 2005 film? Beth, you get a chance to live on Mars. You taking it?
Oh, I think I take it. I don't think I'm like the first explorer to go on Mars, but if they need somebody to like do a little gardening or something, like I'll go there. Yeah, sure.
You wait till they open a Dave & Buster's and then you head down.
Oh my gosh, then I'm in.
Countdown is at it. We are looking for answers. Sorry about the countdown, Coy. Pens down.
I was ready. I'm good.
So excited about Busters.
Yeah, we got excited for our steak and video games. All right, Adam, looking for answers from you, sir.
Doom with a capital M.
Yes, it is. That's a point. Coy.
I went Doom starring Rampage's own Rock Johnson.
That's correct. But I can
Tie-in.
only give you 1 point.
Okay, that's fair. It's fair. I'm enjoying the wins now because next round I'm just afraid.
Yeah, but hey, look, you're holding the steady there, 8-5. Adam's got a perfect round so far. Bad news for you, Adam. Here, no bonus question for you. Just the feeling that you know that you've spent too many times playing video games.
And with that, question 9. Extinction and Retribution are entries in what video game movie franchise? Extinction and Retribution. Sounds like something my cat is planning up. Gosh.
Like scheming in the corner. And in what order is the question I would ask you?
Nobody knows.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I got the countdown in. All right, looking for answers starting with you, Coy.
We got Resident Evil.
That is
You got
correct.
points, sir. Yes. Sorry, stepped on Beth there. Go
No,
for it,
sorry.
Adam.
Extinction and Retribution are also the names of the from my failed cologne line, Resident Evil.
Correct.
Couldn't get that off the ground.
Is it failed because I own 2 bottles?
Your biggest patron.
Appreciate
All
your
right.
investment, Ken.
There you go. We are coming down to the final question here. It's 6-9 as we end round 1 here. Gentlemen, in the film Hitman, Timothy Oliphant's character is known only as Agent Number what? Agent Number Agent.
What would be your agent name, your secret agent name, Ken?
Exhausted.
Okay. I would be like Agent Danger or lack thereof.
Just in parentheses. It's get me Agent Danger or lack thereof. Get her here now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're looking for answers. Starting with you, Adam.
I think he was the 47.
You, sir, got a perfect round. Give yourself a big round of applause here. That is correct. Coy.
I was only off by 47. I thought it was Agent Zero, which sounds cool.
That does sound a little cooler, but 0 points awarded. Unfortunately.
It's fair. It's on the way to 007. It's like it's the journey you've begun.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like when you're the intern at MI6. Yeah. Well, at the end of round number 1, we're moving and grooving. We are hitting the X button, and we have got a 10-6 game. Adam Collins in the lead. Coy holding steady. He's got nothing to be ashamed of, Beth. He is answering some questions.
I have passed in the school American system of 60%. It's a D-, but I'm still getting to the next grade.
And yeah, passing is passing. That you are. Shall we move on to round 2?
Let's do that. And Coy, we call that America passing over here. That's American passing. All right, yes, Beth, go ahead and take us into round number 2. And just to reiterate, so we're all clear, this is when it gets really dangerous. You get 1 point if you answer it right, but if you answer it wrong, you lose a point. Now, if you don't answer, and the writers are going to give me a thumbs up, if you don't venture an answer, that still to me counts as a miss. You can't just abstain from a vote here.
Oh, I'm glad we clarified.
Okay.
That changes my entire
I'm glad we
gameplay
clarified
strategy.
that too.
Yeah. I'm getting a thumbs up from one of the mad scientists in the laboratory right now.
Taking my pen back out. I was already, you guys changed everything.
Question 1. What franchise features the characters of Shang Tsung, Katana, Kano, and Liu Kang? Did I embarrass myself with those pronunciations because I have never dealt with this franchise?
Spot on, actually.
Okay.
No, yes, spot on indeed. Well done, well done. We are off running here. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Beth, who do you want to answer first in this round? I'm gonna let you decide.
Let's go. I'm howling for the coyote to answer first. Let's go with Adam Collins.
Beth, my compliments for the silent T in Shang Tsung, Mortal Kombat. Or as I like to call it, Moral Combat.
That is correct.
A franchise that should only be yelled, Mortal Kombat!
Also correct.
That is correct.
You both get a point.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping you would do that, Coy, and then we'd have like your landlord bursting in and saying that we warned you.
We've told you over and over again, stop playing the theme to Mortal Kombat. He comes in and goes, whoopsie! And that's how I get it.
Right.
And I feel like we've all met...
I'll never forget being in the theater for that movie in 95 and just having my brains just fly out and hit the wall in the theater when that movie opened. It was quite an experience there.
I wish all movies
All
would
right,
be announced
question
that way.
2. Yeah, question 2 in round 2. What 2019 video game film sequel features performances from Jason Sudeikis, Josh Gad, Leslie Jones, and Bill Hader? Love that.
Video game sequel film. A lot of adjectives in there.
A lot of grammar I don't understand.
I can't explain it. I was too busy playing.
Yeah. All right, we have finished the countdown, and we are now looking for answers. Starting with you, Coy.
Is it Angry Birds 2, The Quest for Peace?
It is Angry Birds 2, indeed.
I can't believe I knew that.
It is. You got a point. You did, sir. You did. Adam.
He also very literally titled the Angry Birds movie too. But Koi is right. I'm on his side.
Okay, thank you. I was afraid.
That's what it should have. Yes.
At this point, it's a high stakes game.
I'm annoyed that I had to write that much.
Yeah.
For you.
There we go.
Question 3. What Harry Potter director directed Jake Gyllenhaal, Ben Kingsley, and Gemma Arterton, in 2010's Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I always struggle on that. She was great in that Bond film, but Gemma Arterton, it's too many hard R's.
It's Arterton? Arterton.
She's a talented actor, I'll say that. 3, 2, 1. All right, Adam.
I just call her Gemma Arkham Asylum. Mike Newell.
That is correct.
So I wrote David Yates, and then I thought I was wrong, so I wrote or Goblet Guy, and I think Goblet Guy was Mike Newell. But either way,
he is Goblet Guy.
Guy.
He is Goblet Guy.
The one I
It's what we call right but not correct, Koi.
Not a blank board.
Unfortunately, Koi loses a point here.
Yeah, that's amazing. Beth also giving us a good philosophy in life, right? But just not.
He's only Goblet Guy to his friends.
That's my pronunciation of Arterton was right but not correct.
Exactly. It's like Kate with Kevin Smith. That was too casual. Goblet Guy is just to his homies.
Yeah.
Kate.
So Koi makes history. He's the first one to lose a point in this exhibition match. Right now, our mad scientists are studying him. It's a case study on how this affects the game here. It is now 13-7 as we head to question 4 in round 2. Number 4, gentlemen. What was the subtitle to the 2021 reboot of the Resident Evil series? Beth, now I feel we're really challenging people's souls.
I think we are. I think anytime you're getting a subtitle to something called evil, you're in dangerous territory.
Absolutely. 3, 2, 1. Pens down. We are going to start looking for answers here with Koi, and this is going to be an adventure.
I wrote Retribution, thought I was wrong, and then tried to write Extinction. That's meant to be Extinction. I said it, so hopefully that's trust, but it's meant to be Extinction.
Well, I got bad news for you.
Neither of those are correct.
Oh, that's good, because that's either. I like this scenario. It's the worst case scenario, but it's more fun.
Yeah, Koi is back to where he began in this round. It was 6 points there. Adam, what's your answer?
I think it's the name of their pamphlet too. Resident Evil: Welcome to Raccoon City.
It is.
That is correct.
It is.
And what a by comparison innocent subtitle for that series.
Welcome.
Join us.
It sounds like one of those animated movies that went straight to VHS in the grocery store bargain bin as a kid.
Exactly.
Spoiler alert: Raccoon City really sucks.
Not so
There
welcoming
you
after
go.
all.
That was question. That was question 4.
Not a
Beth,
great
that was
place,
question
no.
5.
What X-Men actor portrays assassin Aguilar de Nerja and his descendant Callum Lynch in 2016's Assassin's Creed? Whew, these pronunciations. Should have played more video games. Also should have done more reading. Should have done a lot in my youth. I did not.
This is what the Schmoedown does as announcers. It really challenges who you are as a person.
Yes, and my ability to read. Yeah.
The countdown has ended here. I should note, just for anyone to follow along, the competitors do see the countdown, so they're counting in their heads along, even if we miss it here in the announcer desk. All right, answers are in. Adam.
He played Christina Aguilera, Beth. Michael Fassbender.
That is correct.
Yeah, Michael Fassbender or Goblet Guy to his friends.
Also
You got
correct.
You got it. You're
I'm
back
feeling-
on.
I'm feeling-
You're
back
back
I
on.
literally have
on.
gotten
Back on
9
with
more
the
points than I
point.
expected. I'm doing all right. And even though some are lost, I've still got 9 more than expected.
Yeah. What is lost is often gained, I believe the old Jedi philosophy goes. All right. It is 15-7. All right, question 6 here. Real mystery as to whether Koi's going to keep all his points. We're going to find out here. But question 6. What is the subtitle to the sequel to the 2006 psychological horror film Silent Hill. I'm sorry, Beth. I'm getting the questions about subtitles. You're getting every syllable in the world.
Every name, yeah. That's okay. Maybe he'll come back around. I like these games. You never know what's gonna happen.
5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right. We are looking for answers starting with Coy.
I really don't think it is, but I'm doubling down on Retribution because at some point it's gonna be a video game title subtitle.
At some point it is, but that is incorrect.
Is it Welcome to Siren City? What is it?
It's Silent Hill Revelation.
Oh!
That is
so
I'm
close
sorry.
to Retribution. This is just a different
And you know what?
song. This could have been a Disturbed album, just like that.
I'm gonna go ahead and give you this one. It came out the same year as a movie with Retribution in the title.
So seeing it on the wiki line. This is why I like playing Adam Collins. I'm losing, but it's with honor and I'm learning.
I believe Adam Collins is still on a perfect streak. Am I correct in that?
Oh, Beth, you are very correct.
Wow.
Adam is really flexing his video game movie knowledge here. And Coy, I say keep trying to get that word to work. It's like me and my screenwriting career in the 2000s. Just try until someone
He's
says
even getting
Don't
my
call the
wrong
comeback.
answers right to the point of correcting me and getting it's like extra points.
Yeah, he needs to watch
It
his
is.
back though, because you never know. Anything can happen. All right.
Anything could happen indeed.
Question 7. What Marvel and DC actor features alongside Ken Watanabe, Den Naihi, and Rita Ora in the titular role of 2019's Detective Pikachu?
Good stuff there. Good stuff.
Love a
Good stuff
detective that's maybe not who you'd expect, you know? Like Detective Ren and Stimpy. That'd be fun, you know?
That'd be good.
I wouldn't trust them with a
Good.
crime, but, you know.
Pikachu, put your badge on my desk. You've broken the rules one too many times. All right, countdown is over there. Go ahead. Sorry. I'm daydreaming about this scene I picked up in my head of a rogue detective Pikachu. All right, looking for answers starting from Adam.
The titular role, I think, was Ryan Reynolds.
That is correct.
That's Sir Ryan Rodney Reynolds, which is his real middle name.
We're gonna trust you on that.
Then yes, there you go. You get
And
a
I've
point.
knighted him.
You
And
both
Beth
get
put
points.
the idea in my head of a live-action Ren and Stimpy in the spirit
Yeah.
of Detective Pikachu, and I want that now.
That's not a bad thing at all. As someone who drove around in high school in his Ford Fairmont with a stuffed Stimpy and Ren, I want this as well.
Well, we're going to
All
teach
right.
your grandmother to suck eggs.
There we go. Question 8 coming your way. Ming-Na Wen, Alec Baldwin, Ving Rhames, and Steve Buscemi voiced characters in what 2000s video game movie?
I'm gonna shift my, as the sun comes in and blinds me, I'm gonna try to shift my camera up so I'm still.
Good adjustment on the fly.
Yeah,
there.
you get
You're
my
a pro
Animorphs
and
pictures.
Ooh. 3, 2, 1. All right, answers are in. Coy, what do you
The
got?
Angry Birds movie, the prequel to Angry Birds 2.
I got bad news for you. You're gonna lose a point because that's not it. But
Yeah,
it's a
you're
great
gonna
answer.
lose a point there.
Adam.
Hope I got the wording right. I think it's another Within movie. Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within.
That is correct.
Okay.
Still perfect.
Beautiful work.
Wow. I'm impressed.
I remember the preview for that was in front of Dreamcatcher.
Oh god, that's a great double feature.
That's a
right
fun
there,
fact. That's a thing I know. Not the title or the cast, but I certainly remember a 5-minute movie I paid to see before a movie I paid to see.
Okay, let's go to question 9. Who played the titular character in the video game film adaptation Max Payne? Max Payne. I want like Max, enjoyment. That's what I want.
Just a real pleasant guy.
A Max-
Just, hey everybody.
Yeah, Max.
Hey,
Pleasant.
Max Enjoyment is here.
Yeah.
All right, 3, 2, and 1. Countdown over. Answers in.
I might get nothing else right today, but I got Boston's own Mackie Mac Wallbag.
Correct. You get a point.
That is correct, but you lose a point for the accent, even though it's yours.
Mark
No,
Wahlberg.
you don't. Great answer.
Correct.
Adam.
I got nothing.
I'm a peacock. I just
I
want to fly.
apologize for my New York Yankee blood. Yeah, my New York Yankee fan blood just kind of rose when I heard that accent. It just reminded
You just
me.
got to take it out back to the Green Monster,
Too many
kid. We'll
pain,
fucking
too many-
settle it. Frickin' settle it. Oh no, I made it almost to the end.
There we
match.
go. All right. We're going to press on. We're going to press on. Question 10, the last one in round 2. And by the way, we are playing to a finish here. It is 19-7. This question, final one here. Who plays Lord Raiden in Mortal Kombat Annihilation? Beth, you notice that a lot of the words used in video games are, like you pointed out, the pain, the annihilation, retribution. Not a lot of love and
Not a lot
hugs.
of love, not a lot of happiness. If I were a video game dev, that's what I would do, but that's probably why I'm not.
I'm gonna I'll crowdfund a game for you to decide. We have the countdown, wrap it up, and looking for answers. Koi, take us home here at round 2.
I
What do
couldn't
you
think
got?
of it last time. I was like, it's not Christopher Lee. It's not Christopher Lloyd. Is it Christopher Lambert?
It's none of those. It's none of those.
Who is it? Adam, tell me the answer.
Christopher Lambert was Raiden in the first one, but it's James Remar.
Oh.
That is correct.
He cuts
That
his
is
hair.
correct.
It's very tragic.
20
Yeah.
I feel like great that I was at least on a track that resembles logic.
Yeah, it is 26, and as we go into round 3, this has been a lot of fun here. We're playing to a finish. What that means, there's no knockouts, no TKO, because technically, Adam could fall, hit his head, miss every question, Beth, from here on out, and Koi could get a win.
Yeah,
We don't
you
know.
never know. That's video games are exciting, and that's all I have to say about that. But you never know. The Coyote might have to watch his back. Anything can happen here because we're playing to the end.
It's that high
And I am
stakes sound.
currently rollerblading on
Like
banana
you're
peels.
Sonic swimming and you hear dun, dun, and like you're looking for the bubbles, but I'm above and I'm just like running across the lava's knuckle.
Dun, 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 dun,
That's where
dun,
we're at.
dun, dun, dun.
It's a different stakes game.
Yep.
That is it.
So
before
stressful. So stressful.
Before we begin round number 3, I want to invite you all, if you're watching on the Skybound Expo, you're a Schmoedown fan who wants to support the show, you can do so by going to Patreon, and if you sign up at the $5 level, you get the full first half of Titans a day earlier. Friday Night Titans, a show where anything can happen here in the Schmoedown. And if you sign up at the $12 level, you get the full first half of Titans, access to the Star Wars division, something close to my heart, and access to the pay-per-view matches. Next big pay-per-view coming up is the Schmoedown Collision. So go ahead and head on over to our Patreon page at patreon.com/Schmoedown and support if you want. All right, Beth, go ahead. Let us begin round number 3.
Well, round 3's got some even more different rules. Am I right?
Oh yeah, no, you're right to remind us. So it is 2 points. 2 points. Right answers are 2 points.
Okay.
Count it. Utah, give me 2. But again, if you miss or you don't answer, you lose 2 more.
All right. With that, let's get started. Question 1. What 2020 video game featured performances from Ron Perlman and Tony Jaa?
Love Ron Perlman. I love him on Twitter. I love that he's just reached that old man cigar chomping. I'm going to tell you like it is face, which can be dangerous, but I think he's on the
I
he's
just
on the good
aspire to that chin game.
Absolutely. 5, 4, 3, and 2, and 1. All right. We're looking for answers. Oh, Beth, as always, you go ahead and decide who's going to go to the chopping block first.
All right. Well, I'm all about a comeback, kid. Let's see what Koi
It's a
has
bold
to
move,
say.
Cotton. Is it Hellboy versus Ong Bak, the video game, the movie?
Man, you're like making stuff up, I think. No.
Yeah, I mean, no, but I'm
I'd
impressed.
play watch it.
You know, so.
Adam.
Give me the Ron Perlman, Tom Waits Brothers Road movie, please. But I believe it's Monster Hunter.
That's correct.
Is correct.
That sounds more real.
The modern classic.
This is great. We're at 22-4, Beth. We might see some history made.
I
with the
think
first
we
negative
will.
score in
I
Schmoedown.
think I feel like this is pretty unprecedented. I can't wait to see what happens next.
Well, what happens next is question number 2. Gentlemen, here you go. Freddie Prinze Jr., Matthew Lillard, and Mark Hamill appear in what 1999 sci-fi film loosely based on the video game series of the same name. Loosely based. There we go. Speaking of different times, 1999, the last time I had hope, Beth.
Wow, yeah. I mean, I think I was pretty young then, but I remember being pretty hopeful.
It's a good time.
I've had hope more recently. I think 2015 I had some hope.
That counts. That's great. All right, looking for answers, beginning with Adam.
I believe it's Wing Commander.
I'm just going to double check. There's nothing. Yep. Wing Commander is the answer. He remains perfect. Coy,
As a
we're all rooting
giant
for
Matthew Lillard fan, I gotta know, Wing Commander also starring Saffron Burrows.
Woo!
Wow.
That is. I almost want to give you the bonus point for knowing the right.
Yeah, you certainly were the wing commander of that question, weren't you? All right, let's move on to question 3.
Oh, I love Wing Commander. Actually, Jess was talking about this movie. It's sensational.
Look, I don't want to keep Beth from asking the question, but Adam, the campaign for keeping physical media should not involve Wing Commander in the pitch. That shouldn't be the pitch.
It's about consistency.
You know,
Ken.
it's not streaming anywhere. It's not streaming anywhere. Good. No, with all due respect to Coy, I apologize, Beth. I apologize.
No worries at all. Okay, question 3. Who features as the ruthless treasure hunter Santiago Moncada along Tom Holland and Mark Wahlberg in 2022's Uncharted? Yeah, no way to say the title of that movie without making it sound like you're saying something else. But that's fine.
You, a true professional through and through. You absolutely nailed it there. Countdown is getting there to 3, 2, and 1.
Okay.
Sorry, looking for answers from Coy.
Antonio Puss in Boots Mariachi Banderas?
That is correct.
It's his Christian name.
His Christian
That
name,
it is.
yeah. Give it up to the God. All right, Adam.
Someone flexing looking at the birth certificate. Antonio Banderas.
All right, question 4. What 2010's Duncan Jones film follows Endwin Lothar of Stormwind and Durotan of Frostwolf clan as heroes set on opposite sides of a growing war?
I have a question. If I use a repeat, can I have Beth read the question? Is that okay?
If Beth chooses to, yes. She has agency over asking questions here, all right, Adam? And it's the rules. But, you go ahead.
If I choose to what? I didn't even...
I wanted you to read the question because those names are all nonsense. But I believe it's Warcraft.
That's
Warcraft
correct.
it is.
I've got Warcraft, what is it good for? Absolutely crafty.
Love that. Yeah.
We definitely gave you too much time to answer there,
Yeah.
but...
It's that great song from the 70s
That
used
is
in every war film.
It's a classic.
Everyone loves Creedence Clearwater video game
It
adaptations.
is.
Keep those orcs off our lawn.
All right. Speaking of classics, question 5. Paul Giamatti, John Goodman, and Bella Thorne lent their voices to what 2010's animated video game film?
There you go. Bella Thorne's OnlyFans doing much better than mine. I'm trying to take notes.
My condolences, Ken.
I'm trying
Do
so
we get
hard.
repeats?
I know.
So.
Repeat
If you
the
need a
question.
repeat, Adam, we'll give you.
Cool. I will do that. Question 5. Paul Giamatti, John Goodman, and Bella Thorne lent their voices to what 2010's animated video game film?
2010 seemed like just yesterday, but I still think the previous decade's the 90s.
Seemed like
Right.
just 10 years ago.
5, 4, 3,
Wild.
2, and 1. We got a countdown right.
Time flies when you're gaming. Let's hear from Adam.
Coy,
first,
here's
I
your
guess.
opening, buddy. It's not the Angry Birds movie.
Oh
I spaced
my
what this
god!
is.
Oh my god! Mark it down in the back. Adam's lost it.
A stumble, a rare stumble.
Yeah.
from an otherwise perfect gentleman.
As
here.
much as I would love to capitalize on the Tetris movie that doesn't exist with voices from these folks, I went with, of course, Sideways Lebowski High School, the video game, the movie.
Wow.
Oh, that'd be an excellent film.
I would play that or watch that for sure. That's also incorrect. Hate to see this one for the boys, both losing 2 points.
But we were looking for Ratchet and
breaks
Clank,
my
and I know
heart.
you're kicking yourself. I know you're
Yes,
kicking
of course, Ratchet and Clank. 2016, son of a bee sting.
That's why I said speaking of classics before I went in. I was
go.
trying to
It
give
was
you guys a
Ratchet
hint.
and Clank. Really, that's what threw me. I was like, that
Yeah,
Ratchet
Obi-Wan
solo
played
thing,
Ratchet. Darn it.
Everyone knows.
There we go. We got 4 questions left. Let's see how many video games we can reference. All right, question 6, gentlemen. What Mandalorian actress portrayed Chun-Li in 1994's Street Fighter? There we go. 94, year I graduated high school. Oh my God, the future was wide open, Beth. Wide open.
Wow, yeah, future was wide open for me too. I think I
I'm
was
gonna
2.
jump off this cliff. All right, answers are in. Answers are in. We're looking at Koi.
Ming Na Wen right there.
There you go. 2 points. Koi, you're doing so good, buddy. You're doing so good.
I'm staying above ground.
Adam.
I knew Koi would have that one. Ming Na
That
Wen.
is correct. 2 points. Adam, back up on the board. Back where we last found him there. All right.
I'm sorry, Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah.
I didn't do right by you.
There
I
you
haven't
go.
seen you.
There you go.
Yeah. Only played you.
All right, I'm going to somehow switch my camera so I'm back in the, I don't know, the sun is pretty impossible to deal with, but not impossible maybe to deal with will be question 7. What is the subtitle of the second film in the Tomb Raider series starring Angelina Jolie?
Beth, how many video game movies need subtitles?
I mean, need is a strong word, so I'm not sure, but have
point.
a lot. Yeah, if the word is have,
Right,
a
not
lot
correct.
do.
Big lesson
Require.
today. All right, countdown has come to a close. We are looking for Adam, right?
It's the cradle
Yes.
of life.
It
Yes.
is.
It was a musical. Did you know
Yes,
that?
that is correct.
Yeah, Koi, what do you think about that?
Cradle of Life, not
Wow.
Retribution.
Wow, do not
my
call it a
retribution.
comeback, ladies
It's
and gentlemen.
30-12. Adams hit the wide receiver for a touchdown in the end zone to put himself up here. We are still going strong here. Love this. 3 questions left here, gentlemen, in this very fun exhibition match. How many films in the Resident Evil series did Paul W.S. Anderson direct?
And you know what? I bet you
I
all
think
of them
they're
had
neat.
subtitles.
This is a need.
Pretty
This is a
wild.
need, not a want. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Pens are down. Pens are down. And Koi, I'll start with you.
I think it was 5.
You thought wrong, sir. You thought wrong. Close.
I'm off to do.
He directed 4 of those bad
He
lyrics.
did. But here's the thing, Koi. For no bonus point, what is the subtitle of one of them?
Retribution.
You get it right, sir.
Damn right.
Hey, at least it exists. I mean, I feel
does.
great about it.
Definitely exists. Yeah.
And you're really sticking it to Ken here, Koi. I know you really wanted to see some history happening, but you're really exceeding expectations of I think everybody involved, including yourself. If I'm not
Especially
wrong.
my own.
Oh, I love it.
All right, let's head to question 9. What Breaking Bad actor stars as Toby Marshall, a blue-collar mechanic and skilled former race car driver in 2014's Need
Beth, that was a great
for
read on that
Speed?
question. There's a lot of titles,
Wow.
job descriptions, adjectives. There's a lot going on there.
I know. It was like an entire CV. It was an entire resume of a question.
5, 4,
Great question.
3, 2, and 1. All right. Who are we looking for answers? I've lost track now. Everyone answer.
Yeah, anybody who wants to answer can answer. All right, there we go. We got Aaron Paul from Adam.
I got Yo,
and then
Aaron Tiberius Paul Beef because it's a family show.
Love it.
Okay, all right.
Magnets.
Yes, we'll accept both of those. Both of those
2
get
points.
2 points.
So it is now
That's fabulous.
34 to 12. We could make it interesting and say, Adam, do you want to bet all on your final question here? But that's I'm told is not. We haven't reached that part of the game yet. We're trying to get our gaming license in Vegas.
I'll wager a bathroom break at the end of the match. How about that?
Perfect. But here it is, our final question of the day on this video game movie exhibition match. Thank you all for watching here. What is the name, gentlemen? What is the name of the character Jason Sudeikis voices in the Angry Birds movies? It's not enough to know the title. Now you got to know the character names, Beth.
Yep. Going
Deep
diving
into the
pretty
resume
deep.
of Jason Sudeikis. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Our final countdown of the day. And we are going to start with Koi.
It's not Ted Lasso, but I had to write it down because I love it enough to mention it.
Wouldn't it be wild if it was? It's not. You
The
lose
show's
2
based
points,
off
but
Angry
that'd be
Birds.
pretty.
Adam, our final
Yeah.
question, our final answer of the day.
I think it's Red Lasso.
It's red, but we'll count as Red Lasso. That's amazing.
That's good.
That's amazing. Well, wow, look at that final score. Now, normally I keep score at home like it's a baseball game. I've never kept score with so many like minuses and like it looks like I'm trying to like simple mind myself on the wall
That's some
there.
real Goodwill
you know.
Hunting stuff there.
I feel like a janitor who's crazy. There you go. There you go. Big win, 36 to 10. Beth, we'll ask the competitors their final thoughts here, but please, what was your experience here today? What did you learn from these questions about video game movies?
I think I learned that everything should have a subtitle. The whatever this match ends up being called, it should definitely have a subtitle, and we need to brainstorm that. And that I need to go back and study reading more. I think but had fun.
You got it. You
had a boatload of fun.
That is the most important thing here. Adam, as the winner of today's match, we want to talk to you first here. What do you feel, man? Take us through your victory real quick.
Well, honestly, the reason I wanted to do this is because I believe in the potential of video game movies. I think Koi would agree. There's limitless potential, and I don't know why more people aren't mining the depths of these great IPs to make good movies, because it's really not that hard to do. I feel like people set out to make bad video game movies because it's such a bad reputation, but I think we're on an upswing right now. We're seeing average to above average films, and that's promising. So let's go. Let's keep it rolling.
I'm going to co-sign that because not only did video game movies have the rocky path that comic book movies once had, and now we're seeing more and more exceptional comic book movies, but I do agree, between Uncharted, Sonic 1, especially Sonic 2, we are on the path to victory and glory, and once that momentum gets going, I do think we're going to see these as less of the scorched earth category they are. So I love these opportunities, and I also love playing things and living in a world, so I think that's beautifully ripe for a movie, and I hope they get good enough to learn the names of characters that are birds that are in fact angry. And once that happens, I'm in. I'm all about the sequel to this. I'll get my retribution.
Well done, sir. You nailed that landing. 10 points across the board, including the German judges there. We're almost out of here. This has been a lot of fun. Again, if you'd like to support the Schmoedown on Patreon, you could do so. We got the $5 level. We'll get you the first half of Titans a day early, Friday Night Titans, where anything can happen. Such a fun show, part of Season 9 here. And if you sign up at the $12 level, you get the full first half of Titans early, access to the Star Wars division, and access to the pay-per-view matches. Again, the next pay-per-view is Schmoedown Collision. Big stuff coming. Beth, final words for today, and then we'll sign ourselves on out.
Well, I had a heck of a time, and it was great to watch Koi hang in there. Did a lot better than I think even his own expectations would have predicted, and I just love to see two people come in talking about things that they love, answering some questions, and it was great to do it all with you, Ken. Thank you so much.
Beth, a ton of fun. Always love what you bring here to the Schmoedown. You're very funny, very insightful. Great time working with you here today. We'll do it again soon. So for everyone watching, thank you so much for supporting and enjoying and having fun with us here on this very important, groundbreaking Schmoedown exhibition match. We'll see you next time. Bye.
Janet, I just want to apologize for what happened earlier. I don't really know what that was. I really don't. I've had an excellent time today, and that'll never happen again.
Yeah.
Because we're about to get out of here. What a great Schmoedown match that was. Coy looked like he was going for a golf score, while Adam Collins was going for the real score. It is who gets the most points at the end of the day. But Adam Collins is a former belt holder, so it's pretty tough to compete with someone like that. Season 9, the reboot, is in full swing right now. So what's the exciting thing about it here at the Expo? A ton of new merch. That's right. You can get all of your Season 9 reboot merch right now at the Skybound store. 13 new shirts. Count them. 13 new shirts coming your way. Tons of shirts out there to support all of your favorite factions, the fan favorites, corruption, you name it. We got it. And if we don't, let us know. Let us know down below in the comments. Let us know right now in the live chat. On Twitter, why not? Schmoedown's on there, and so Skybound. Tag us on Twitter. Let us know if there's any shirts out there that you would love to see that we don't have yet. Janet, did you have a good time watching the first Schmoedown? Or not the first Schmoedown match, but the first video game Schmoedown match that we've done here at the Expo?
Yeah, I thought it was a lot of fun. I love the whiteboard energy. I feel like it's very old school. Kind of reminds me of like back, doing like little study tests, and you kind of write down the stuff on the whiteboard and then hold it up. Really exciting.
Yeah, tons of studying goes into these Schmoedown matches. You can see Coy is a guy that knows so much about all of these things that were discussed, but still calling upon that information within 15 seconds is really difficult. It's been an incredible Skybound Expo, but we're not done yet. We got a last little surprise for you. I don't even know what it is. I'll be honest.
So we have these Adam, Eve, and Invincible item boxes available through the weekend. They are super cool looking, and I'm about to open up and see what we have inside here. And again, all this is listed on the Skybound site, all of the contents. We got this really cool character sheet here. I'm just kind of opening it up, going through. We got a pair of socks. Who doesn't need another pair of socks,
and
right?
there's a sleep mask on the other side, it looks like, right?
I'm not sure. I think there might be. It's hard to tell if it's like a long pair or what we got going on. We also have something we've had with us all along. This figurine right here looks super sharp.
Mine's all bloody.
And we got a couple other nifty gifties in here. We got some pins. Pins are always good, right? We talked about pins earlier with, Attack Peter over there. We got all that stuff. And then finally, the coup de grace, Volume 1 right here. And I love, personally, I'm a big fan of volumes. That's kind of how I tend to consume comics, because I like just being able to go through things like the issue by issue. Fun for display, but for really like getting a read on a series, I like just to be able to beam through it. So that's super exciting, and you can pick that up again through the weekend.
Yeah, all throughout the weekend, available to get your box here, Adam and Eve box. What a blast we had. That is it for the Skybound Expo today. We talked games, we talked comics, we talked movie trivia. We even got some cool, fun boxes here for you. Janet, do you have anything else you want to say before we say goodbye, or anything coming up that people can find you at?
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter under the handle GameOnysus. That's GameOnysus, and you can keep up with all my content there.
Awesome. I am Andrew Ghai. You can find me everywhere on the internet doing that. I also do a lot of esports commentary. We got a match tomorrow. Actually, if you want to check that out, just follow me on Twitter. A big shout out to our Skybound crew here. Thank you so much for having us. This was an incredible expo, and we will be back. That is right, a 2-day expo in July 15th and 16th. So I know you're doing it all right now. Go mark your calendars. We'll be back for some incredible, new, exciting comics, prints, merch. Who knows? We'll see you next time. Have a good one.